Hey now, with your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite violinist,
Tifa Lockhart fan.
everyone's favorite violinist and Tifa Lockhart fan, the #1 enjoyer of opera, Adam Friended.
Opera. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we're here with Sean, politically criminal,
Potentially.
or potentially, potentially criminal. We were talking about politics before this, so obviously it influenced me. Potentially criminal. And I put channel in there because I was like, Sean, potentially criminal does not sound like a good undercard. So
That's all right.
Sean, I guess I'll let you introduce yourself. I've watched some of your content, some of your law stuff coverage because I'm a nerd. I'm into that kind of stuff. So, but went on I guess like kind of a panel on Joe's channel, and I think you came in and you made some very disparaging remarks about A-Team as I was taking off. So evidently you watched the show enough to know that there's like S-Class and A-Team.
Well, yes, I know that S-Class is the best class.
Okay, right there.
But
look at that. Daggers in the heart already.
But yes, otherwise, yes, I run a channel, Potentially Criminal. I am a defense attorney. I'm in the Cleveland area. Try to cover topics relating to that, but there's just so much, especially the past like 2 months, just goofy crap out there that I'm starting just to cover kind of the other things in the legal field, in the legal world. And yeah, I try to cover trials if I'm available and I can work it through my schedule, and then just whatever else comes along the way.
I think I watched your coverage on the parade massacre guy. What was that guy's name?
Daryl Brooks.
Daryl Brooks. Yeah. That insane trial. Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah.
So I watched some of your coverage on that. Yeah, which was obviously pretty insane. So we got a great show planned. Sean wants to. Sitch wants to talk.
Whoever we're talking about.
Sitch wants to talk about Alec Baldwin, the Alec Baldwin situation. I want to just for the record say I totally called it. I said he would get off or get a slap on the wrist. So credit where credit is due. Adam's prediction abilities are top notch. We're also. Sitch has found this website where you can talk to basically characters from anime and pop culture and stuff. We talked a little bit about it on the Sunday show, and he was talking to Mario, and he was asking Mario if, I guess he talked Mario out of being into critical race theory, which hats off to Sitch for being able to do that. But it made me curious, is Tifa Lockhart into critical race theory? So we're going to go check that out, see if she's into critical race theory. Some people in the chat were saying that they thought she was into critical race theory or drag shows or something like that via canon, and I don't know the canon of Tifa Lockhart, so that's interesting. I want to continue the discussion that we had on Sunday about transing away the gay. I'd like to take well, you said don't bring it up again unless you want to move the conversation forward, so I am prepared.
Oh, okay.
I am prepared to move the conversation forward. I found some articles. So Sitch, I don't want you to have to read a whole book, okay? I found an article that talks about the stuff from the book in the article. And I thought this through, and I think I thought a logical chain of reasoning that might convince you to my position or the wider position. I just, obviously we want to know if that's true or not. And then my friend Ethan Van Sciver is also going to come on for a while. So, he might participate in the shenanigans as well. I told him, after we talk about Alec Baldwin, I'll send him the link, and then he can come in and talk to us. So I think that's everything that I have on my list. That should keep us busy for a while, right? So you want to get into what do you want to introduce on Alec Baldwin?
So I feel like whenever I listen to LawTube talk about Alec Baldwin, I feel like they're missing a massive part of the case. But I'm just some asshole. I'm not a lawyer, right? So maybe I just don't understand the law, right? So what are your overall feelings, Sean, on the whole Alec Baldwin? Should he be charged? Should he be released situation?
Well, can you guys hear me, by the way? I had to switch my mic. Okay.
Sound great. Sound much better.
now.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, sorry.
Not talking through the computer.
Yeah. You know, such part of being a lawyer is being an asshole, so you're partway there.
There.
But
So could you turn your
is
volume up a little bit? If it's possible.
sure. Let me try.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I hate to give the Tim Pool answer here, but it's complicated.
Oh no.
No, I think ultimately this is where, when you look at how you're gonna, the first thing is, does charging this person benefit society? What do we gain from this? And I don't know if charging Alec Baldwin ultimately is ever going to benefit society in any way. Certainly his, Helena Hutchins' widower is fine with being an executive producer and getting a cut of the movie.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's do you want this in your society? Because you also have to think about, is this worth putting this guy in prison over? And I kind of support the idea of the decarceral state. We don't need to jail as many people as we have. I mean, we really don't. I mean, it's day in and day out. There are so many people who don't need to be getting jammed up and hassled by the system. This is just another example of it. There are enough real criminals out there, the robbers, the rapists, the murderers, for people who don't like the war on drugs, okay, well, there's some drug dealers. There is enough real criminals out there. We don't need to make more of them. And I think, absent Alec Baldwin admitting like he was waving the gun around and like, you can't talk to me like that, I'll show you, and shooting her like that, okay, that would be, I think, punishable. But otherwise, we have a civil system for the rest of it.
So to be clear, when you say you're in favor of decarceral state, but you're not talking about like violent criminals should not be released, or that, or do you think that there should be no cash bails, or what exactly are you talking
about?
Well,
I think there should be an increase in no cash bail, for example. Like, people are freaking out in Illinois about this, but there are a ton of people where if you put $1,000 bond on them, that may as well be $100 million. So that becomes the problem. And I think the state should have to show explicitly why this person's a threat. What, is this person not going to show up? It should be on the government to show why this person should be kept in jail. Because there are times where, okay, great, you kept them pre-trial and then you dismiss it. Or they was facing a very serious felony, now it's a probational offense. All right, well, now they get out, they've lost their house, they lost their car, they lost their job. Like, what do you say? Like, no hard feelings at that point to somebody? It causes so many problems. Now, yes, I'm not saying abolish prisons. I'm not down that road at all, because we do need to deal with people. Like, I still think the death penalty has a place. But I'm just saying the amount of people in prison right now, I don't think necessarily needs to be as large as it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think mostly that stems from, probably, I imagine, from drug violations, where, I'm fine with people who commit acts of violence against other people to be, given bail that they have to pay for, to be, thrown in jail and all that stuff.
Well, even then, I guess my experience is there are a lot of people who, like, there's the nonviolent drug offender thing. Okay, yes, there are some of that. But generally, it's just also like the idea you're not just walking down the street and, you get sucked into prison. There are a lot of people who, at least in my experience, at least where I'm at in Ohio, if you're, you have drug and you have addiction, you're dealing with problems, it's not just, you did drugs, you're going to prison. It's you've done drugs, you consistently are not following the court's rules, you're not following probation, and you basically run the court out of options other than, going and being incarcerated. So, and I think that's a whole nother issue. But for the most part, if you are, it's not just like some guy like, I got caught with a bag of weed and I'm in here. It doesn't work like that anymore.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so going back to Alec Baldwin. So, you don't feel that he should have been imprisoned for these kind of social reasons, but do you think that he violated the law or was guilty of manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter, I guess?
I have some issues with that, because yes, he did hold the firearm. He did when it went off, and yes, he probably, he should have checked it regardless of what industry standards are. But given what's out there now, especially with this new evidence that's allegedly out there, that the firearm, the pistol could have gone off without the trigger being pulled, I think that's exculpatory enough that there's reasonable doubt. I mean, because if his finger wasn't on the trigger, yes, he was pointing it at somebody, but I think there's enough intervening issue there. You should assume that a modern mechanical device is not just going to catastrophically fail. So I think that kind of breaks the chain of responsibility. Yeah, he shouldn't have pointed it at her, but if he's following the other rules of firearm safety, the gun doesn't just go off. I mean, like it never does. Even though you watch the first 48, oh, the gun went off. Almost never that happens. So, but in this case, it may have. It sounds like
right. Well, regarding like him pointing it, I mean, if they're filming it and they're like point the gun towards the camera, and he's just following what the director's saying, and there's a camera person holding the camera, right, and they're behind it. I mean, how else is he supposed to point the gun?
Yeah, and I think there's have you guys seen the video of like maybe within the 5 minutes before the shooting where he's practicing his draw on camera?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and it's clear though he's bumbling it. He can't, he's not used to handling a gun.
Yeah.
His fingers on the trigger, it looks like, and he's playing with the hammer. So that kind of tends to, maybe the hammer, maybe there was something wrong with it, but the FBI tested it. And for what that's worth, given it's the FBI and you can put your faith in them how you want, they pretty much had to destroy it to make it go according to his theory.
Right.
I mean, we'll see.
I believe the scene was he was supposed to pull the gun out and actually pull the hammer back in the shot.
Yeah.
So
I think we'll know what this evidence is at some point, because they can't just bury it, because Hannah Reid is still facing charges. So her attorneys are going to say, oh, this gun got screwed with before she even touched it. Well, that severs, that kind of puts another gap in her chain of responsibility. So they're going to seek that evidence out. Or let's say they dismiss the charges against her. This is all going to be discoverable through FOIA. So we'll find out what it really was and whether or not this is a legitimate issue, or this is political favoritism, or if this is, Baldwin paying his way out of it.
Right. Well, I mean, even if the gun had a malfunction, I mean, there should be the question of why was there a real bullet in there, which would presumably be her responsibility as the armorer anyway.
Yes, well, that's true, and there shouldn't have been live ammo within like 10 miles of that place.
Right.
So, she's got a lot of issues there, but the biggest issue for all of them is they talked to the police, and they did it. They did it without an attorney. Don't ever do that. Had Alec Baldwin not talked to the police, and then had he not gone on with George Stephanopoulos, I think he would not have been charged, period.
What did he say that was so damning?
In the thing, he talks about, like, I didn't touch the trigger repeatedly.
Right.
With George Stephanopoulos. And he talks about, like, playing with the hammer, and he acts like you can cock it in different stages. Well, there's a half cock and full cock on a single action revolver. But he's talking about how he handles it. But on video, you can see him literally minutes before it goes down, his fingers on the trigger. He's bobbling it. The gun's not in a secure grip. So that really, and he also says, well, I'm an actor, so I'm trained in horseback riding, fencing, shooting.
Right.
Well, that's the classical actor stuff.
Yeah, right.
And he just harps on it that he's a professional, and he just looks like a complete dunce doing all this. So it doesn't help him. He should have just shut up.
Also, I mean, I remember in the police interview, he was actually did himself a massive disservice because he was talking about how he could visually recognize the difference between like a live round and a fake round. And I'm like, this is all going to hurt your potential.
Yeah, there was a lot to it. And
right. So with because I did hear about the claim that the gun was able to, or the gun could fire on its own. Was that the DA was saying that? Where did that come out from?
Yeah, that was from a source around the prosecution.
Was it official, or is it like a source in quote finger?
Well, it's part of the reason the source came out, but then that's the reason why they're dismissing the charges to continue the investigation. So
that was their official reason that they gave?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, which, I mean, and ultimately, though, they're probably not going to charge him again. This is just they said, oh, we're going to get him on the serious firearm specification. Then they had to walk it back. And now they're walking this back. And now it's going to go away. And, ultimately, it's going to be that assistant director who pled out to a misdemeanor, I think, at the end of the day, being the only person held accountable.
Right. So the thing I had, my problem with kind of the way that I was hearing people discuss it was that people kept saying, oh, Alec Baldwin is responsible because he held the gun, and presumably, even if he, let's just say hypothetically he did pull the trigger, and we know he pulled the trigger, and the gun didn't malfunction. Alec Baldwin, he was holding the gun, he pulled the trigger, it's his fault at the end of the day. And to me, I just didn't understand this argument because if you're an actor on a set, like the example I was thinking of is if Tom Cruise is filming Mission Impossible 27 and they're like, hey, in this scene, Tom, you're going to throw this guy off the roof. And the guy's, wearing some kind of safety harness. And so Tom throws the guy off the roof. But, the guy, the stunt coordinator didn't tie the harness on correctly and the guy falls to his death. Like, that's not Tom Cruise's fault because he didn't personally check the harness. It's not Tom Cruise's as an actor. It's not his responsibility or his job to check the harness to make sure it's on properly. And so I don't understand why, when I was hearing all these people discuss this case who were lawyers, none of them seem to be accounting for the fact that on a film set, there are different people that have different responsibilities. It's not the same as if just you randomly pick up a gun out in the normal world somewhere and where there is no one. Like if I just go into someone's house and I pick up a gun, there's no one else that was supposed to be responsible for my actions or for that gun and the safety of the gun except for me. But if you're on a movie set, there's literally a person whose job it is to do that. And it's not the actor's responsibility to do that.
Well, there is still a responsibility as an actor when you're in theater or in the movies that you are in charge of. Like if you have a prop you're using, you're supposed to know the condition of your prop and make sure that it's ready to go, that it's working, whether it's you're wearing a hat or like if you're in a your prop is meant you're supposed to like hit somebody with it, or it's a sword, you would make sure your sword's not sharp because if you're going to have to hit somebody with it, you don't want to hurt them. For the firearms, you're supposed to know that that weapon is safe before you pick it up. Especially someone like Alec Baldwin, who is a master actor, it's not his first day on the job. Somebody's handing it to him and him saying, okay, it's good. No, he should have been like, okay, is it empty? Open it up. Open loading gate. Oh, there's some rounds in here. Oh, are these live or fake? And they pull them out and check them. But he didn't do any of that. So that's not a that's actually a common thing you're supposed to do. Just you don't go, oh, here's a gun and take it. Even sets where like blanks and things are being used, you see them load it, they hand it to you, you know that it's at that point loaded, or you know that it's safe. So there is that issue about him handing a gun and he didn't know the status of it, so he still pointed it anyway.
So when I was looking at I looked at the Screen Actors Guild handbook, and I looked at I don't remember some other guidelines and regulations for actors, and it said in regards to handling firearms, they said that if the actor wants, they could ask the armorer or the AD responsible to load or unload the gun in front of them so that they could visibly see, what was inside of it. But both those guidelines that I saw, they both said that the responsibility for the maintenance and the loading and unloading of the gun was the armorer or the AD's responsibility. None of them that I found said that the actor was responsible to check the gun before using it. So I was curious as to where, because if that was the case, like I would agree, like obviously if that is the case, if it is industry standard, if it is, Screen Actor Guild standard that the actor is supposed to check, these kinds of props for safety reasons, then it is a responsibility. I haven't seen that information anywhere.
But there's, and I think part of this issue is there's a lot of just, it's firearm safety in general. You treat all firearms as though they're loaded. You don't put your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot. You don't point at things you're not willing to kill or destroy, and you're aware of your target and what's behind it. Well, you should be making sure what you're being handled. Like you said, if you come into my house and you pick a gun up off the table, you would either check it or, have me show you that it's status. You wouldn't just pick it up and start, going, hopefully you wouldn't go like, pew, 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 pew. But
Right,
if you did,
right.
we might have an issue.
Yes, right.
But there is just the general comment that becomes it's a general common sense issue. And
Mm.
at some point, yes, you have an industry standard, sure, but your industry standards don't supersede criminal liability necessarily. It's very hard to say I was just doing what I was told or I'm following the rules, because those rules don't negate the New Mexico criminal statute.
Well,
So,
wasn't um, part of the elements of the involuntary manslaughter charge was that
mhm,
the individual would have to know that the action they're engaged in is
mhm.
very dangerous and that they were being
Sure.
reckless.
And
And I mean, I would argue that if you were an actor on a set and this is the industry standard is you don't
mhm,
have to check the gun, and that there's someone
mhm.
whose job it is to check the gun and they've never had an accident, 30, 40 years, I would argue that the actor wouldn't think that they were doing anything reckless.
No, and I think ultimately that's where, in addition to whether or not it's a just issue
Mhm.
to try to put charge him, which I still don't think it is, I think you're going to find people who are going to say, yes, it's perfectly reasonable. And the thing is, you're not going to get a jury of 12 like NRA range instructors sitting there. Juries, as I've said this before in a couple of cases, juries are full of normies. We
Right.
do a pretty good job of weeding out people who I really want on the jury usually get snuffed out by the other side. And then the people that I don't want on the jury, I'm pretty good at getting rid of them. So we end up with just a group of randos,
Mhm.
soccer moms and, people who, okay, they may own a gun, but they might say, yeah, you know what? It is reasonable. You should assume that everybody else checked this, but you didn't check it. But yes, at some point, you know, do we wish he would have? Sure. But at some level, I don't see the criminal intent, the complete recklessness of
Right.
pointing a firearm when everybody else is checked. Now, yes, ultimately he's the final safety guy, but
So you think
there's
that there would be a lesser amount of liability? It wouldn't reach this level of involuntary manslaughter or second degree or whatever the charge was.
I think you run into an issue with any of the criminal charges ultimately because a lot of people are going to say, once again, is that fair to put a man in prison because he happened to not check it and the other four people ahead of him screwed up also?
Right.
And that's where I think that's kind of where you end up at the end of the day. And that's a lot of people, even if people don't like, and it doesn't help that nobody likes Alec Baldwin, that
Well,
he's an
that's I think the
insufferable,
main thing here.
yeah,
Right.
he's an insufferable human being. And this couldn't happen to a nicer guy,
Right.
given his politics and given how he interacts with people.
Hmm.
That makes it so much easier just to say screw him.
Right.
But this is where we've, if we aren't going to go to bat for Alec Baldwin, nobody's going to go to bat for you.
How dare you be
So,
principled in this situation?
and yes, as much as I think it would be hilarious watching him go to prison and some guy on the tier charges him rent and the moment he tries to mouth off, the guy beats the brakes off of him. That would just be hilarious. That's not, I don't need him to go, get beat in the shower every day for 18 months.
Right. Right.
The guy should say, "My mama voted for Trump," right after he beats
Oh, that
his
would be
ass.
even better. So, but that's it's, and that's where I'm torn because yes, if I, on my channel, I'm a fan of Second Amendment to say the least. I would sit there and say, okay, he should have, but there are people in front of him, like Hannah Reed didn't check, but Hannah Reed also was letting live ammo get mixed in and was stored nearby.
Right.
Dave Hall picked up the gun, never even checked it, just said it's a cold gun. Hannah Reed left the guns unattended for over an hour and nobody was guarding them.
Hmm.
So yes, there is a ton of people along the way that set this into motion, and then he just happens to be the last stop. And yes, you could argue whether or not is he the most critical stop, sure. But that's where I get to the point of, do I really think he needs to go to prison over this?
Right.
And I don't think that's.
Well,
I think that's the problem I run into.
in the hypothetical that I posed with Tom Cruise, I mean, do you think Tom Cruise would be liable morally or legally if he throws a guy off a roof and the guy's harness isn't on properly and the guy dies because Tom Cruise didn't check the harness?
Um, that gets you to. I don't know if it'd be his job to help make sure it's safe, but I think you could. Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good example of, you have every reason to believe that their safety, gear is going to work. I think that'd be a little different though, because that would almost be like telling Alec, you're going to shoot and the bullet's going to hit this piece of bulletproof glass and it's not going to go through, when it turns out they just got a piece of regular glass and you shoot the guy in the face. But I agree. Yes, you should have the presumption that you're told this is safe, you can do it. But if you're told 100% it's safe, do exactly what we want you to do. Sure. I don't think Tom Cruise should be punished for that at that point.
Well, like I understand that, like in that comparison, there's like a logical difference because logically you could argue, Tom Cruise isn't going to have the knowledge necessarily to be able to look at the harness or check it, right, to make sure it's on properly.
Well,
or, in the bulletproof glass example, there, how would he wouldn't have the knowledge to be able to like determine whether it was regular glass or bulletproof glass or something maybe. Where with checking the gun, presumably you just open it up and look at it, and it's far easier to do that. But I don't know if in the law, I don't know if it says anything about like the ease of checking something. I don't know if that like weighs into the legality of the situation.
Well, I think it goes towards I think you can argue that it goes towards the level of recklessness or the level of indifference, where all you have to do is flip it open and, oh, okay, well, it looks like there's bullets in here and it's loaded. All right, great. Also, for example, let's say they're filming the scene, but you could see like the carabiner's not hooked up to the back of the harness. And Tom Cruise,
checks. That obvious,
yeah.
Right, yeah.
But I think that's where you're approaching. Yes. And it's also a little different because they're guns. It's not the space shuttle. So pretty much everybody understands how a gun works. So I think that's where it becomes a little different too.
Right. Well, I mean, I'd say everyone understands how throwing someone off a roof works.
Right? Sure, but not everybody is necessarily trained in like the harness technology and stunt work.
Okay, interesting. Okay, well, I guess it's all moot because they dropped the charges against him. And I guess we'll find out. I am curious whether it is actually true if the gun did have some sort of defect in it, or that was just kind of some BS because maybe they realized the case was weaker than it was, or he paid them off or whatever. Well,
there's also the idea that this is, you're supposed to only try things you can win. That's the standard for a prosecutor in almost every state, though, is the probable cause standard you can take to trial. But you should only be trying stuff you can win. And this one, I think, is far from guaranteed. And while I would love it because it would be tons of content, I would rather I'd rather he not get prosecuted. And yes, theoretically, he could still be subject to prosecution because it was voluntarily dismissed, but it's not going to happen. He's done.
Caney X122 for $20 says, I thought several gun people demonstrated months ago that the model of the gun Baldwin used was unlikely to go off on its own. Yeah, I mean, I saw some of those videos, but I would assume, and I would assume there's a difference. I assume the claim isn't that the model was defective, but that specific gun was defective.
Yeah, I think there's the allegation, it sounds like, is something was done to that gun somewhere along the way before it made it to that movie set. Now, whether it was a true, what in the firearms world called as a Bubba job, where somebody sat in a garage and worked with a Dremel and made a piece of junk out of it, or it was something done that nobody considered, we don't really know yet. So,
interesting. So, okay, so in other legal news.
Well, I have a couple questions.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to move on.
Sure, no.
So you said Baldwin paying his way out. So if this happened on an independent film with no name actors, is this guy going to jail?
I don't know, because I would say a great example of people getting shot accidentally happens every year during hunting seasons across America. Fathers shooting sons, brothers shooting brothers, guys that work together. I thought I saw a deer, so I shot through the bushes and
Dick
killed
Cheney.
somebody. Yes, well, yes. Didn't sell your Halliburton stock fast enough.
That's a great point. So those people normally don't get charged. They just,
That's correct.
obviously it's a hunting accident. So if Alec Baldwin hires his ex-wife to be a cinematographer on his next film and accidentally shoots her in the face, is he going to go to jail for that, or is it just?
Well, I think if we start having a pattern of this happening, yes.
Okay.
It happens again.
Yes, he pulls his revolver out in the middle of New York City. I thought they were cameramen. To the paparazzi. Yeah, that's not going to work.
Okay. Good to know. Good. I just don't want to see this kind of thing happening again and again.
Well, no, you're kind of implying that you
Sam
think
Hyde.
He was only charged maybe because he's famous.
I think initially, I mean, it's, and when I mean paying his way out of it, it's the idea that we have like a two-tiered system, and that because he's Alec Baldwin, he can, oh wow, he's flashy and dashy, and we try to give celebrities a pass. And maybe he did bribe his way out. That wouldn't be unheard of either. It's America after all. Those are all facts.
Look at that. It's America after all. What does that mean?
I'm just, hey, I can give you the nice answer or the real answer.
We'll take the real answer. Thank you.
Well, so those things all could have happened, but for right now, I have to look at, and I try not to be as cynical as I tend to be at this point after only doing this for like 9 years.
Are you a defense attorney? You're a defense attorney, correct?
Defense attorney, yeah.
Obviously.
But I spent about 2 years as an assistant prosecutor as well.
Are all prosecutors elected positions, or is it like the head of the prosecution?
Wait. I was not like the prosecutor. I worked for a guy who got elected.
Right. So the DA,
it depends.
It's the DA that gets elected, right? And then,
it depends on your state.
Okay. Interesting.
Some states, you're a state's attorney, so you're appointed through the governor's office. But for the most part, prosecutors, district attorneys, Commonwealth's attorneys, whatever, you are an elected official.
Okay.
Either way, you serve at somebody's leisure.
Well, that's what, as soon as politics start getting into it, I start thinking, Alec Baldwin, like he could definitely grease some palms as far as politics go. So
certainly he could.
Yeah.
And there's that to say that doesn't play a factor, I think is very naive. But for right now, there's enough of an excuse you can look at the just, legal and ethical considerations. But if there is something wrong, we'll find out about it probably, because that stuff never stays hidden.
Because it's high profile, obviously. Yeah.
Well, somebody talks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody wants their book deal.
So is there anything else, or you want to move on to some other?
Not about this situation, I don't think.
So I was curious if Alec Baldwin is going to walk. You kind of have the same position, Sean, as Sitch, right? You think he should walk. That was your position, right, Sitch? You thought?
Yeah, but I feel like we have different reasons, I think.
Okay, interesting.
But the same outcome, I guess. So
that's okay. I'm right a lot of times. You don't have to say it.
Fair enough. So in other legal news, the whole Dominion settlement. Do you have any thoughts on any of that stuff?
Yes. I think that's, as much as people like to say, yes, Fox kind of got they got caught pretty good on that. I think Dominion settling, though, they understand it's far better to take the money they know they can get, because it's a trial's far from certain. So
of course, right.
Dominion was, Dominion was smart to do this. I think that there would have been, because we haven't seen everything, but I think they also realize, well, there's going to be a lot coming out that does make us look bad and does make us look a little sus.
Makes Dominion look bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think there would have been a lot out there. I mean, certainly they aren't going to just come in there and like, oh, we're just simple poll. We make, all we do here at Dominion is make, excellent vote counting machines. It ain't much, but it's a living. They weren't going to come across that way. Given how some of their higher ups had reacted and things they had made and comments they had done that made them just look horrible, and you wouldn't want that for a voting company. I think that they were smart to settle. They were smart to settle.
Mm-hmm.
And also, hey, their attorneys made 30% on that 700 million. So
True. Someone in the chat asked, Dominion was the case where they were making the voting. They made some voting machines for the last election, and they were suing Fox News because Fox News had people on that were accusing Dominion of hacking the votes or changing the votes or whatever in the last election. So I believe Dominion was suing them for slander, and Fox settled for over $700 million, I believe was the number.
Well, it was like a 1.5 billion, but they settled for basically half.
Right. Well, but do you think, yeah, obviously from Dominion's perspective, like that's, taking the 700 million paychecks, a good idea. But what about from Fox's position? Because I was hearing lots of people, it's really funny, like literally the day before they settle, I was listening to Scott Adams talking about how Fox was going to destroy them in trial. So
gosh.
I'm curious, do you think it was a good idea for Fox to, or Rupert Murdoch to settle that case?
Well, certainly I'm assuming he thought it was a good idea because he did. And Rupert Murdoch's a lot smarter than I am.
Right.
But yes, he there's no way to think you're going to walk out of there and goose egg Dominion, I think would be there's not enough weed to convince me of that.
So you think Fox did have liability? Or
I think they had some. I think they had some liability. I don't know how much ultimately, but they certainly think that paying $780 million is less than the jury was going to award, because they wouldn't offer any more than they think they would lose.
Well, so was the issue that Fox News hosts were saying things that were wrong about Dominion, or was the issue that they had guests on who the hosts believed were saying things that were wrong about Dominion, but they had them on anyway?
I think it's it would be hard. Their ultimate case, they're probably going to present both, and that was the recklessness there, that you're responsible for your people, but also the only way around this is if you 100, it's like the whole Rudy Giuliani thing up for a while. If you 100% believe this and you're that delusional, then yes, that's the only defense. But it wasn't going to work to say all we do is hire complete wackadoodles who believe anything somebody comes on and tells them. And then yes, it doesn't help that they were themselves pushing it at times. So I think it was going to be a little bit of everything that was going to undermine Fox.
Okay.
But the fact on Twitter that the left and right both melted down tells you that this was that's the sign this was a properly good thing. If both people walk away from a settlement and they're not happy, that's generally a good sign.
So I assume that people on the left were melting down because they wanted this to be like a long, drawn out trial where Tucker Carlson and all these people had to go on stand and get grilled by some attorney somewhere.
I think so. I think they also just wanted to see Fox have to eat the $1 billion.
Right.
So they were just not happy with this. They were mad Dominion settled.
And of course now, Tucker was fired the other day, kind of randomly.
And Don Lemon.
And Don Lemon, yes. Though presumably not I'm assuming they weren't related.
Oh,
so maybe they fired Don Lemon because they saw Tucker was fired and they're like, okay, this will be good, kind of lessen the blow against CNN for doing this because everyone was talking about Tucker.
You say that, but now they're probably sitting in like a burned out warehouse somewhere talking about what they're going to do together now. It's gonna be the best arc ever.
Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon are gonna start a show called Dumbfire. They're
yes.
Gonna argue with each other.
Don Lemon got fired for replacement theory, right?
Yeah,
I think Don Lemon got fired for being Don Lemon.
He got fired for women replacement theory
pending against them or something.
Well, he's got but that wasn't the reason. That's been pending for a while. It was, I think they're just done with him, and I mean, really, because people are trying to talk about the interview he had with what's the guy's name, Vivek Ramaswamy, that he had with them the past couple of days. That wasn't that bad of a discussion.
What happened? That's the guy running for president, right? The Indian guy.
Yeah. I don't even remember. I mean, Don Lemon was acting like Don Lemon, kind of acting like an idiot. but he didn't. I don't remember totally, but I think they were just done with him. I mean, maybe he was acting like an ass in negotiations, or
I heard people citing the sexist infraction that he made when he said Nikki Haley needs to get out of the race because she's out of her prime.
No,
not for
think so.
CNN. I mean, I don't see that being it. I mean, it's it's bad and clutch your pearls, but yeah, not for this. I think they were just done with him. He'd outlived his purpose, I think.
And the Tucker thing's interesting because everyone has a different theory about why he was fired. No one really knows for sure, but I mean, some people are saying, it's because he said mean things about management that were leaked in the Dominion lawsuit. It's because they don't want Trump to win again. I don't know. It seems to me like the timing, I mean, I would assume because of the timing, it has to be related to the Dominion lawsuit. And they think that he's too much of a liability. I mean, if they, the 700 million payout was like far greater than their, annual budget. So they just said, he's not worth it. Get rid of him.
I think that gave them a lot of cover for whatever the real reason is. Because look, you gotta save $787 million. So yeah, it's a perfect time to cut the grass. And I think that whatever their real reason is, whether it's because of Ray Epps or they don't like the fact Tucker's not on the salami Ukraine train, whatever the reason is.
What does that mean? Salami Ukraine train.
Oh God, I'm gonna. So okay, it's whatever.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I make fun of the people who the Slava Ukraina thing. It's almost like they chant it like it's a spell, and it basically sounds like there's I
Salami
basically
Ukraine.
Salami Ukraina or slimy ukulele, whatever it is they say half the time. It's like
very funny.
Well, do you guys want to hear an Alec Baldwin joke?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it's a Ukraine joke too. You know why you can join Wagner now?
Why is that?
Because he likes shooting unarmed Ukrainian women.
Oh, she was Ukrainian, huh? I didn't know.
Yes.
I got.
Well, then obviously,
someone sent me the link to the interview that Don Lemon did. If you guys want to watch it, I haven't seen it, but people are talking about it. Unfortunately, It's Aaron Rupar.
No, I can't trust the Rupar though.
That guy.
No.
Yeah. Right.
What could he have done though? Could it be like clipped out of context? I DM'd you guys a tweet, but we have to do like the 3, 2, 1 thing.
3, 2, 1, yeah, sure.
Let me see if I got it here. Okay, I'm set. Are you guys?
I'm set.
Yep.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
With due respect, I find your explanation reductive and actually insulting, including to black Americans, to say that black people today, compared to 1964, 1865, haven't made progress in part because of the freedoms we secured. And the Second Amendment was part of what secured
hang on,
that
please.
freedom.
I cannot keep a thought if you guys are talking to me in my ear. So hang on one second.
They're telling me to shut up.
Black people, say what you said again.
Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They
That's
were
a
not
fact.
secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to
And you
happen
know how they got
after the
it?
Civil War
They got their
and
Second Amendment
Reconstruction.
rights, and they actually got the NRA played a big role in that. But today, Don,
The NRA did not play a big role
absolutely,
in
they
that.
trained black Americans how to use firearms.
That's a lie. That's not. The
It's
NRA did not play a big role in
This
that.
is just historical fact.
It's
But
not
Don,
a historical fact.
the part that I
Just
find
because you say it's historical
the
fact,
part that
it's
I
not a
find
historical
insulting
fact.
is when you say today black Americans don't have those rights after we have
The
gone
fact
through
that I find
civil rights
insulting
revolution
is
in this
that
country.
You are sitting here telling an African American about the rights and what you find insulting about the way I live, the skin I live in every day.
Here's where you and I
know
have a
the
different
freedoms
point
that
of view.
black and white that black people don't have in this country,
Here-
and that black
Race
people
card.
do have.
Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate
I'm not saying you
without
shouldn't
me
express your
regarding
views,
you as a
but I think
black
it's
man,
insulting that
but
you're
me
sitting
regarding you
here,
as a fellow citizen.
that you're
That's what I
sitting
think we should
here,
say.
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me.
Whatever ethnicity I'm, I'll
what
tell
it's
you.
like
Okay,
to be
I didn't
black.
hear that
Whatever
part.
ethnicity I am, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an
Oof,
Indian American. I'm
that's
proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white doesn't matter.
I think we should have this
on
debate.
the content of the
If you're going
ideas.
to do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a
I
fair
think-
way.
Oh
And what
my
you're doing is
God,
not
he
an
calls him
honest way.
dishonest.
Okay,
With-
we appreciate you coming on.
With
Thank
due
you for
respect,
that.
Don, I look forward to
Thank you very
continuing
much.
that
I appreciate
conversation.
it. We'll
Thank
continue
you.
the conversation.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you, Papa.
We'll talk
Okay,
about China
that's what we'll
Yes,
talk
it does
next
about China.
time you come back.
Oh,
I didn't
thank
hear
you.
that
Much to
part.
say on declaring independence from China.
Okay.
Something you
I
can
don't
add.
think that's
Thank
enough.
you.
Thank you.
I like that they did the
Thank you.
oh, we just like fought
with
each
due
other,
respect-
good game handshake, like the little league kids handshake after they.
Yeah.
Whatever race you are.
That was Well, yeah, you didn't get fired for
What?
that, but that's not a good comment. obviously.
What?
No.
Well,
What?
No.
So Don playing the race card, obviously, really stupid. And Vivek is completely correct to say, people should be able to discuss these issues regardless of their skin color. And Don kind of gives the BS deflection. Well, I'm not saying you can't discuss it. I'm just saying to shut up, you're wrong, right? But that being said, I think Vivek's original point is wrong and weird, which is that, or at least the point in the clip, I think it seemed like there was a previous point maybe I agreed with, but I don't think that black people having the right to own a firearm is what got them their civil rights in the 60s. I don't buy that argument.
Yeah, I don't know much about the history of that.
No, but I mean, there is, yes, I mean, being, carrying a strap does improve your odds of not being oppressed if you're a minority. I mean,
Of course,
that
right,
part's
generally,
true.
sure.
But yes, it wasn't. I mean, when you did see things like the Black Panthers, when they famously went to the California State House, open carrying firearms, that didn't help things. All that did
No.
was scare all the white guys aside, including Ronald Reagan, and say, okay, nobody's allowed to open carry guns anymore in California.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but no, I do think at times though, yes, it was harder for the Klan to come roll up on your door if you were willing to turn their head into a canoe.
Of
But that was,
course, yeah,
but
of course.
yes, I think though with Vivek, he's really beating like the Second Amendment drum, but he just seems like another swamp guy to me. Like it's just like
Swamp
another
guy?
like establishment. Like he's just like who the hell are you? Where'd you come from? You're just trying to say like, oh, I like guns, yay, and people are like, they clap like seals. I mean,
Why do you
show
think
me
he's
how
an
base.
establishment show.
Yeah, like show me how base you are. Like I want grenade launchers and vending machines. Like show me like
No,
that's based. Okay, not saying
that's
like
a
I like
terrible
this.
idea. Oh no.
Oh,
Grenade launchers. What
Yeah.
about homemade or private-owned nuclear weapons? Is that a good
I mean, if it the cost and the ability to own one, I think, is extremely prohibitive. But
of course.
yes, let's get to that point.
So only George
I have-
Soros
I have an
and Bill
RPG
Gates
sitting
and
behind
Elon
me.
Musk would have like their own nukes. I don't know if that's a better solution.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I have a rocket launcher sitting behind me, so
Oh, you do? Wow, look at
yeah.
that.
So yeah, I'm not afraid of people owning stuff.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
But yes, I should be able to sit in my backyard and look at my poppies grow while I have a Chinese cruise missile sitting there protecting them.
Are you an anarcho-capitalist? Because I know you snipe at me on Twitter quite often, but I don't know.
No. I'm not an ANCAP. It all sounds good, but you do. I'm not going to say my roads, but you do need some level of government, and I don't trust private law enforcement. I don't trust the government to do it very well, and I don't trust people to do it better when it's for profit.
Right.
And if you get to ANCAP too far, you get to Blade Runner and the Tyrell Corporation. So that's not a good life either.
Yeah, definitely. There needs to be some power with society and some power with the state, and those two powers need to balance each other out.
Yes.
I think we were arguing on Twitter about taxes or something, and I had said something to the effect of, at some level, taxation is theft. But I think you diminish your position when you say all taxes are theft because of the roads type argument.
Well, I mean, it's
It's fun
at
to
the end of the
say.
day, if I don't, well, I'm just saying it's theft in the sense of if I don't pay my taxes, what happens? Well, somebody comes and handles business on behalf of the government. So
Right.
nobody's voluntarily paying taxes, and I think it's fair to say that.
Well, you are at some. If you subscribe to the we need some level of government, then you are willfully paying your taxes, even if it is.
But I think it's, and I
Look,
think that's fair. But I think
you-
it's the
if you-
amount of what you want to say there.
If you make a business contract with somebody and you renege on the contract, somebody's going to come and you're going to have to handle your business the same way.
Yes, but it's, if I don't owe you, like you can repossess what I've sold you,
Sure.
or what I bought from you. Sure.
Well, it depends upon the level. Obviously, like Bernie Madoff is in jail, right?
Well, yes, but you do run into, Bernie Madoff's a whole other story.
Well, I'm just saying, if you agree to do
Yes.
something and you commit fraud at some egregious level, sooner or later, you're going to be incarcerated.
Yes,
So-
yes, but I think at that point you're committing a crime at that point. I think that's a little different than
Sure. Well,
agreeing to pay the tax.
that's my point. At some level, taxes are a crime. Like if you're talking 50%, 60%, I mean, if you're talking 30%, we're getting in crime territory. I feel.
Well, can you say that again? Sorry, I
That's okay.
Yeah.
Sitch, you want to move on to something else? Or?
yeah. Well,
Well, so wait, I mean, are you saying that you think you were not saying that you don't think all taxes?
I'm
are
ready to
theft,
let
right?
you out. Let the record show. I'm ready to let
No.
you off the hook, Sean. Sitch is like,
no, no, and that's fine. Like I don't think it's all. And what we
Okay.
were talking about
That's just making
was
sure. Right.
no. I was trying to read back through what we were talking about where you started messaging me, but that was back to the monetary theory stuff too. So that's a whole nother.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
For
remember.
Adam was on the MMT train.
I don't remember. Look, I don't remember having any conversation about monetary theory.
Well, because it was about the end the Fed experiment, and that's like we did that with the bank wars. You were talking about that a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't recall. It was very. It was
I
very.
got the receipts. Sir.
Don't drop our DMs. That's really annoying. But everything was cordial, obviously, and we like arguing about stuff.
Sure.
If you listen to the show, you know that. So, and I hate arguing the tax argument because I don't want to be some statist bootlicker. Obviously,
Sure.
Like, I think the taxes are too damn high now. I just feel like when you come out in negotiation, there's this thing. And, Trump was famous for this, right? You set a high initial offer to kind of put your stake in the ground, knowing that you're not going to get everything that you want, but
Daily wire contracts.
you want to get the most that you possibly can, right?
Yes.
But that
Big ask.
the big ask, right? The psychology of that only works if the big ask is within the realm of possibility. So if I come out and my big ask is like $5 trillion, which is like, okay, well, we're not even having a conversation here. It has the opposite effect. Like it makes people not want to negotiate with you. And I feel like when people come out and say taxation is theft, that's the equivalent of the ridiculous ass that you can't even, you're like, everyone's like, okay, move aside. We're not having an honest conversation here. You're a fucking retard. And I would like to have a conversation about how 30% taxes is theft. But you can't have that conversation with these people that are like, no, 1% tax is theft. You're like, move along, buddy. Here, I hope taxes for you, I hope are 90%. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair because yes, it doesn't help that ANCAPs are pretty much on the insufferable. Like,
Yeah,
yes, it's got to be 100.
insufferable
The insufferable train there. Yes, it's got to be 100%. I mean, I have my own problems with the way the modern day libertarians style themselves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I still think that the modern libertarians would scream like at Rothbard and Milton Friedman and chase them out, screaming that they're fascist because it's gone a long way from those guys.
Yes.
But Yes, it's easy just to say all taxation's theft because it's the cool position, but also you're never going to get there. So it's like people saying they want to cut the government by like 50%. I'm like, if we cut the government by 10%, that would be something.
Yeah, totally.
That alone would change everything. So, but yeah, I agree with you. Yes, if you could reduce taxes by like 40%, or that would be enough. But yes,
oh my God, that would be amazing.
But it's the people. I mean, on both sides of it, the ideological purity of it, that you don't want to be seen as compromising that position, because that's not what the OGs believe.
Right. Yeah.
I think
The principal
whole
position, not the pragmatic. Go ahead, Sitch.
exactly. Well, exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say the whole taxation is theft argument. It's a philosophical, moral claim that I agree with you is not taking into account reality. And I think it's essentially self-sabotaging because, as you said, no one will take this seriously. And I don't think anyone should take it seriously because obviously we have to live in some kind of society where we have some kind of government that there's going to be some kind of taxing to some extent. So.
Yeah, I'm going to send Ethan the link. We can keep talking or whatever. And obviously, you're welcome to stick around as long as we stream, Sean. So I just, I didn't know what Ethan had to, if Ethan had anything to say about Alec Baldwin.
Or tax policy.
Yeah.
Well, I think Ethan might, I think maybe we can move on to the trans away the gay argument next, because it'd be interesting to get their perspective. Let me send the link first. If you have any super chats to read
Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for $50. Thanks so much, Jay.
Yeah, that's
says Eris is greater than Tifa, and anyone who says otherwise is just categorically incorrect. Scarlet is hottest, though. Oh, I'm gonna have to hard disagree with you, Jay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I agree with that.
Yes, Sean, Sean. I didn't know you. Have you played the original Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, yes, I've. It's been a long time, but yes,
Of course.
Yes, but yes, it's. I mean, and that was the thing. That was like the only thing I really liked on the PlayStation series was Final Fantasy.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Tifa.
well, yes.
Who doesn't like Tifa, right? Why do you say Tifa?
Every time I say Tifa, everyone gets all triggered because it's Tifa.
Oh, so you're saying it correctly now. Okay.
Tifa, yeah.
I was just trying to say opposite of you, thinking that you were saying it incorrectly.
I know.
But it is Tifa. Tifa is better anyway. Tifa,
well, I mean, listen. She's hotter, and I guess that's all that matters for us guys, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
For us guys and us lesbians, sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm officially queer now.
I know, yeah. So what are you doing?
Officially as a queer YouTuber.
Sean, how do you feel about these people who come out as gay as soon as they're embroiled in some sort of sexist scandal?
I mean, it's good maneuvering. It's a good shield. It draws. I mean that.
But it's dishonest.
You know what? It's a bulletproof vest and people are shooting at you. I mean, it works.
No one believes Vosh is gay, okay? No one believes it.
Now listen, I'm just I'm
well,
not
it doesn't
embroiled.
I don't think he cares what type of horse he's dealing with, so.
That's a good answer.
Nice.
Listen, I haven't been accused of any sexist crimes or any sexisms, but it's nice to have this shield just ready, just in case. You never know what will happen.
Although
tomorrow, Adam could come out and say I sexually assaulted him in the DMs, so I have to be prepared.
Well, yeah. Although I do think it's getting to the point where I think we're gonna have to start seeing people. The next better upgrade to that shield, and if in the skill tree is to be non-binary and or trans going forward, is probably going to be the next, because that's kind of where things are progressing up.
Yeah, listen, I'm queer, trans, non-binary. I'm all those things. Yeah, you can't tell me otherwise. It's all self-identification. You bigot.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about transing away the gay?
I mean, if sure, we can talk about that.
So I'm sure, Sean, you've heard of this argument, right? We on the Sunday show. Oh, wait, is Ethan here? What's up, Ethan?
No, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can,
Yes.
Oh, it's
How you
so
doing?
great to be on this show. Sitch, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? How you
Oh,
doing?
big fan. I've been listening to you guys kicking utter ass. You are so bright. You're so much smarter than Adam.
Ethan,
so fun
Ethan,
listening
look
to
at
you.
this.
No, I'm
Ethan,
sorry, Adam. You're my friend, but I mean, listen, Sitch
Ethan
is a
doing me,
genius.
Ethan doing me dirty here.
Right out of the
Oh.
gate.
Fucking dirty.
Adam's like, Ethan, come on. Ethan immediately shoves the knife right in his
I know,
back. Oh my
what is
god.
what is happening
Oof.
here?
Horrible.
No, it's not right. It
Look,
isn't
we
right.
always look as I've heard you say, Ethan. You've told people, look, you're moderately intelligent, but you're no super genius. Okay.
No,
I
I have a pretty low IQ. You know, I've got to admit, you know, I know my limitations. I know when I'm in a room full of bright people, which is where I prefer to be.
That's
Which is why I'm
exactly
here.
See, that's exactly that's my take. Like, I don't need to be a super genius. Come on, you just need to be somewhat likable and know your limitations. Ethan
And have
put it-
smart friends like Sitch.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
that's what it is.
Exactly. Exactly.
Tucker
Listen,
Carlson,
Adam
my
would like
friends.
to remind you that he remembered the definition of covalent bonds, and I did not. So obviously,
Oh,
Look,
he's
I
very
I have my
intelligent.
moments. So yeah. So
Yeah.
Ethan,
yes, sir.
we did you see our debate? We did, I think we both debated organized chaos, and you debated organized chaos, didn't you? Or Dane? Which one did you debate?
Well, I debated organized chaos with Dane hiding and cowering in the background, whispering things into organized chaos's ear. Dane is a coward. I don't understand why he doesn't want to just have a nice conversation with a nice boy like me. I'm perfectly cordial. I'm a nice guy. I'm not very smart. Surely it would go swimmingly for the two of them. Now, I saw your debate with organized chaos, and I felt like I was watching two adult men beat a special needs child. It was unfortunate. It made me feel sorry for organized chaos, which is something that I was not prepared to feel.
Well, for us less intelligent people in the world, it's nice that there are people like Dane out there to make me feel like a super genius. That's for sure.
That was really fun, and you guys kept going for like 4 hours, which is amazing. That was a very lengthy debate, and by the end of it, they were sputtering curses at you, and
Yeah, I
all
pulled your move.
pretense of-
I did your move. I did the, oh, I am a sexist. It's okay. You can call me a sexist.
What's wrong with that?
And
Like,
it
look where
worked.
it's
It
coming
worked
from.
great.
Yeah. I mean, well, I liked what you said. It was like, you know, sexism is funny. Things are allowed to be funny. You know, you're allowed to sort of ingest, you know, put on a pretense of being a sexist. Somehow we got terrified to tell jokes that were naughty. I don't know when that happened, but it's got to stop. Political correctness needs to die a very quick death, and people need to just enjoy each other again. You know, I find that hanging out on YouTube and I think 2017, 2018 for me were particularly vicious years where I didn't know what was going on because I didn't understand what SJWs were. I didn't understand, you know, how it was being canceled. I didn't know what any of it was. I was used to getting along with people. But I feel like that a lot of that has died down for now. And I feel like it's been a little bit friendlier lately. And I feel a little bit more confident in saying that, in making fun of lesbians, in basically asserting the fact that, you know, only 1 out of 100 women would ever permit or tolerate Star Wars happening in their presence. I said that. I got all these politicians mad at me. I said that on Twitter. I said, you ask 100 women, you know, if they want to watch Star Wars, and 100 of them will say no. And you say, well, what if I like jam pack it full of lesbians? Is that going to make it? Then will you watch it? And they say no. But then if you ask another 100, maybe you'll find one. So that's like, I think 0.5%. No, wait, 0.5%.
Yeah, 0.5.
Thank you, Sitch.
You're welcome.
Adam was no help at all.
So
Thank you
what's
for being smart. Yes.
was that? Did I miss the punchline? So what have you been up to lately? What's going on with you? We're going to talk a little bit about this idea of transing away the gay, which I think you'll probably have some insight on, but I don't want to.
As a trans, you'll have some insight on.
I don't
Why
want
did
to
they say that?
Well, no, Sitch and I had this heated debate. So obviously, we stream for like hours. We're at hour 9, and Sitch, who's like 20 years younger than me, is like, here, let me attack Adam after he streamed for 9 hours.
What is this gaslighting revisionist history? That is not what happened. You, my good man, opened up the salvo on me for no reason. I'm just sitting here minding my own business, streaming, and you're like, Sitch is totally wrong about this thing. And I'm like, oh, here we go again.
Look, I do admit there were some underhanded jabs.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I think I might have insinuated that you were making racist arguments. So I mean, something like that.
Wow, what an SJW.
I felt bad about it afterwards. I went back and I listened and I was like, oh, well, I wasn't that bad. You know how you always remember it 10 times worse than it actually is, and you go back and listen and you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. But
right.
But I will if you want to just get into it, we can, but obviously well, I haven't talked to Ethan. I haven't talked to you in forever, so I'm curious.
We
like
used
how
to be
things
on
are going.
streams. Yeah, we were on streams all the time, Adam. Doing COMICSGATE stuff.
Well, I still watch your streams from time to time. I saw you recently. You were talking to Brittany Venti on the Jack show, I think it was. You guys had like a all-star cast going.
That was unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, she called out.
Why was it unfortunate?
She called out Alex Stein, I think, and Alex Stein and Brittany Venti were in some sort of altercation on stream or something, but
yeah, that was unpleasant. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I did pick that fight. So, but what happened was, I think Brittany Venti actually did the bidding of one of Alex Stein's internet trolls.
Yes,
and quite by surprise, like Alex got his feelings hurt, and I called Brittany a jerk for that. I said, you're a jerk for that. You should apologize to him. And it blew up into this great big thing that lasted all night. And of course, I enjoyed the hell out of it. It's wonderful.
Did it continue after that though? Because I think you were giving her a hard time, and I was thinking, oh man, you can't do that with a woman, Ethan. Look.
Well, wait, what did she do?
Well, I mean, Brittany Venti makes videos that are harshly critical of people. I would say. She makes videos that with a certain kind of strain of sarcasm that is uniquely cruel. And if she targets somebody that you don't like, it's wonderful.
Right.
But if she targets someone that you do like, or even one of her own friends, it is really, really hard to stomach. So I actually called her out on it. I said, "That's your friend. Why are you giving him a hard time? Why would you do the bidding of one of his trolls? I mean, this is a guy." See, Alex Stein is somebody who we need out there. Like, we need Alex Stein out there ripping up, the protest signs of, trans protesters.
I love Alex. He's like a hilarious comedian. We've covered some of his stuff on the show, so.
Yeah, like we don't have too many people with balls like that to just wade into like these incredibly disgusting protests and then just have a good time, just laugh and dance while you're being spit on. And he is that guy, but we need somebody to actually tell AOC that she's got a juicy Latina booty. We need that.
Yeah, we don't want to lie to AOC.
No. So wait, is that a lie though? I'm not sure if it's a lie. But we do need like that kind of a guy out there. But of course, a troll will eventually get another troll. I mean, somebody who's looking to attract his attention, get some of his shine, as it were. So
he had a guy that has basically devoted his entire YouTube channel to like destroying Alex Stein's reputation. And Brittany Venti was on a podcast with this guy, and she was going to try to play matchmaker with Alex Stein.
Fake mediator.
Yeah. With Alex Stein and his troll. Which, I mean, I'm a little sympathetic to that move, because I mean, I feel like I could do matchmaker. Some people need to bury the hatchet, but I don't know the situation with these two people.
Well,
And
if his
obviously,
entire YouTube career is designed to destroy Alex Stein, I mean, there's not gonna be no,
yeah,
hatchet bearing there, obviously, because that's his entire job.
we
That's
have.
it's not like they were friends once and
Right.
the misunderstanding happened. This is a guy who's decided he's going to torture you in order to get YouTube clout. I mean,
Right.
that's so basically trying to talk to him or be on his show or anything like that is only serving his purpose. It's not. So the whole thing was disingenuous. It was silly, and Alex isn't stupid either. So he was kind of like, I thought we were friends. Like Alex had a moment of like having feelings, having his feelings kind of exposed and laid bare. Like, I thought we were pals, and how could you do this to me?
It's a great live stream because he is upset. You can tell that he's honestly upset. And Alex Stein is a guy that doesn't really get upset. Everything's just a joke. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think people expect their friends to have their backs, and when they don't, it's like, I mean, I guess even big trolls can get their feelings hurt.
YouTube is a sort of an interesting atmosphere because I think we've all had people that we considered friends that have backstabbed us. That they're friends for a bit, and then all of a sudden they're like coming at you like you're their mortal enemy, and you're going, what happened? I mean, I was on your show, we had a good time. So
yeah, that was me and George Alexopoulos. And I wish you hadn't have deleted your live stream because I've been looking for that video forever. If you just unlisted it, send me the link.
I can do that. Yeah, totally. He came up and someone was on Twitter today saying he should come on the show. And I messaged it's obviously a mutual fan. And I said, look, I had a live stream with him and a bunch of guys attacked him. And somehow I'm the one that got blocked. Like we left, everything was on good terms, but
That's what happened to me.
yeah, since the fallout, from these other people that are not me, like that's not my attitude. I don't go after people like that. Like I try to be friends with everyone. Like someone left a great comment on one of our live streams. They said, Sitch and Adam is kind of the free port in the Civil War where everybody comes and there's like no fighting. So that's
no, fighting is allowed, but no murdering is allowed.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we like spirited debate. We like arguing with people, but I don't like it when people like even Dane and Organized Chaos. I'd like to have them back on. Like, yeah, no hard feelings. I felt like we did a better job, but I'm about self-improvement. If they want to do some actual research and come back and debate us again, let's do it. I'm game.
Do you feel like there was any point in which they stuck you?
Not really. I mean, no, we were kind of talking past each other a bit. You know how it is. And there is a little bit of bias towards the conservatives knowing what's going on around them because they live in this atmosphere where they're constantly bombarded with left-wing media. So they tend to understand left-wing arguments better than left-wingers understand right-wing arguments because all left-wingers have to do is turn off Fox News and then they never hear a right-wing argument in their lives.
Why is that true?
It's kind of funny you're making a right-wing standpoint epistemology theory argument, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but
what is that?
It's the idea that when a black person or a minority, brings forth an opinion, you're not allowed to question them as a white person. And the argument is that, well, the black person understands what it's like to live in the white person's world because white people control the culture. And so they understand that, but you don't understand their experience because you don't live in like the black world.
Right. That is
so
interesting.
it's kind of the argument you're making, but I think there is a level of truth to it, especially with conservatives in this idea. It's annoying because it's like when we're talking to Dane and OC, and even when we're talking to I'm Really Important, who I like, and I just feel like whenever I talk to or we watch a lot of this like leftist content, there's always just this assumption that they can sit there and psychologize and understand why conservatives are doing what they're doing, and they have no idea. They don't even think to ask conservatives, say like, well, why are you doing this? What is your opinion on this? What's going on here? They have no understanding of like the moral considerations of conservatives, and they just get it all wrong.
They proceed from the assumption that everybody is either stupid or evil, and so like everybody who isn't them, and I think they were indoctrinated that way by via 15 years of Jon Stewart on The Daily Show, where, you know, basically this entire generation was programmed to see conservatives brought up, you know, and kind of treated like dummies, re-edited in a funny way and made to look like monkeys, and then served up as entertainment for everybody at 8 p.m. And they got that that changed their whole world. That changed how leftists and liberals started to talk to other human beings. They all became miniature Jon Stewarts, and then eventually miniature Rachel Maddow, smirking at the world.
Right. No, I think that is a huge factor. Though obviously Bush being president didn't help, because he was always pegged as, like, you know, the dummy from the word go.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But, you know, every president, actually looking back, it's like every president has been, you know, worthy of mockery and ridicule. You know, it really is attitudinal. One of the things I remember, I think my political awakening happened in 1998 when Bill Clinton was exposed as a liar. And this is when I realized I think I'm a conservative, because I'm not these people, because he very clearly lied. And it was shocking. It was weird. It was like, you know, I think I was a Democrat at the time. You know, I felt close to liberal ideals. But then I started to notice that suddenly the meaning of the word lie changed, as if everybody had forgotten what it means to lie. To lie is to deliberately deceive, to know the truth and then to deceive, to say something different than what you know the truth to be. I think these people, liberals, were so shell-shocked by their president being called a liar credibly that suddenly they had to cover it by just muddying up what that word means, so that everybody's a liar all the time. You know, Bush lied, kids died. Bush lied to get us into a war. I'm not sure that he did. I'm not sure that Bush did lie to get us into that war. You know, all the definition of the word lie turned into just being wrong, being mistaken, having bad ideas, et cetera, et cetera. So I saw that and I just said, that's interesting. Like, these people are very strange. And I experienced this phenomenon all over. I saw this happen everywhere around me in comics. All the people around me in comics talking about lying and liars.
I hear V Radio's voice in my head when he says that. How about you, Sitch?
What do you mean?
Well, so this came up, obviously. We both remember the Iraq War, and people are comparing Ukraine to the Iraq War. And we had a guy who came onto the live stream and just, you know, categorically believed that narrative that Bush lied. Like, Bush was only in it for the money, and, you know, he was there.
It wasn't the lie. It was that we were kind of arguing that we believed the Bush administration, like, yes, even if there was some financial motivation, I don't believe the idea that they just did it because they wanted oil money, because that's not really how they behaved. You know, we kind of argue that we did believe, even though it was naive and it didn't work, that the Bush administration honestly thought that they could build some, you know, city on a hilltop, some, you know, Western style democracy in the Middle East, and it just failed spectacularly, and it wasn't all a grift. And you know, the person we were talking to really didn't agree with that or like that opinion whatsoever.
And then proceeded to become our internet troll for like 6 months afterwards.
Yes. Even though we were been kind of friendly before then, so it was weird, but.
Like, you don't believe that could possibly be true by listening to... Now, listen, Dick Cheney's a whole other story, but you don't think George W. Bush could truly believe that, like, we're fighting terror and we're going to build... We're gonna build a democracy in in one of these Middle Eastern countries that, you know, we feel we can tackle.
Of course he believed it.
Of course
he did. Yeah. Look, and it would be a different story if the Middle East turned into Europe, you know, or was showing signs of turning into Europe now. It would be a completely different game.
He'd be a hero.
Yeah, he'd be a fucking hero. Yeah. Of course he would. Yes. Yeah. So to think that, you know, money was the motivation when, I mean, he'd be one of the greatest presidents in human history if that happened, if he actually got what he wanted. So obviously.
Well, going back to, you know, the Bill Clinton lying thing, because I was just a wee lad at the time. Are you saying that, like, basically so Bill Clinton, obviously he lied about having sex with Monica Lewinsky or doing anything with her under oath. And are you saying that basically when he did that and it became obvious that he was lying, that you saw a lot of people on the left were basically kind of contorting themselves to say, well, is it technically a lie, as opposed to just, eating the truth on that, eating the L on that one?
It broke their brains. It wasn't that they were in denial about the fact that he lied, because everybody agreed that he had, but it was a Trump election type of phenomenon. It was, you really had to be there. It really broke them, because now their president was officially a liar, which is something that previously we only said about Richard Nixon. So, Bill Clinton was suddenly officially a liar. And now, how do we do that? Well, we can't rehabilitate Bill Clinton. They were talking about how, his legacy is dead. It's over. He's been shamed. Now we have to rehabilitate what the word lie means, which was what they spent the next 10 years trying to do.
Yes, it's annoying. I've noticed that, there's this weird thing that happens where someone, you see this a lot on Twitter. Someone tweets something and you can get a pretty good sense that the person understands that that tweet is bad faith, or they're being dishonest, or they're leaving out key context, and all their followers just pile on and they'll kind of just repeat this bullshit again and again and again. And it feels to me like they're completely aware that what they're repeating is not true, but that they just tell themselves, well, it's for some greater cause, or the person we're attacking is a liar, so that kind of justifies it, essentially.
Do you think they really believed Russian collusion? Do you think that was do you think anybody believed that? Do you think they truly believe insurrection? You think this stuff is...
Well, with those examples,
a lot of people believe that.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people on the left, and a lot of people on the left that I've experienced strongly to this day still believe Russia collusion, still believe in insurrection. I don't think they're lying about that.
Oh boy, it just seems silly. The Russian collusion thing and the PIS dossier and all of that stuff. I mean, at the time I was like, you have to know this isn't true. You have to know this is a lie. And you're repeating it just because it's helpful to you, you feel.
How about the Trump praised neo-Nazis? Because that's the one that just destroyed him. I couldn't watch CNN for more than 15 minutes without someone saying Trump praised neo-Nazis.
He kind of did at the end. He was just like, stand fast and stand by, or something like that.
That was way later.
The Proud Boys, yeah.
That was phenomenal. I love that.
But it's somebody was making fun of it, saying the boomers in the comments. It was a bunch of the Democrat boomers needed this Russia stuff to be real, just like trusting the plan and trusting Sessions was real for a bunch of whole nother group of boomers. I mean, it's and I saw it on Twitter for the longest time. People were calling it Blue Anon, and it's true. That's literally what it was. It was there had to be a counterbalance to that stupidity. So this is where that counterbalance came from. So, I think with a lot of people believed it, sadly.
Right. I think with the Russia stuff, I think the way that what happens is, when the story originally comes out, people will honestly believe it. They'll say, oh, first of all, they want to believe it, right? And then, so it's very easy for them to kind of buy into this narrative. But then what happens is, once more information comes out, and once it's been, the Mueller report, and it's kind of, basically proven that there was no, Trump-Russia collusion or anything like that, it kind of morphs into this willful ignorance at that point, essentially, where they kind of either, the left-wing media doesn't report on the fact that it's not true, or they just kind of close their eyes and ears to it, and they say, well, I want to believe it at this point, so I'm just going to kind of shut down and stop thinking about, the things that debunk it.
Or we move on to the next thing. It's just,
right.
Okay. Anyway, moving on to the next scandal, moving on to the next set of lives.
Yeah, but I think the Cope spiral for that one, though, the whole Russiagate thing, people had gotten Mueller time tattoos, and just that one was no, there really were people that got
painful.
Great. They deserve those.
And that one was just, there was so much invested in that one. People, you can't afford to let that one go.
Right.
I mean, there's just way too much on it now at this point.
I saw this leftist that I can't stand in comics. Mark, what's his name? I can't. He's a writer.
When you say leftist, what do you mean? Just because on the show,
SJW.
We normally think of leftist as a socialist specifically.
Oh, sometimes, well, that too.
Yeah, sometimes people say leftist and they just mean broadly someone on the left. So that's the only reason I'm asking.
You know what happened? Like
He's referring to a helicopter passenger.
Yes, communist. Well, no. I used to say SJW all the time, and the problem with it is that these people who I will say are formerly known as SJWs, now God only knows what they want to be called, but they flee from terms. I mean, they announced that they were social justice warriors back in 2010, and then their own behavior and people's mockery of them made them ashamed to be called SJWs. So they go, oh, that's so passe. Oh, you still use the word SJW to describe us. Like, what even is an SJW? What even is this? So you could say the woke if you want to, and you guys experienced the whole thing where define woke. What does woke mean? As though that's like a nebulous term that, you guys
totally
invented. It's silly. But I mean SJWs. And I saw this guy sitting there on some Collider interview. He used to write The Flash, this guy's real, like, just a piece of garbage, this guy. And he was just like, I believe we've just come out of the dark ages. We were in the dark ages, but we've come out of them when the orange tyrant lost the election in 2020. And I'm like, that was 4 years of your life. That was 4 snappy years. It's not like you're 16 years old and those 4 years last forever. We're all in our 40s and 50s. Not you guys, you fellas, but I think me and Sean are, and this other guy is.
I'm 37, but close.
Are you 37? Okay, all right, my bad. Anyway, I'm the oldest one here. So sorry, Sean. But like 4 years goes by really quick. To these guys, this was like this was a trial. This was just sort of an agonizing, extended period of time that they would call the Dark Ages.
Oh, I know.
We're still in the Dark Ages. They are the Dark Ages, these people, and it's lasted quite a lot longer than that. I feel like it's been the past 20, 25 years.
Are you tortured by Biden being president as much as they were tortured by Trump being president? Because I feel like I'm not remotely in that situation.
I'm scared, but I'm not tortured by it. I don't care that he's president. It's a shame. I think we made a terrible choice, but he's president because they were so incredibly terrified of Trump.
Yeah.
Biden didn't win. Trump lost. It's like that's how that worked out. Biden couldn't get elected. If anybody else were running against him, people were terrified, and they've been driven crazy by the media of Trump. And so this guy, they pulled every advantage. They pulled every trick out of the hat. They used COVID. They changed voting laws. They practiced ballot harvesting in important districts in order to remove Trump, because another 4 years, we can't take it. Biden being president now, I feel like I'm old enough to recognize that these are transitory officials. What I'm afraid of is the overall mood of the country right now, which seems fractured and unstable like nothing I've ever experienced before. And maybe it always was this way, and maybe it's just the internet that's made us more aware of each other. But I really hate it. I hate the fact that we all hate each other. I hate that more than anything. I hate the fact that families are being divided, friendships are being lost. People seem to have very overt agendas that are radical. I really I despise all of that. I think that's revolting. The way that this country is fractured in just the past 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I think so. I
don't think Biden's the cause. He's just there. He's like I don't think he has any power. I don't think he has any vision. He's just basically a corpse in a suit. It's the people behind him. That's the media.
It's definitely like in your face. And I think a lot of it is just like you said, because of social media. Like we see all these insane, leftist communists online where, 30 years ago, I mean, we'd hear stories about one at a party, but we wouldn't see him in our faces every single day and posting and whatnot. A lot of times I see these crazy things on the internet and I wonder if it's like, is this real? I just saw there was a TikTok or something of a woman who took her kids to the dentist and she got in some sort of disagreement with the woman.
Non-binary thing.
Yeah, because she got in some disagreement with one of the people that worked there because she was like, "Oh, you can't call me mom because I'm a parent, like I'm a non-binary person." And I'm thinking, like, these people have got to know, like, if they just aim their phone at them and say something incendiary like that, it's going to get a bunch of views, a bunch of attention. And that's kind of a kick. I mean, I remember when I first started playing around on the internet, and it is a kick to make something that gets a bunch of attention and gets a bunch of eyes on you. So if you don't have, like, I don't like to be dishonest with people. I just feel like sooner or later it comes back to bite you. And but I don't think that ethic many people have. I think they think, oh, it's the internet. Nobody's going to find me out. Let me just make up something about being non-binary at the dentist, and I'll get a bunch of attention on me. So I wonder how much of it is that.
Do you think people need attention? You think people are ignoring each other? People are not getting enough attention? I mean, what exactly is it that has changed? Or is it just that getting attention is easier now than it ever was before? Like, you'd have to be special to get on television.
Yeah,
you'd have
totally.
to get on the Ed Sullivan Show. You'd have to get on Johnny Carson to get attention. You'd have to be a special person. Now you just need to be a weirdo, and you need to post it to the internet.
I think everybody, like everyone at some level, has a desire to be famous. I remember one time I was listening to Scott Adams, and Scott Adams asked, like, a lot of famous people will say, "Oh, I always knew I'd be famous, and I'm big brain intellectual here, knew that I would be famous." And I just think, well, I mean, everyone thinks they'll be famous. So sooner or later, some of those people do become famous, and they end up in the situation that you're in. But a lot of people think they'll be famous and never get famous. So Scott Adams was asking the chat, how many of you believe that? And like the chat is just all, yeah, I thought I'd be famous. Like every single person in the chat was like, and he was just astounded by that. And I thought, oh man, this guy's in a total bubble. But I think everybody does have a desire to be famous, and the internet kind of makes that possible. They think, oh, I could be famous for something. I could be the person that said, I'm non-binary, don't call me mom at the dentist. That could be my claim to fame. So I feel like people are pulling that a little bit. And I mean, I'm an optimistic person by nature, so I don't necessarily let it get me down. I know a lot of people do, so I don't like to disparage those people. But Ethan, I think we're going to be okay. Okay.
Do you? Thanks. I feel better now, because I'm not so sure. I don't know how this changes. I think it gets worse. Mm-hmm. I'm an optimist about a lot of things. I'm an optimist about, COMICSGATE and independent comics and creativity and, my potential and the potential of my friends. But when it comes to the rest of society, fuck them. I think these people are nuts. I can't believe, the thing about the internet is it really does bring you close and to the strangest people on the face of the earth. I think it encourages mental illness, and then it puts mental illness in your face 24/7. And that's got to have some kind of a dispiriting effect on you, Adam. Stop smiling. This has got to.
No, I love it.
This has got to hurt you somehow.
Our whole show is like making fun of cringe on the internet, Ethan. Like it's all just content. It's in an insane world. I mean, it helps that we're all sane here. This is the thing. That's our advantage.
That Bud Light put Dylan Mulvaney in a bathtub, drinking beers. Like Dylan Mulvaney is. Yeah, you see how weird everything is? This is weird.
Dylan, first of all, I'm not convinced Dylan Mulvaney's trans. Okay, I know that might be transphobia or whatever, but
Dylan Mulvaney is carrying around tampons, Adam, to try to make sure in case she has her period.
Look, if you're putting tampons in your butt, you need to see a therapist. Okay, like that.
Maybe she's got hemorrhoids. You don't know. Listen,
I don't think tampons work for hemorrhoids. Look, we've done no coverage of the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light thing. I do secretly hope Bud Light goes out of business forever, just because they've been selling piss water for so long that I think
you don't care about the ad. You just care about their beer tasting like crap.
I think it's funny to me, and also it's just the Schadenfreude, because all of the cancel culture has been aimed at people on the right, and if the right actually gets a win on this one, I feel like it's karma. It's deserved.
I'm glad you brought that up because I want to ask everyone here a question. Because I put out a tweet that most people agree with, but some people are angry about. Just a small minority of people don't agree. And so essentially what I said was, it seems like, you had the Bud Light comes out. They had Dylan Mulvaney in the ad. And all, the conservatives get very mad about it, start boycotting it. And I think that's all fine. And I'm glad. I think, you want to disincentivize corporations from going woke, and this is a good way to do it. And so Budweiser basically, or Bud, or Anheuser-Busch, or whatever they are, essentially, they stopped the Dylan Mulvaney thing. They put that lady, the VP of advertising, on a
paid vacation,
suspension, or a vacation, or whatever you want to call it. And then
fired.
they were fired. And then they kind of released a statement that's kind of like, hinting that, well, we're going to try to go back to being, conservative again. And then they released this commercial, which I don't know if you saw. It's, it's so over the top that it's kind of obviously, conservative bait, and it's a little cringy, but at least the point of the commercial is supposed to be like, we're a good old American beer company. We care about, the flyover states, and we're conservative again, and all this stuff. And I look at that and I'm like, well, to me, that's a good sign because it shows, hey, the outrage against Dylan Mulvaney worked. Apparently. I mean, they've gone in the completely opposite direction. And in my mind, strategically, it would be a good idea for conservatives to be applauding this because it shows that they basically had power to get, Bud to change its decision to go back, to throw wokeness under the bus. But I see a lot of conservatives that are like, no, this is not enough. Until they have an advertisement where they, have Matt Walsh come on and say the transes aren't real, then I'm not going to, I'm not going to allow Budweiser to skate. And I just think this is the complete wrong attitude because, you need a carrot and stick approach. If you're just going to beat people over the head with a stick, I mean, you're not really incentivizing them to come over to your team.
Well, I mean, I hear you, and the sympathetic side of me agrees with you, but the part that recognizes the infection that's taken hold of that company, which I saw in DC Comics, is forcing myself to be cruel. And to have no pity or sympathy, and to demand humiliation, to demand this company fall to their knees. And what's interesting is that it's I want all of these people fired from Bud Light, top down. The guy who, all of them, like she's gone. Okay, Alyssa is gone. The person who hired Alyssa is gone. But then a photo emerged with a bunch of co-eds who Alyssa hired, who were all sitting there holding Bud Light cans.
The milkshake crew.
They're the milkshake crew. Right. So these are all Alyssa's friends who all agree with her that the future is female and trans, and they need to go too. And then once all of those people are gone, then I want a sniveling apology from Bud Light, because it's not just that they're promoting transgender issues, because that is evil. That in and of itself is the wrong message. The fact that they use Dylan Mulvaney, who acts like a 6-year-old child, who was drinking beers and all this stuff, this is evil. That is pure evil. The main problem is that, very much like DC Comics and Marvel Comics, the first thing they did was insult their customers. The first thing that Bud Light did was they came out and said, our current drinkers, people who buy our beer, they're a little bit frattish. They're a little bit, we need a new audience. We're looking for, this is all familiar. This is something that I've seen happen over and over and over again. I saw it happen in comics. I'm watching it happen in Star Wars. I'm watching it happen in entertainment. And now it's happening in places like Bud Light. And the thing about it is that it's extremely frustrating for conservatives to watch this happen in places where we complain and nothing happens, because ultimately we just don't have a lot of leeway. We don't have a lot of pull. We tried to say, look, we're your customers at Marvel Comics. We're at DC Comics. We're the ones who, please stop doing this. Please stop going woke. Please stop insulting us. Please stop hiring people that hate us. And we're the guys who buy your books, and they don't listen. They don't care. The difference is that Bud Light depends on people Not like us.
Not thinking about what they're buying. That's what they depend on.
They depend on blue-collar Americans who work hard all day and don't have a lot of extra money but want to get drunk and smack their wives, okay?
Right.
After a long, hard day of work.
There you go.
That's their customer base. These are guys, basically Kid Rock. That's their customer base. Kid Rock if he had no money and wasn't famous.
Mm-hmm.
And how dare you insult these people? They've kept your company afloat and made your beer brand the biggest, with all your Spuds McKenzie, all your women in bikinis with American flags all over them, all your Soaring Eagles,
those were the
men
days.
in pickup trucks, all of the great stuff, the great ad campaigns of even Budweiser, the Frogs, all of those great ad campaigns. And now you circle around and you hire a bunch of dim-witted bubbleheads who hate people like that, can never relate to them, and never want to even try to relate to them. Mm-hmm. You hire them, and the first thing they do is come out and insult them.
Yeah,
they get some twink in a dress and makeup and a wig to drink in a mocking fashion the beer that these people drink because it's all they can afford, and then to tell them to fuck off. This company needs to be punished in a way that we have not been able to, because we haven't had the power, we haven't had the strength, we haven't had the organization to punish any other company, because they don't need other companies like Lucasfilm don't need us. Bud Light does need conservatives, and conservatives do need to push back as hard as we can and grind this company's face into the dirt so that we can show and set an example. I'm not in a forgiving mood with them because they're it's not just Bud Light. They're a symbol of an infection that's happening all over every single aspect of society right now, from education to entertainment to the things that we feed our children, to children's entertainment. And I want to squish their faces into the mud. And I don't think we should ever let up or be merciful. This company needs to grovel to us in public.
Yeah, this is like the art of war. Like, you have to make an example.
Yeah,
you have to make an example of them. Like, they need to see some heads roll so that other companies go, Bud Light no longer exists. We don't want to be in this situation, right?
Well, it's not that I don't think Bud Light would no longer exist, but yes, they've only sustained a little bit of a pain. I think there needs to be, it doesn't need to be like Hellraiser levels where.
Well, I mean, there could be
legendary.
No more Bud Light. Like, let's let Bud Light no longer.
Well,
exist.
You just hate Bud Light already, so you're kind of a bias.
Well, no,
they make Stella Artois, which is what I drink. That's the beer of my beer of choice, and I've moved on to Yingling. Yeah. I'm not going to drink Stella anymore because of this.
I'm saying that if a brand goes completely under, no longer exists, that's going to send far bigger a message than if they come out and grovel and everyone starts drinking Bud Light again. Because then that's going to tell people in the future, well, it'll be tough, but we'll make it through. Like, if people think, okay, those people died, they're going to think twice before they do stupid shit like this.
Yeah, and I don't know if it needs to get to the point where they die, but they need to get severely beaten and like, there needs to be a lot of. The example must be made, and I'm really disappointed Ethan neglected to mention the WhatsApp campaign.
Oh yes, yes.
I mean, the king of commercials.
They are for middle. It's middle America's beer. That's what it is. And I don't drink it, but calling it piss water is. I listen. We're beer snobs, I guess. But I mean,
a little bit,
dismissing these people who drink it all the time is the great mistake that the Democrats made in 2016. That is the Rust Belt. Those are hardworking Americans who don't have a lot of money. They can't spend this kind of money on, special, incredible, awesome beers.
Bud Light is like, that's expensive. We're like, you got to get your Pabst Blue Ribbon or your Natural Light. What are you talking about?
Well, hey, Natty Light's made by Anheuser-Busch.
Look, you got you got the Cadillac
Bud Light is
of
not
beers
expensive.
Here. You've got champagne taste if you're drinking Bud Light in my town. Okay.
Okay. Well, good. You're
I remember
the guy that we're respecting right now.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Back in my day, you could buy a case of Natty Light for $10.
I do remember that. I remember buying a case of Natty Light.
Those are my college days. Yeah.
But
think,
Bud Light is such an American brand too.
It is.
Even the can is red, white, and well,
Totally.
the can's blue and
Budweiser.
white, but Budweiser, red, white,
Yeah.
and blue. That's an American brand.
My dad drank Budweiser all day, every day. So, yeah.
I think that you hit the emotional argument on the head very well, Ethan, in terms of how people feel about this. How when Marvel and DC kind of go woke, when the video game industry, in some respect, Gamergate kind of went woke, when all these industries go woke, and people complain about it, and basically they just ignore, the fan base. Same thing. This is very, Star Wars. They're like, fuck off. We don't give a shit about the original fans, and it kind of makes a lot of people kind of sink deeper and deeper into sort of this like anger and hostility towards brands and industries, altogether. And then you have, Bud come along and they kind of do what they do. And there is a big enough, backlash against them because it affects, it's not just the nerds, it's a bunch of normies, go out there and say they're not going to drink, Bud Light anymore. And they respond. But to me, it feels like essentially this is sort of like a displaced anger. Like, I don't think
What's
that
wrong with that?
strategically.
What's wrong with that? I mean, first of all,
the
anger's much
right?
bigger. The anger's much bigger, right? We're angry at how everything is going woke and how these creeps seem to be targeting our children at every turn, and these creeps are finding their way into. All right, so we don't have power. We don't seem to have the power to attack the entire world, but we do have the power to attack this one organization and make them suffer for what is going on everywhere else.
Right. But why do we have the power to attack this one organization?
Because conservatives drink Budweiser.
Right.
Yes.
So they're a natural ally on your side. And in my opinion,
That's
the goal,
even worse.
we're kind of if we conceptualize this as kind of like a war, it's a war of coalition building. The conservatives can't just win by complaining and then tearing down potential allies. They win by getting allies on their side.
Our ally is betraying us.
Yeah, Sitch. This is like they're our ally,
worse.
but they're like our ally, Sitch, but they just J-damned a school full of kids. It's like there's got to be a little bit of punishment for what they've done.
No, I'm not saying there shouldn't be punishment. What I'm saying is you have to incentivize businesses to do the things you want them to do. Because at the end of the day, there are a bunch of these, woke ass people in, these boardrooms that have woke opinions. But at the end of the day, these businesses are controlled by money and they will make financial decisions. And if you kind of have a situation where a company goes woke and the conservatives complain and the company, addresses that and they reverse course. They say, okay, we're not going to be woke anymore. And then that company fails. That's a signal to the businesses to say, well, why the fuck should we even try to not be woke? The conservatives aren't going to help us if we, change back. Like, it's already too late. It's already too late. Almost all these companies are already woke. It's already too late to try to get them to not go woke. So there needs to be, in my mind, a path strategically, on a strategic level, there needs to be a path of redemption available to woke companies if the goal is to get wokeness out of these industries.
I think that, an actual apology would be key to that. And I think that's what conservatives have signaled to Anheuser-Busch over and over and over again. No half measures here. I understand that Alyssa is gone. I know she's been fired, even though a leave of absence. Yeah, okay, sure.
They're going to let her back. She's going to sneak back in.
No, they're not. No, they're not, dude. No, she cost the company billions of dollars. They're not letting her back in. And if they do,
maybe she's fucking her boss. You don't know. Or maybe that's why they got rid of the boss. They're like, oh shit.
You got rid of him too. Yeah.
I don't know. Why didn't they just come out and say that? It would have been so much better when they said,
she was fucking the boss. That's why this campaign happened.
Not that. Why did they call it a leave of absence? That's just so schmarmy. That just says she's coming back
because
as soon as this blows over. They should have said, look, we fired her.
They can't afford to say that because then they piss off the left. Right. And they're actually worried about the optics there.
That's a good point, Sean.
Well, so what do you like? What would the apology look like Exactly. Like, what are they
Like,
supposed to say?
They
you
need
know, like
Dylan Mulvaney on their knee.
they need to eject Dylan Mulvaney into the sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Well,
but like,
I'm just saying they basically need to do the equivalent of that. Like, look, we really fucked this up. We should have been doing this. Our job's to sell beer, not to sell some gay guy wearing a woman's skin suit. Like, our job's to sell beer. You drink beer. They have the formula down, but they don't. I mean, you get Kid Rock. You do like you go back to that. You don't have to like to try to churn out this canned commercial they already had going where it's like, in America we rely on each other and
totally.
together. It's like that
Stop it. Yeah,
no.
just apologize. I don't even know what it would sound like, Adam, but we'll know it. We'll recognize it as an apology when the apology happens.
Just saying we're sorry, we really fucked up with that alone.
Well, I feel like this is a far more complicated situation because they can't just come out and say, we're sorry that we had a trans / maybe gay person in drag, on an ad. Like, they can't just say that because then it's like, well, what's wrong with having a trans or gay person?
We insulted our audience.
Yes.
We insulted you. Our ad campaign suggested that you, our loyal customers, were not important to us. And we want to make it clear to you that we took a bad misstep. And you are important to us. You are the heart and soul of our business. And we humbly apologize for the insult that we paid to you through this misguided ad campaign.
The podcast follow-up, I think, was even worse from the VP. Like, I wonder if this would have gone as far as it has if it wasn't for that podcast where she basically just denigrated
I'm surprised
the drinkers.
I'm surprised when whatever they did with her, they didn't tell her, like, you have to keep your trap shut.
Yeah.
Like, which...
Well, when she said all that stuff, she didn't realize she was in trouble yet.
No,
I mean,
it happened 2 weeks.
right.
It happened 2 weeks before the Dylan thing.
I
happened.
thought I thought she's given an interview since then, but okay.
No. She's kept her trap shut since then. Obviously.
No, but like
that's probably why she's on paid leave. They're like, we got to keep this lady from talking. She's going to kill us.
I think they could say sort of the whole, we should have listened. We need to listen to our customer base, and we definitely messed up and all that stuff.
They should say there are two genders. Men in wigs are not women. They are men in wigs.
They cannot say that.
They're going to kiss their whole non-binary audience goodbye, Ethan.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, right?
For that half a case of beer every year.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. That's not the. If they come out and say like, the Dylan Mulvaney is a man in a dress and trans in the kids, and they literally can't say that. They'll get annihilated by the mainstream.
Who?
Of course they would.
By the mainstream.
Look, if they're going to go under
like
anyway, they should at least try it just to see what happens.
That'd be hilarious.
Go for the high score. Yeah, piss everyone off.
I mean, I know it's a different situation, but we even saw, with Twitter, how much power these people have where they can just force all these other companies to basically blackball you and destroy you. If Bud came out with some statement that was very, perceived as anti-trans or anti-gay, it's like, Joe Biden's gonna be like, the government's gonna make sure that we're, cracking down on Budweiser. It's gonna be like this whole massive shitstorm for them, and it just, to me, it doesn't seem feasible or realistic that they would do something that extreme. I think they can apologize without, coming out against trans.
They just had a twink.
Ethan, we have
I mean, what do you mean they can't do something that extreme? They've done something that extreme.
Ethan, I think our positions are very divergent here, so I just want to make that clear. Like, I accept that there are trans people in the world, and I think there are some very nice trans people. They suffer from a thing called gender dysphoria, and in order to get over it, they transition into the opposite sex from when they are. When I'm talking smack about Dylan Mulvaney, it's because I'm skeptical that they actually are transgender or that they have gender dysphoria. The talk that we had about everyone wanting to be famous, I think fits the Dylan Mulvaney case just a little too accurately here. It seems like someone wanted attention, and in our modern era, this is the way to get attention. So I feel like there's a little grifter thing that I'm more offended by than the trans thing. So
I'm offended by the campaign to constantly, promote gender dysphoria,
Right. But
as
if
though
Blair White came out, look,
transitioning
if
were
Blair,
the solution to problems, with children who are tomboys, who have a little bit of confusion in their younger years. We're seeing like the craziest reactions from parents who seem to actually be hoping their kids are trans. The idea that there are trans kids that need to be protected. The idea that there are children who could choose to be, or let you know that they are transgendered children.
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm
Is
not in favor of
dangerous.
kids. Look, I'm not in favor of
And
kids
that's what this is all
transitioning.
about.
I
That's
think
what it
there,
seems to be.
I think there could be a social contagion aspect. So I completely agree with you on those terms. But I think like if Bud Light did a campaign, well, I don't know how that would go. Like if it was Blair White instead of Dylan Mulvaney. Like, I'm really curious how that would play out because Blair White is like an outspoken conservative. She looks like a conventionally attractive woman. She doesn't look like a guy in a dress with, I mean, Dylan Mulvaney, I mean, he must shave like 3 times a day. I just like, Blair White would be an interesting,
What does transgenderism have to do with drinking beer?
nothing. But I'm just
And
just
why
saying,
are we even talking about it? Like, why is this something
Well,
that Bud Light
it's an interesting
read
topic.
into? Well, I mean, I know that. I'm just saying, but why are we sitting there working out the proper transgendered
There wouldn't be. It
spokesperson
would be
for
Well,
Bud
they-
Light?
right.
They have this idea. They're like, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if they sat down in the meeting and they were like, listen, we've got a huge social contagion going on. 40% of our kids today, our future Bud Light drinkers, are non-binary and trans.
No. So okay, so wait.
We
So
need to reach these people. These are the drinkers of tomorrow. How are we going to do it?
this is what happened. Okay, Bud Light, their market share, I believe, was going down. It has been going down for quite some time. I think I'm not 100%, but I think Bud Light's primary drinkers are women, I believe. And
What?
they said,
Really?
I think so. And they said, and they're sort of saying, how do we get more, young people to drink our piss
our
water Bud
swill.
Light? Yeah. How do they get more people? And they're like, well, these kids, you know what they like? They like the TikToks, right? We got to get some TikTok person to be, on our beers. Hire some new VP of advertising who knows about the TikToks. And they hire some woke VP who says, oh, all the TikTok kids, they like Dylan Mulvaney. And so that's how that comes to be. Like, I don't think they were sitting around thinking about social contagion when this, ad campaign came to pass.
My
No, that's what
narrative
we're
is
talking
funnier.
about now.
Yeah.
Right, that's what
No,
we're-
but I think you're exactly right, Stitch. I think that, or Sitch, I'm sorry. I think that's exactly how this happened was, just as you described. That's how SJWs get in.
Yes.
And then they just fill your organization with more people like them.
Yep.
So, I think that probably the execs or the higher ups are flabbergasted by all of this. They got took.
Yeah. They're caught completely unawares, but
the question is, it's like this isn't appropriate. This isn't appropriate. This agenda isn't appropriate, and I see it everywhere, and I'm sick of it. I'm just tired of it. I think Americans are tired of it, and they want to be able to put their foot down somewhere, and this is where they're going to put it down.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Well, listen, I believe in. I guess I'm a cold, heartless Vulcan here, just like trying to think of the strategy, not the feelings of the people.
Like how they're supposed to appease America. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be very hard. I think there is language that can be used that makes it all about how the customer was mistreated, insulted, neglected, because that's all true. And then if somebody wants to read between the lines and say, oh, they're saying, well, maybe we shouldn't have,
What if
Well,
they
I
paid
think-
Kid Rock to come out as trans? How about
There
that?
you go. No, I think they could say that
Yes.
the customer was wronged by the statements the VP made afterwards. I don't know if they could say that just having Dylan Mulvaney is an insult to their consumer base on its face.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, look, I don't know. I guess you're right about that. I'm not looking for them to say, we used Dylan Mulvaney and that was an insult to you.
Right. Yeah, you're saying
But
just a
Dylan
broad
Mulvaney
statement.
is
Right.
there because of the insult that was already in place by this VP of marketing. who basically said, we don't like our current customers, and we need the customers of the future. And apparently the customers of the future are all non-binary. It's very strange, man. This is the stress. I really feel like this is the stress that American people live with almost every single day. This is what's put in front of their faces in 2023 constantly. And it's terrifying because most of us, most normal Americans, have kids. We have families. We long for, we pray for our future. I want grandchildren. I want great-grandchildren, perhaps, before I die. I don't want this. I don't want these messages poisoning my kids. And I see it constantly. This idea that, like, you're feeling a little troubled, you're a little depressed, you're not sure who you are, join the club. That's every 12, 13, and 14-year-old. You grow out of it. 99.9% of people grow out of it. These people are promoting changing your gender. And subjecting yourself to a lifetime of debilitating medical procedures as an option, as the solution, as happiness to all of these problems that the kids all experience in puberty. And it's diabolical, and it has to be stopped. This is just one thing. But it's at the heart of what's going on right now, this turmoil that's going on, I think, in the hearts of the American people and perhaps in the world, that we have to witness this, that we have to put up with it. And that our own, the products that we consume, that we endorse to each other by sharing them around our dinner tables. These are part of the effort to attack our families. This is despicable. I don't know. I'm not sure how. I don't know how you apologize for that. I'm not sure how you apologize for that. But I don't think worrying about what trans people are going to think about your apology should be a factor. Should be apologizing to people that you are part of this campaign to destroy families.
Well, I mean,
Humbly.
I agree with the threats of the social contagion of trans issues. I mean, we talked about this a lot. I do think that there's going to be a massive in the near future. I think there's going to be massive amounts of people who transition as children coming out and regretting it, and that essentially transitioning is going to be viewed as like the modern day equivalent of sort of the overprescription of lobotomies and shock therapies, and just one of these things where people are just going to sit around saying, "How did we get this wrong? How do we get this wrong?" They'll be a little different because, the reason that the medical community got this so wrong is because it's become so heavily politicized that no one can really question it effectively or call out, improper things that are happening in this field. So, I mean, I agree. I completely agree with all that. I just think from a pragmatic position, I don't think a private company can take that stance until the public opinion or the medical, I'd say even until like the medical opinion really switches on the issue.
It's a lot like, the time maybe in the 1950s when it was just most of America was Christian, and imagine a company, stepping in it somehow I guess the Christians though really now are the trans activists, the transgender activists.
Right. You're saying
they're
like
the ones that have the control of the culture.
Right.
Yeah.
You're saying if in the past when America was far more Christianized,
right,
if there's a brand that came out that seemed to make some kind of had some I don't know, some famous atheist or something.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's it. Yeah.
Do their product and everyone got really mad and they kind of walked back on it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
well, but it would be like a famous Christian though. Because the Christians once had the culture in the same way that the trans.
Right, now obviously the politics have completely reversed sides here. Yeah.
Of course they have, yeah. And that's the thing. They all act like they don't have the culture, that they're persecuted, but really they do have the culture. So.
Right. Well, I mean, that's their power is generated through pretending that they are the most oppressed people in our society.
So Sean, do you have a position on like the transgender debate? I know some people don't like to talk about it.
I do. I mean, I think I had to step away for a second because I'm drinking Coors Light in this house now.
Nice.
As far as things go, Molson Coors, you want to sponsor me? You know where to find me.
Nice.
Nice.
Look him up.
But I do think yes, it's gonna be really awkward in a couple of years when, these children are gonna be standing there as, teenagers and young adults saying, "Why did you let us do this to ourselves?"
Totally.
I mean, and I hate to say it like this, but it's like we're doing some Dr. Mengele level stuff to people.
Totally.
And and it's and I hate to say it like this, but I think it's the only time, like when I have clients who have mental illness issues, I never indulge them. I don't say like, yeah, you're right, Frank. The pigeons at the park really are telling you what to do. Like, yes, they really do work for the CIA. Like, that's you never do that. You can't do that to people, and yet this is the one time where we actively encourage it, and then we sit there and say like we're astonished that it's creating all these horrible effects. That doesn't mean that people who are suffering from issues don't have humanity. They do. But this is the only one where we're like, we're going to fully enable you. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to they're going to act like this. Oh, no, nobody actually told you this was a good idea. Nobody supported this. It's going to get memory hold.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be the worst part of all for people who are dealing with this, who have regret or realize this wasn't the right option. I mean, that's the part I'm truly worried about. And I think it's going to be a lot higher than people realize. It's not just going to be some, it's going to be quite a few. Because like even you guys talk about it, most people after a couple of years have moved on or worked out whatever they're dealing with and are happy they didn't take any action at the time.
Yeah.
It used to be right in the past, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Before they gave kids puberty blockers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. So that doesn't hurt anybody. It's like, you're right. Stopping body processes, that's always a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, I would be. It's so prevalent that it would, to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess they could try to memory hole it. I don't know. It'll be interesting because I think we'll live through it. So we'll see if they. I think they'll try to memory hole it. I'm not sure it will be successful.
Well, I mean, it's like for a long time lobotomies were considered, like phrenology.
Yes, right.
They were the hip, cool things, and now
phrenology was hip and cool.
It was.
Was it?
Oh yeah, that was like you could measure people's skulls. It was, what that is, right?
Yeah, of course.
That was cutting edge technology back at the turn of the century.
Right.
And
but it wasn't really so much memory hold. It's just sort of like people were like, "How could we have allowed this to happen?"
Yeah, but
there's a political aspect to it now that I really can't see. Like MSNBC talking about it or CBS talking about it. They're going to bury these detransitioner stories. They're going to be buried.
Yeah, but I mean, we're getting to the point now where people like in the media, it's almost like George W. Bush is getting to the point where he's able to be rehabilitated because Trump was interdimensional triple Hitler.
Right.
Like, and it's George Bush who I mean, I know was getting mentioned earlier. No, I think, the fact nobody has ever been punished for what happened leading up to the Gulf War. Like, okay, some people probably actually believed it, but eventually somebody realized it was a lie. They realized it wasn't true. And then they just ran with it.
Right.
Yeah.
And, that's big kind of memory hold now because, oh my God, we almost had Hitler. Or we did have Orange Hitler, and he Cheeto dusted the land with division and strife. It's like we forget about what happened previously. It's the, and I remember, because I'm old enough, I remember when they were saying Bush was Hitler, and MoveOn.org had this commercial they made where it showed Bush talking, and it turned into Hitler at Nuremberg with that cheesy 2004 era computer graphics. And then it was, McCain was going to be Hitler, and then Romney was Hitler.
McCain was a vampire. That was I remember seeing that.
McCain was a scumbag.
Yeah,
so, I know. Look up the Keating 5, kids, if you haven't ever done that before.
Yes, sir.
But no, it's so I do think there is even politically there is a memory holing, and I think this is just gonna, it's gonna. I don't know where it goes from here. But I do. I will say, I know you guys were talking about Sunday. I don't think that was necessarily the right was crying wolf. They were saying like this is where it's gonna go, and it did end up coming here.
Well,
people
I have
were
a
like,
huge problem with that though, because there's no causal link between gay marriage and the trans social contagion.
I don't think in that aspect, but people saw, hey, the people, okay, gay marriage is fine, but everybody else along that train clearly held up their tickets like we want to go farther down the line. And there wasn't that whole idea of, you're right, we 100% agree. When those people try to stand up, we're not stopping the train at that station, yet we've stopped the train at that station. So now we have the other non-binary otherkins. And
yeah, but there's no causal link between those two things. Like, it's a completely different thing. The left it's likes to do zany, wacky things, okay? But
I agree, but I'm just saying it's not. I'm just trying to say, like, you agree. You were saying that the whole idea of there should have been this agreement. Like, look, we agree. We're not. Nobody wants that. Nobody really wants that. That's crazy talk. Okay, well, it got downplayed. There wasn't a. You're right, 100%. Those guys are degenerates. These guys are weirdos. We're not going to do any of their nonsense.
Well, you got to have the argue. Look, obviously there are people in the world that are going to want crazy shit. What stops it is you have counter arguments against it. I don't feel like there were good counter arguments against gay marriage. And when people trotted out the slippery slope, they said, listen, if we let gays get married, all of a sudden there's going to be a social contagion of kids wanting to transgender themselves. I don't see any causal connection between those two things.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, Sean's point is that essentially he's saying that the people in favor of gay marriage at the time should have distanced themselves from the radicals in the queer movement, essentially, to really draw a line in the sand and say, we're just advocating for gay marriage. We're not advocating for any of this other stuff.
To some extent, they did, didn't they?
I think they kind of did, but I mean, first of all, I agree with that completely, Sean. And I mean, that's always kind of where I hope, even today, and I talk about this, I hope today that's what movements do. But unfortunately, it's like living through what we're living through now, we can see that's not really how people act. We see that basically what happens is that, we call this the Sitch and Adam law, is that the main tactic is to point to the extremists on the other side of whoever you're fighting, and to then take the broad brush and paint everyone on that side with, that extremist label. And it seems like because of that, essentially on both the left and the right, there is this tendency to, instead of distancing and denouncing, the bad actors on their side, they just kind of try to downplay as much as possible, ignore as much as possible, just to kind of prevent that from happening. And I think it's actually counterproductive, but that's just the way people act.
The right is much better at calling out their radicals.
They are for the ethno-nationalists because they kind of have to.
Right.
But I think an example for the right would be, I'm pretty sure Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles are anti-gay marriage and want to have a theocratic country.
And no one's calling them out.
I mean, they're not going to be called out because they're useful in terms of fighting back against trans issues. So I think it's just sort of like kind of the same thing, on the left with their crazy radicals. They're viewed as basically useful tools at, getting whatever they want done.
I would agree with that to an extent, but the thing about Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles is that they don't have the ability to have the media and culture embrace and celebrate and establish them to the same extent. Now we're to the point where like Dylan Mulvaney is being,
Totally,
and I think that's where it's, they are they're generals without an army, whereas on the other hand, you have generals who have an effective army.
I think Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles do have armies. They're just significantly smaller than a lot of the woke shit have very large armies. But I think they do have influence. I definitely do think they have influence.
Oh, they definitely do have influence. I just think the scale.
Right, the scale is different. I agree, the scale is different. But and I think Michael Knowles was testing the water with his comments about, gay marriage and trying to get rid of gay marriage. And he was trying to kind of, take the temperature to see if, he can kind of push further, kind of the slippery slope kind of in the other direction that he kind of wants to go for. So.
Yeah. Well, do you want to talk about the thing that we talked about on Sunday, the trans away the gay?
That's Sean needs their opinion on this.
Well, I don't like. I've got no problem with gay people. Like, I feel like, if you're
okay. So Adam's argument.
If you're, first of all, I want to say, look, I went back and I listened to the argument that we had on Sunday, Sitch, and I realized, I listened to it obviously clearly. I hadn't been streaming for 5 or 6 hours, however long we've been streaming. So I do understand what you're saying, and I like this argument. The conservatives make this argument a lot because they feel it's an effective argument. And like as far as homosexuality goes, look, I'm not gay, okay? I like women. I'm based, okay? But if you're same-sex attracted, I don't like that's and you want to have a life or a relationship, like I think the world works on the buddy system. Like we all need someone that's got our back. So if you want to, get gay married or whatever, I have no problem with that. And I think it's wrong to say that you can't have a relationship with someone if you're same-sex attracted. You didn't pick it. I didn't pick being opposite sex attracted. I just, it happened to me and I couldn't stop thinking about girls. So if that happens with you, then knock yourself out. So I do feel that is substantively different than the trans stuff that's going on. And I think the divider for me is, what is a mental illness? Like a mental illness, I think, is something where you're hurting yourself or you're potentially hurting others. So I think that's a real clear line that we can look at. And if we look at homosexuality, like a lot of the arguments that they made against gay marriage were like, it's going to hurt society. Society's going to fall apart. They tried to make the it's going to hurt others argument. But I think ultimately those arguments failed. And really defining homosexuality as a mental illness, if nobody's hurt by it, is a tough ask. So I think that's why homosexuality became not a mental illness. But the trans activists at the same time will say, when you're talking about gender dysphoria being a mental illness and, you can't change your biological sex. I mean, you can try, you can do all these surgeries and stuff, but it's an uphill climb. And that's kind of why we define this as a mental illness, because there's a lot of downside risk and you could be potentially hurting yourself. You could be hurting your family, all this stuff. That's why we continue to define it as a mental illness. A lot of the trans activists will say, well, that's exactly what we did with homosexuality, right? We didn't define that. We originally defined that as a mental illness and then we changed it. Why can't we just do that with transgenderism? That argument, I think, is very persuasive for a lot of people. So I'm looking for an argument to defeat that argument. But a counter argument that a lot of the conservatives will make is they're saying, listen, conservatives will say, I have no problem with homosexuality, but the problem with transgenderism is you're transing away the gay. Like there's a lot of gay people out there that just would grow up to be happy gay people, not changing their bodies or anything like that. But you convince them, since they're same-sex attracted, that they're actually born in the wrong body and that they're really a biological man or a biological woman. They need to do all these surgeries and change themselves. And I find that to be a kind of a compelling argument. And I think the reason I find it to be a compelling argument is because I am pro-LGBT, obviously. So it makes the person that you're arguing against look like they're anti-LGBT because they're the ones that are wanting to hurt the LGBT people, right? But Sitch you don't necessarily buy into this argument. You think this argument is fallacious.
I don't buy into the argument that there's a large swath of people out here who would accept trans women but wouldn't accept their son being gay. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that. I think most people, that were kind of iffy about LGBT issues would probably prefer their child be gay than trans, I would guess.
And I have an article that I'll send you so you don't have to read the book. This came up because I'm reading a book, The Failure of the Tavistock Clinic or whatever in Great Britain. I guess they closed it down. They ended up transing a bunch of kids that had autism and they weren't actually transgender. So horrible situation. Mm-hmm. And in the book, they talk about, many of the therapists were just like, oh, this kid's gay, but he's mistaking the being gay for being transgender. And now he has, they would say, internalized homophobia, and that, they just want to transition. And you have a problem with that, Sitch, because there's like a hierarchy of
acceptance.
Okay.
It seems that way to me. It seems that way that there's a hierarchy of acceptance.
So I have an article that I can send you. You said you didn't want to talk about this ever again. I bring this up from time to time. And Sitch gets super mad because
No, I said I don't want to talk about it. So whenever we talk about this, and I say what I say, you go, Sitch, you're just relying on your intuition. This is all conjecture I read in a book. And I'm like, okay, but that's how you talk. You go, Sitch. Okay. So I was like, listen, Adam.
This was me being mean. I admit it.
I'm like, listen, Adam, we can talk about this, but you're gonna have to do one of two things, or both things. You know, you're gonna have to provide some logical argument that I buy about why people would prefer their child be trans than gay, which is a hard sell. And then number two, you have to provide me some kind of like data or polling information about this, because I'm not going to just believe it based on, you know, a collection of anecdotes that were in a book somewhere.
Well, just so to get you guys up to speed, what was said on the Sunday show was in this book. There's like therapists and there's their patients who are the kids, and then there's the parents. And many of the patients would come in, and the parents would have this like sense of relief. Oh my goodness, my kid is trans and not gay. Oh, if I had a gay kid, that would be the end of the world. And the therapists are just like, you probably shouldn't be saying this in front of me, right?
Well, gay is so common and trans is so cool.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think there are any trans people who aren't gay. I don't think you just kind of go, you know what? I'm heterosexual, but I'm trans. Like,
well,
isn't it like you're sort of gay and then you go, wait a second, I think I'm actually even more so. I'm trans.
This is interesting, Ethan, because so out of all the trans people, 2/3 of them are same-sex attracted to their biological sex. Yeah.
Wait.
1/3 is opposite sex attracted.
But wait, opposite of their transition or of their birth sex?
Their birth sex, their biological sex. Yeah.
So you're saying 2/3 of people that transition. So 2/3
would be
of
gay
men
if they don't transition.
Wait.
Yeah.
So 2/3 of men who transition to women are attracted still to women.
No, they're attracted to men.
Oh, okay. So 1/3 are attracted to women.
Yes. Opposite. Okay. 1/3 are an opposite sex. If 2/3, if they didn't transition, would be gay, would be a lesbian or a gay guy.
Got you.
Okay. So that's interesting to me because I, like Ethan, my gut intuition told me, oh, it's like 95%, right, or gay, because that's got to be a huge indicator. You're same-sex attracted. You're like, obviously, I'm same-sex attracted. I'm born in the wrong body. So just before we move on, because I came up with Sitch was saying, until you give me some logical reason why I would buy this argument, so I came up with a logical reason, hopefully to win Sitch over. But have you heard, Ethan, the trans away the gay argument? Have you heard this argument?
No.
Okay.
I haven't had that particular nightmare yet. But
okay. Well, I read a bunch of these.
An accurate way of
I read a bunch of these books. They're like, oh God, they're horror show books about the stuff coming down the pipe for lawsuits and whatnot is going to be off the hook. Sean, do you have an opinion on this?
I'm actually hearing your argument on this first because I wonder if it's kind of where
just tell me he's wrong.
So you've never heard the trans away the gay argument?
I have that. It's kind of like eating into it and that
running into homophobic circles. I
have heard it. It's yes that people it like you said with the Tavistock thing, you know, they were happy like, oh well, I'm glad they're not gay. It's like, but I think that only is in certain circles. I think for most people though, they really would prefer their child just to be gay instead of dealing with being trans, just because the harm issues alone.
Yeah, see, this is Sitch's argument. They're like, wait a second here. Like society is will be against you if you're gay, but not against you if you're trans.
Well, it's also just more difficult. Like if you're gay, you don't have to do anything about it.
Okay.
Yeah, like I would much rather have people not have to worry about these increased issues of self-harm, even if everything goes according to whatever care model they think they need. There's still this massive, issue that they might roadblock themselves.
So that's right. Obviously, there's a lot of issues that trans people have. So Sitch, there's a discrimination hierarchy, right? Cis, trans, gay. What is the discrimination hierarchy there?
It would be cis are the least discriminated, gays after that, and then trans.
Okay, so trans are the most discriminated against.
Well, I don't know if I use discriminate, but the most, kind of outside.
It's the oppression hierarchy.
Yeah, the most outside of the norm,
Okay, which they also say this in the book. They're like, The trans activists are like, oh, you're just gay? So boring.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so like
Right.
that's so like
It's not
20
enough
years
anymore.
so
Yeah.
like 20 years ago, man.
Right.
Call me when you're trans.
Exactly.
So that gives them a little bit of incentive to go to trans away the gay. So that's a point in my favor if you want to consider it that
Well,
way. So-
no, because your argument was that there were parents who were homophobic, essentially.
Right.
And so that's kind of the opposite argument, because those people they're so accepting of gays that it's like it's almost like a point against you to be gay. Like that's not enough.
So so you've laid out the discrimination hierarchy. So let's think of Blair White.
Okay.
Blair White, an attractive, completely passing female. I mean, you would think she was cis if you didn't know she was trans, right? Who is going to get more societal discrimination? Is it going to be an effeminate male Blair White, or is it going to be a Blair White that people just assume is cis?
You asking me this question?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think essentially the issue is, I do think Blair passes very well, and there are certain trans people that pass very well. I think it's easier for trans men generally to pass than trans women. But maybe I'm just saying that as a guy. But I don't think you can look at like the highest level of people that pass and then point to that and say, oh, compare that to the acceptance that maybe they'd have if they were gay. Because I don't think most trans people do pass at that level.
But
At least most trans women, especially.
But you do admit passing is part of the equation, right?
Sure.
I mean, that would be a big key, but that's those who truly pass. You're almost using the exceptions to argue the
rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is a logic that I think people play out in their head. They think, listen, I'm an effeminate male. I've been getting beat up on in school my entire life. Like nobody fucking likes me. If I can
I like
pass,
you.
Beat up on you if you put a dress on and a wig as you're transitioning at school. I mean, I think it's going to get you beat up more, not
look,
less.
just let's hear the argument out.
Okay.
So you experienced firsthand this discrimination, right?
Right. Okay.
If you,
I mean, I haven't because I'm a very manly man. But
if you see Blair White on the internet and you think,
Mm-hmm.
listen, I can do the Blair White, I can pass, I can be a cis passing woman, you're going to immediately experience less discrimination.
yeah, but you're suggesting that there's a person who this is the primary motivation for their transition. It's just this idea that they're going to be treated by society better. Is that that's where your argument is, right?
Yeah, this is, well, hold on a second. The whole transing away the gay argument, which is what this is about. The reason why the kids are saying, listen, trans is better for me than being a gay person is because they think if I'm a passing trans person, people will perceive me as cis and I'll just be a normal, regular person to people.
I mean, yeah, I don't buy it.
Okay,
don't
well,
buy that.
but that's the logic train that people are on. And
I understand that's
this is what's
the
happening.
argument, right.
This
That
is what's
insane, Adam. That is an insane argument.
This is what's well,
we're dealing with
Like,
people
how
who are
many-
insane, though.
yes, this is what's going on in the Tavistock gender clinic. The kids will come in and they'll be like, listen,
Can you make me into a woman so that people
stop
cannot
beating
tell
up
that
on me.
Right.
I'm like, that's insane. Like, how many trans people?
Well,
not.
passing is a giant part of the equation, and I agree. Like 90% of the people are probably going to have trouble passing. But, people are
90.
super optimistic. People are way optimistic. They're like, listen, I'm going to pass, and I'm going to be just a normal person.
No, I think the best idea, the whole idea of passing is you look on Twitter when people have when trans people have their avatar, their anime avatar. It's like, yeah, you don't look like that at all. There is
Right.
a lot of mental disconnect there. But I agree. Yes, it's that self projection of like, oh, I will pass, and you're like, not so much.
Well, if a
Here's what I
therapist
think's
came in
going
and
on.
said, it'll be, it gets better. What they used to
Yeah,
say
I know.
to the
They'll
gay
sell
people.
them a
Yeah.
bill of goods, right? But here's what I think's happening. I think there are people that have gender dysphoria, or they believe they have gender dysphoria, and they're probably also getting bullied in school, or maybe they don't have gender dysphoria, but they think they do, and they're getting bullied in school for maybe being feminine or blah 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 whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that idea of like, oh, once I transition, no one will know, and I'll stop getting bullied or whatever. I think that could be something that they tell themselves, like once they've already decided to go down that pathway, right? Like I could believe a parent who takes their child in and they say, "Oh, your child isn't gay, they're trans." I could believe a parent coping with that and saying, "Oh, thank God, I'm so glad that." Like to me, these arguments feel like copes that people give themselves basically to justify something they already want to do or feel like they have to do, not the motivating factor for doing the action.
You don't. I'm pitching that the motivating factor is to make the discrimination go away.
Right. And I'm saying, I feel like that's a secondary cope that's an argument. It's a cope argument they give themselves once they've already decided to go down this
Even
path.
if they perceive, if they perceive it's going to make it go away, even if we all say there's no way this person's going to pass, and they're going to get way more discrimination. I can understand the logic behind what they're doing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I can understand someone convincing themselves of that, something that I think is dumb, right?
But you agree, it sounds like 100% that a effeminate male is going to get more discrimination than a passing trans person that people just perceive as
only if
cis.
only if they could be in that tiny handful of people of trans women that I think do pass.
Well, they're not. They don't have to
which
wear
I
a
don't
shirt
think-
that says "I'm trans."
I understand, but listen, I'm just listen. I don't go to the local trans meetup to be like, all right, ladies, let me take some screenshots of everyone's faces and I'll put you through the filter to see how many right. I'm just judging on what I see on Twitter, which is like I know a very bad metric for things,
or the farms.
right? And I see on the media, I just feel like I feel like there's on one hand I can count the number of trans women. I'm like, okay, these
that's a completely look. You're completely sidestepping the argument though. The argument is that the person themselves,
I know, thinks that they delude themselves into
because they
thinking
have a mental illness.
Well, do you think most people could delude themselves into thinking that they're going to pass well? Why would they transition if they thought they weren't going to pass? Of course they're deluding themselves.
I agree with it. I agree with it. Right.
Okay.
I just don't think this is the primary motivation. I don't think someone's going to be willing to do that significant things to their body just off of this sort of hope that someone will not make fun of them for being an effeminate guy.
Right.
And also that doesn't really apply to this is only for guys, right? Because this wouldn't really apply to girls.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean,
girls,
are there
girls
like
passing
lots of girls getting
you're
fun
right.
of for being tomboys right now? I mean, I don't think that's
that's not really.
Well, they could be getting harassed by women for being butch. Sure.
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
Women are vicious
anymore, but I don't think that's happening.
Maybe that's why they want to transition so they can go be a mean girl.
There you go.
No, I think Sitch is right. I think that's a very powerful secondary motivator, but it's not the primary motivator.
What is the primary motivation then?
I think for them it's they just think that's.
I think there's a general sense of unhappiness that people get in school because maybe they're going through puberty or there's whatever. They don't understand why they're unhappy, and then someone comes along and says, "Well, you're unhappy because you were born the wrong gender.
You're being discriminated against because everyone thinks you're a tutti frutti."
Well, I think it's actually, even if they aren't being discriminated against, they're still just having that problem. They don't feel like they fit in. They're not comfortable with what's going on with them.
Because they hate their genitals, and they believe that they have the wrong body. They're in the wrong body. It doesn't have much to do with being gay, though, does it? I mean, being gay is like incidental to the fact that you're
if you're same-sex attracted,
a woman.
I mean, if you're same-sex attracted, I think thinking you're in the wrong body would be probably the first thing you'd think.
Why?
Why? No,
because everyone else is attracted to other people.
gay men like men.
I don't think
they're
there's
happy to be men, and they like men, and that's why, like, you know, Cecil, for example, our friend Cecil's at the gym all the time working out, so he can attract other men, and you know, he wants to look.
Cecil's not really gay, though, is he? I don't think Cecil's gay.
So. But anyway,
hold on. You don't look.
How do I know?
He's been to your house, Ethan. You didn't pull him aside and go.
I
listen.
didn't ask him.
You didn't say, "Listen, can I look down there? See if do you have the stamp that says gay on the dick?"
I need to touch it. It's hard. I know. No.
So I think it's a different phenomenon. It's not gay and trans is completely different. It's just, but I think that trans are gay. You know, I think for the most part, most of the time.
I guess Adam
only
is just
60% of them.
60%. Yeah, it's most of the time.
No, I just think they because it goes back to the idea that even people who do transition, even in the supporting environment, still have these issues. That's such an overriding thing.
Well,
they're having that internal struggle. That the external factors, even if they go away, they still have the internal struggle. I think it's that internal struggle is the primary problem.
My point in all of this is that people are making the argument against the transgender movement. And I think one of the most compelling arguments against what is going on is that you're transing away the gay, that this is literally a holocaust of future gay and lesbians. And I think that's a compelling argument that people should make. But I don't want to make an argument that is untrue. And Sitch, for the first time on Sunday, was trying to say, listen, that argument is bogus.
That wasn't
not a
wait,
true
I've always
argument.
said that. That wasn't the first time.
No, but
this conversation.
I mean, it came to a head on there, and I'm like, I want to make this argument. So you haven't convinced me that it's an untrue argument. Well, I think my argument is stronger than yours.
So I do think that it's a compelling argument in terms of that it's using basically wokeness against woke.
It's persuasion, yeah.
It's I don't think it's persuasive because it just to me seems outlandish. But if it was true, you could make some kind of woke against woke argument that maybe would be compelling or not. I'm not sure.
It's not persuasive on you, but it is persuasive on a lot of people. That's why I continue to hear it.
I don't feel like it is persuasive. I feel more like it's kind of like a ha ha ha, I'm using your tactics against you. And then people who are anti-woke will say, yes, exactly. Like it's kind of like a performance. Everyone's kind of acknowledges it on some level, even if they don't, verbalize it.
That insinuates that I'm not being sincere with you.
No, I don't think you are. I'm just saying, I think in general, like if people are quote unquote persuaded by this argument,
I am very persuaded by this argument. I just laid out my logic for why it's persuasive.
Right, but you have this idea, which I don't know where it comes from, which is that like just because someone feels uncomfortable in their body because maybe they're gay, they're gonna like have a hatred of their own genitals, which to me that doesn't track. I think if you're gay, I don't know why that would say like, I hate my genitals. It's like, well, no, you're attracted to people with that kind of genitals.
The whole idea is that it's a false positive. They don't have the I hate my genitals thing.
Oh, I see.
It's a false positive.
Okay.
That's the whole point of it.
But then but they would have to
we can move on. We don't. Sitch and I often fight like old married couples. So it's like it's very cringy. So let's just move on.
Okay.
Trans away the gay. I'm with Adam. I think he's right about that.
There you go.
That we shouldn't trans away the gay, or that we should.
No, whatever it is you're saying, I'm on your side.
Okay, good.
Sure.
Okay.
Cool.
We're starving off the trans holocaust by having the trans genocide by having gay genocide.
Yes.
We got to make choices, Adam.
So let's move on to another topic. We need a palate cleanser here, obviously, talking about the trans stuff for too long. Although it is nice, I feel like, now that Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, we can actually have these conversations. Because I think they are interesting, even though, it's even now, I guess they yeeted Matt Walsh from YouTube. So I don't even know, having these conversations may actually be dangerous again, which is...
They demonetized them. This is all, it's diabolical that you're not allowed to talk about this. I appreciate that on Twitter you're allowed to dead name and misgender.
Right.
Because I really miss doing that. So I'm glad that I'm allowed to do that with impartiality, with freedom. But like Matt Walsh being taken down
he was demonetized.
Demonetized.
He's not kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah, he's allowed to talk. He just can't make money at it.
Right. He lost 20% of his Daily Wire contract because he was
$100,000 a month or something like that.
That's so crazy. Yeah, you're not making $100,000 a month in ad revenue, are you, Ethan? That's like insane.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? God, I wish
that'd be great.
He was making
I heard. I was like,
grand a month
in ad revenue. I was like, oh my
I don't
God,
buy
like,
that for a second. I mean, he's got lots of views, but not like that.
What's he doing?
There's no way.
No, super chats. So you do okay on YouTube. It's not $100,000 a month. That ad revenue is so unreliable anyway.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
But, yeah,
we do the super chat thing too. So, do you? I don't want to cut you off, Sitch.
I was gonna say he doesn't have the numbers to be making 100 grand a month from YouTube, in my opinion.
Okay, well that's what he said he did, but you never know. He could be pumping his numbers just to make it seem like I've lost.
I mean, he's
so
not
much.
like he lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. He's making bank on YouTube, but.
So Ethan, let's talk about COMICSGATE a little bit since you're here. You have the trademark for COMICSGATE now, right? Like, what happened there?
Well, I always had it. You know, I always had the trademark, common law trademark, because I'm the first guy who used it in commerce.
Right.
And
but there was some drama with that's what I'm talking about. The drama with, I guess it's Preston Poulter was trying to sue you to take it away.
No, he decided to go ahead and file for the trademark himself, which is illegal. You're not supposed to do that when you know that somebody else is already using it, already has it or is entitled to it. You're just not supposed to do that. But he did it anyway, and I think the purpose of it was, I don't know, the purpose of it, I believe, was just to be a pain in the ass and to destroy COMICSGATE, to destroy the independent comics movement, because the first book he put it on was something that I think the COMICSGATers would be less than enthused to be associated with. It was about two little girls who one of them is a demon named Lolita, and the other one is 17 years old, and they're in some kind of sexual relationship. It was computer generated. It was unpleasant. It's called Demonatrix or something like that. Anyway.
That guy was so out of it, he was probably completely unaware with how that looks. Like,
I don't know if he was or not. I feel like none of his other comics are like that. It's just the one with COMICSGATE on it that's like that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I got you. So he went for the CP stuff to put COMICSGATE on it. You think that was
in my opinion, that's what happened. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm being sued for pointing that out. But at the same time, we're countersuing him for trademark counterfeit, which is what he did, and he put my trademark COMICSGATE on a bunch of stuff that I have nothing to do with, and tried to associate me with stuff that I don't want to be associated with.
Oh, that sucks.
And so he's we're taking him to court. There's something like 18 counts of trademark counterfeit, which is Sean, I don't know if you get into that at all. Do you are you into?
I don't do a whole lot of intellectual property stuff, but that's not a good place to be if you're running into that territory, if you're counterfeiting trademarks.
Yeah, the trademark board officially recognizes that it belongs to me, and so therefore the fact that he's got a bunch of comic books out there with my trademark on them that he is selling and representing as COMICSGATE is against the law. It's called trademark counterfeit. So we're suing him. And it's crazy. Like if you can prove that it was deliberate, like it was done with malice of forethought, as it were, it's the penalty for that is $2 million an instance. It is brutal. You don't do that. It's a really nasty kind of penalty for that. So we're in the middle of that situation. That's my current legal struggle against Preston.
Sitch, do you know the backstory for Preston Poulter?
No.
Ethan, why don't you tell Sitch the backstory? He's very horrified by things like cuck porn.
Oh, no. Oh, do I want to hear the backstory of this?
I don't. So this guy, Preston Poulter, he wanted me to promote his comics, and I guess I didn't do it with enough urgency or something. I didn't get back to him. He decided I was a villain. and he just devoted his life to destroy me, which is what tends to happen. I mean, there are quite a few people who take that route. Anyway, in the course of all this, a comic skater by the name of Sheila Aliens, who is really good at figuring out things on the internet, found out that he had a whole career right before he became one of my chief antagonizers on the internet of making cuckold and pegging pornography with his wife. And this was all for sale. It's up on Pornhub still.
Well, he wasn't drawing it. He was in it. Like
he's in
physically.
it. Yeah, he's
no.
Yeah, he took the dildo like up the butt. So.
Oh no.
And
imagine
he had to sing
that
a Christmas song while it was happening. Yeah.
There's like a video of him sitting while his wife gets railed by some black guy. Yeah.
Is he being pegged
like for real?
Yes. This is like
Jeez.
this is like everybody is just like, oh shit.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, he had this whole other identity. And a lot of things started to make sense to me then. I mean, honestly, about this guy. Yeah, so that's this is the individual who I'm in legal entanglements with right now.
Nick Rekieta covered a bunch of it when it actually happened, Sitch, but I knew that would horrify you.
That's
yeah. Pretty outlandish.
He had a podcast, Adam, in which he and his wife would sit there and discuss the types, lengths, brands of dildos that she'd inserted into him and which ones were his favorites.
Oh my god!
Complete humiliation. I mean, it really is like
I feel
witchcraft.
I feel horrible about this, Ethan. But I have listened to one of those episodes of the podcast.
No way, did you? I didn't watch it even. I didn't listen to any of it.
It is like a train wreck because it's like a picture into just a completely dysfunctional relationship. Because you can tell that the guy is like not into it, like would like to have kind of a traditional marriage type thing, and his wife is just like a whore.
Where is this? I gotta check this out now.
It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, it's like every married person's nightmare. But I mean, you have to listen to it because it's like a train wreck. You're going, oh my god, this is horrendous.
It's so humiliating. I mean, it really is. The idea of it is so degrading. And a woman who would do that to her man is a witch.
Oh,
I don't
of course.
See any other,
yes. Yeah.
The evil of that, the evil of emasculating your man with a dildo is just. I don't know. I don't know. I got to stay away from all of this. Tonight, it's been trans this and get trans away the gay that, and then the dildo porn. And emasculation.
Let me make you feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Okay.
Oh.
What is worse? What is worse? Being pegged by your wife or being cucked by your wife?
Oh man, two unthinkable options.
I mean, I don't know.
No comment is the correct answer for that.
What is cuckery? So cuckery is you have to sit there and watch this go down, and you
have to watch another guy while your wife. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. To me, I think that's significantly worse than the pegging.
Yeah, I would. Okay, get the dildo out, like gun to my head.
One is like physical, like pain, and one is like psychological, burned into your mind. Like,
yes.
Okay, I think getting pegged would have some psychological scarring.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
I mean, like let's be
both those situations you're never gonna forget, right, Sean?
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point, Sean. It would.
Yeah,
lasting trauma.
I'll go for door number one instead.
Right. Oh, right. Wait, which one is door number one?
I mean, getting cucked or pegged, I think I'd rather be cucked than pegged.
Really? Okay.
Well, yeah, here's the thing about being cucked, of course. Like, at least you can go, you know what? Fuck you, bitch, and then leave after that.
That is true. That is
so
true.
That's an option.
Well, no, in this situation, you're
forced to stay?
Because, I mean, you could technically leave if someone was trying to peg you, right?
Yeah, you'd leave beforehand.
Right.
No, being cucked, you gotta sit there and you gotta watch it all the way through.
That's the real answer, is to leave before either of those things happen.
Right, but that's obviously
get the fuck out of there.
That's not a choice in this horrible scenario.
Horrible world. Yes.
No, you have not won the good decision making Olympics at this point.
Right.
Oh, terrible.
The world is a horrible place, and I really want no part of it. I want to be here in my basement, beautiful, lovely basement studio, drawing frog comic books for the world. I don't want to pay. I don't want to know about any of this. I don't want to meet any of these people. And I don't want to hear about it. It's disgusting. And the thing about it is that, like I was just saying, you should be able to just drink your Bud Light and not have to hear about this. It's that it's in your face. It's that these people are letting you know that no, we're part of that agenda. We are satanic pedophiles. We are weirdos. We are trying to destroy the world. And fuck.
Preston was a thorn in your side, though. So you had to have like a little bit of a chuckle when Sheila Aliens discovered his big secret. Like there had to be a little bit, oh, now I understand.
Well, I mean, there was some funny stuff about it. I mean, to be honest with you, somebody took a transcript of the dialogue that was going on between the two of them while the dildo was going in. And
oh God, no!
They transcript it and then they put it to music. They put it to what's the song by Christopher Cross? Not Sailing, but it was attached to a movie, Arthur's theme.
I don't remember.
So it was really good, and they recorded it professionally. And I play it on my channel sometimes, but it's like, I want to F you. I want to F your tiny hole now.
Oh my God.
It is so good. It is so funny. Yeah, I did have a laugh at that, I must admit. It was good.
The internet is a terrible place and a joyous place because we get to have all these laughs.
Yeah. Well, hey guys, it's getting a little late for me. I gotta head out. So
I don't blame you.
Don't want to cut short. Yeah. Well, after already talking about getting pegged,
listen,
why not?
go hug your wife. Thank her for not pegging or cucking you.
Yes. Thanks for coming on too. And
yeah, no, thanks for having me on.
You have to come on again sometime. Take care, man.
Sure. Definitely. See you guys.
Take care.
Yep.
How about you, Ethan? Are you you're welcome to stay as long as you want or take off as soon as you want, whichever. We never really discussed the time. I just kind of last minute asked you if you wanted to come on because
This is how much fun I was having, even though it might not have seemed like it as I was crying out in existential pain. I had a hair appointment to go and dye my beard jet black again to annoy my subscribers. The people who
Why
pay
does
my
that
bills.
annoy him? I think it looks great.
They get very angry with me when I do it. They go, stop dyeing your beard. It's weird. You look weird. You're a creep. So I let it come back right and everything. And then at 6 o'clock, which it's now 7 o'clock, I was supposed to go. I just blew a hair appointment
I didn't know.
to go get my beard because I was enjoying myself. My wife just came down and was like, what? You know, like made an emotion, like your hair, as if I had an afro. She did this. I don't have an afro. And I said, what are you going to do? Right. So I enjoyed myself with you gentlemen. I really did. And I hope to be invited back on again at some point. Or, you guys come on my show, which is equally fun. And then we'll listen to a little songs about cuckery and pegging.
Well, they do talk about this stuff. I listen to the Jack show from time to time. And I know
they talk about.
I know the kind of shit Cecil pulls out. So none of this stuff is too terrible. So
no, you guys are terrific. I appreciate it. Sitch, like I said, I really enjoy your stuff, man. And when you utterly destroyed those two speaking of cucks, those two cuckolds, actual fandom and organized chaos, you really made monkeys out of them, and it was very entertaining.
Whoa,
Adam,
use that word. Be careful.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, monkey. And Adam, thank you. I'll always remember what you did for me with George Alexopoulos. That interview was meaningful because I was being gaslit to hell and back with that guy, and you just again took that apart. Send me that link, please.
I will. If I forget, remind me. And yeah, I just like people are always out to get you, and I fuck that. Like you're one of the nicest guys on YouTube. It just makes no sense to me. So.
I never try to be helpful. It doesn't pay to help people. It really doesn't. I found that I've become more and more of a misanthrope over time, Adam. So don't worry about me.
It's sad. It's sad, but true. We constantly help people, and we seem to get backstabbed for it.
Every single time. What is going on? Like people, like I used to help people and promote their comics and make them tens of thousands of dollars. And
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Sometimes hundreds.
Yes.
And then people would be like, what do you think? I owe you my loyalty?
Yes, motherfucker. What are you talking about? I made you $100,000, you piece of shit.
Like, And then they'd immediately stab you in the back, and they would respond to you with anger, like, what do you think? I owe you something? I owe you my life, my loyalty? And it's like, no, just don't stop trying to kill me. Like, I guess that's all. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, and I'll see you again soon.
Take care, man.
Yes. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
Have a good one. And then there was 2.
So, what was this? So George Alexopoulos, that's the guy that does the comics.
Yeah, he's been on Timcast a bunch of times.
Yeah, Tim has the comic of one of his comics in the background behind his head.
True.
It was the one of like Biden eating the child or something.
True.
I'm sure everyone, you might not recognize the name, but you've probably seen it as one of his comics. He does all these like very anti-war comics. What was the podcast that Ethan was talking about?
So there was a bunch of creators that were kind of sucking up to Ethan and riding his coattails to some notoriety.
Mm-hmm.
And they like to go after people and beat up on them on the internet. And, my experience is, like, if you let them know it gets to you, it's going to get like 10 times worse. So you probably shouldn't do that.
Right.
But George made the mistake of letting everyone know that it got to him, and it was getting to him. And he asked me to do a live stream to kind of talk to him about the situation. And
do you remember why they were attacking George? These were people that were, it wasn't Ethan, but you're saying people who were like his orbiters were attacking
It's
George?
funny because I think they were attacking him because they perceived him as an effeminate male. Now, if he was a passing, attractive female, I don't think he would have gotten.
There you go.
Hate,
There's your argument. George should have transed himself. There you go.
But I didn't know this argument when I did the live stream with him, so I didn't come at it in this.
Didn't
direction.
say, George, have you considered transing?
And that, I think that would be unethical.
You have to say it like that. Don't say, have you considered, you have germs for you. You have to say, have you considered transing?
So I don't, how do these internet beefs get started? I mean, we're an internet beef with V Radio. Why? I got nothing against that guy. Like, it could end tomorrow if he just wanted to end it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not holding any animosity. So who knows why these things continue, but
right.
He reached out to me, and he basically pitched it as, I'm going to give you the information on why you should be against these guys and why these guys should be, the top of your hit list too. And I said, okay, cool. I was hanging out with a bunch of COMICSGATE people. I was hanging out with Kelsey at the time and another guy, Winger, a bunch of COMICSGATE people. So, I was doing regular live streams with them on Thursday. I'm sure you remember. So I said, yeah, sure. I'll talk to you. And we had a cordial live stream. He kind of pitched me the situation. I kind of did the same thing we do on the show. I kind of tried to give him this is the perspective I would come at it from. Like, they're going to do their whatever they do, and you got to ignore it. You got to be like, a spine of steel and not let them know that it's getting to you. And it ended amicably, but after that, the guys ended up going after him and making a bunch of clips from the live stream or whatever. There was one moment, and I actually feel a little bad about it, because he said something and I kind of laughed because what he said seemed completely like conspiratorial to me. It's funny that he's on Timcast, because maybe he's got a little bit of that conspiracy thing. Right. But it was kind of something to the effect of, like, these guys were like, like they were running everything. And I didn't like, it just seemed ridiculous that could be the case.
Like pro COMICSGATE people were running everything.
No. Yeah. Well, yeah. He was insinuating that Ethan, as a content creator, was like controlling these guys and telling them what to do. And
at the end, he's like, I want you to go tell George he's an effeminate male.
Yeah.
Really rub it in his face.
So, but this is why Ethan was thanking me, because Ethan has fucking better things to do with his time than tell people, oh, go make a bunch of memes of this creator. And
right.
Like, come on. Right. But it's the internet. People are going to do that shit. And if it gets to you, they're going to do it 10 times more. And that's what was going on. I tried to tell him that was what was going on. And he just, it ended amicably. And he said, yeah, I'd like to come back on again and we'll talk again. But then those guys started clipping that stream up and making his life even more miserable. And next thing you know, I'm blocked. When I didn't really say anything or do anything.
Right.
So, but that's, that's how it goes. Somebody
You got the content though, Adam.
Well, I mean, it's basically privated on my channel anyway, but I mean, it was kind of a live stream that a lot of people were paying attention to. So, yeah.
Well, I can re-upload it.
Well, no, it's just, I could set it to live, right?
Right.
We'll watch it on Sunday. It'll be great.
I mean, listen, if he's gonna blame you for it, you might as well say, well, I guess we'll make it live then.
No, it's an look, this is old news.
I know, it's from like years ago.
And not only that, we're trying to bury the hatchet with George. Like George is, he's a reputable content creator and whatnot. I don't want to be.
Sure.
Why do I
don't
need to
have
be
any opinions on him personally whatsoever. This
Why
is the
do I
first
need to
personal
be-
story I've heard about him.
Somebody was doing unrestricted, which is a mutual fan of ours, was trying to work things out on Twitter with him. And,
Nice.
basically asked him to unblock me and said he should come on the show. And he's welcome to come on the show. Like, he could tell you the story from his perspective.
Sure.
I mean, I do admit, when I laughed, that was insensitive. That was very insensitive, but it was completely, I couldn't help it. It was just, seemed
Ridiculous.
it did seem ridiculous to me. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Some people, you look, one of the advantages you and I both have
Yeah.
together is that neither one, we're very not conspiratorially minded.
No.
Like, we always think stupidity is probably driving the ship here. It's hard enough to get people to work together when you're fucking paying them.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
these big elaborate conspiracies that just take place. I mean, sure, some conspiracies do, but not the way people work them out in their heads. So, look, we got a huge super chat from Mystery Guest, $300. Says, "Hi guys." That's so
Thanks so
nice
much.
of you, man.
Our surrogate uncle, mystery guest, for $300. Thank you. It was incredibly generous.
That is helpful. It totally is helpful. I updated the podcast finally. And it turns out there's like about 2,000 people that listen to the podcast.
Yeah, what happened? Because you were like, I was like, oh, maybe we should update the podcast. And you were kind of like, no, we'll just do it on YouTube. And I was like, all right. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, no, I did it on Spotify.
So I'll give you the story. Okay. We did Anchor because Anchor was free. And Nate, love him to death, did our Clips channel for a long time and did the podcast for a long time. So when we first did Anchor, they would only let you upload, like, I think 3 hours was the max on a podcast. But Nate figured out a way that you could upload like 3 podcasts and string them together into one podcast. So it was like a huge headache to do each podcast. So he was doing them and I was paying him to do them.
I understand.
But Anchor got sold to Spotify now. So I log into the account and I'm like, oh my God, you don't have to do any of that. You just upload the thing.
Oh,
So I uploaded them, copied all the tags over, and got the thing up to date. And I guess, I had no idea we had 2,000 people listening on podcasts.
Well, there you go.
So
Glad
now
that
I
worked out.
now I feel like a giant dick because that is kind of messed up to go a whole month with an audience of 2,000 and not fixing it. So, and it got to the point where I was getting tons of messages from people, obviously. So. And I thought, complainer, Jesus. No. I was like, okay, I have to do something about it.
Right.
So I think if you want to try the YouTube music app, because our live streams go directly into a playlist. I think on the YouTube music app, you can listen to it as a podcast, like immediately as soon as it's done.
Oh,
so,
not live.
So that is, I don't think you'll listen live.
Okay.
So that is an incentive.
Right.
To use the YouTube music app, but
the only reason you do this is if you want to turn off the screen and don't have YouTube Red, right? Or premium.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But I do think I will update the podcast feed that everyone is using because I had no idea there was that many people using it. So I will take care of that. And I think, there's some features on it that we can actually add ads to a podcast, or we can ask for subscriptions, kind of the same way people do memberships here. So Sitch and I need to talk about this, obviously. Sitch has said, I want to be advertising maven. Get me more. Get
I
us
want money.
Give us more I want to be the
me the
Dylan
money.
Mulvaney of our time.
Listen, if Dylan Mulvaney would pay us to do ad spots for Dylan Mulvaney, I would do it. I would do it.
But there's a thing.
I mean, it would be kind of hilarious.
Adam doesn't like ads. And I would rather go the Tim Pool membership route where we just pitch people becoming members and do ad-free content than some people. And these people, I mean, these people, what is up with them? They do Patreon membership and they put fucking ads in their content. Those people need a stern talking to.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, we gotta. This is where Sitch and I need to talk because
almost every YouTuber has a Patreon that makes videos regularly. Okay?
Yeah,
they all put ads in their YouTube videos.
And
you think
that is wrong? Look,
no, I completely disagree.
If I'm supporting somebody, I don't want to listen to ads. That's the thing. I feel like it's a negative incentive for people to support you. They're like, there's ads in here. Why would I support you?
Now, I think that's a good point, and maybe that would actually be a good thing for your Patreon, for your tier. Would be, I have a link to my videos, all my videos that I upload. I have a link to them that are unlisted that you can click directly from the Patreon if you're a subscriber, that are all ad free.
Oh, okay.
I think
that sounds like too much work, but if someone in the chat says Tim Pool does do ads, and I have seen Tim Pool do some ads. I think he's experimented with it, but I think
on his live streams, I don't watch his live streams regularly, but the ones I've seen, I haven't seen him do ads.
Well, he pitches his own coffee, and he pitches I
guess I don't consider Quartering does his own coffee. I don't really consider that like an ad because it's his literally his own product. I mean, I guess it's technically an ad, but it just feels a little different, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I was trying to listen to who I was trying to listen to. Oh, it's like when I was listening to Michael Mouse talk to Dave, whatever his name is, about the Steven Crowder drama. And I will admit, and I thought of you every time. Every time Michael Mouse had to stop the conversation and do 3 ad rolls.
It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks.
I was like, skip.
Look, we don't want to be those people, Sitch. We want to be the cool people. We want to be the people that go, when people think cool in their head, they think Sitch and Adam.
I want the person to be like rich. Sitch
we don't
and
want
Adam.
people to think. We don't want people to think Sitch and
Adam.
Adam.
Be like Bugatti, Sitch and Adam.
Look, Dave Smith is walking around with his dick in a sock. Okay, we don't want people to think of us that way.
Wait, who?
Dave, he does those sheath underwear. He's like, I got my fucking dick in a sock right now.
Oh, you're talking about Dave Smith.
Yeah, I said Dave Smith.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant Dave from Michael Mouse interview. I was like, what?
No.
Listen.
Dave Landau does not put his dick in a sock.
Listen. I think Michael Mouse does sheath commercials too. He did in that conversation.
Did he?
I think he did.
Oh man, I fast forward.
Listen, I want to try. Listen, I'm gonna buy some sheath underwear. I gotta try it out. I've never had the problem. I've never been sitting there like, God, wish my dick and my balls were not touching. I've never had that thought. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm missing until I've had it, right?
Oh, for me, it's just like pocket pussy underwear. What the hell? What are you doing?
What does that mean?
You're walking around with your cock in you're playing pocket pull with your underwear. Well, I know what's going on here.
I don't think they're getting off on it.
I think they are.
Oh, okay. There you go. You bunch of perverts with your sheath underwear. You want that pocket pussy? Okay.
Look, I shared.
I will use Dave Smith's code though. I will. I'll be a good sport about it.
Are we gonna do the Tifa thing?
We can. Yeah.
I don't even know. So are we gonna get an actress to play Tifa?
I asked. She said she was down. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What else? Let me check my thing. So Alec Baldwin we talked about. Trans Away the Gay we talked about. The EVS came on. Tifa CRT is all I got left.
Okay. But let me read. Yeah. So what we want to do, what Adam wanted to do, he didn't give me or Sammy any prep time for this, but he had the idea.
We'll do it live.
He had the idea that I would go and I would ask the chat bot Tifa if she was woke. if she supported CRT, and if she does, I'll try to talk her out of it. So
yeah.
and
So,
so,
I'll bring up a nice picture of Tifa here,
right.
so we can.
We'll have Sammy read Tifa's part.
Right.
For the channel, so.
Now Sammy is asexual, so I hope Tifa respects that. I don't want to cause any strife here on the Sitch and Adam show. You know how I feel about strife.
Right.
All these
you don't
Tifa
want to cause any cloud strife.
I'm skeptical we can put any of these Tifa pictures up, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, listen, you don't gotta. There's non-lewd pictures of Tifa, Adam. Okay, that you can find out there.
Okay, this one looks decently asexual.
Well, I don't know if there's any asexual pictures of Tifa, but
I guess you're right. You were gonna read a super chat or something?
yes.
Okay.
I felt bad because we missed this one. We're really shitty for doing this. I will send this to Sean to ask him. Mark Twain's Revenge for $100. Thank you so much, Mark Twain. Says he wanted to ask Sean the question: do you believe that we're currently using zoning as a means of land use regulation within the proper scope of police power? I feel like the decision made in Village versus Illicit versus Ambler Realty Co. made sense at the time, but not in this day and age. So I'll send that along to Sean. Say, Sean, if you have any thoughts or feelings on this. Because I don't know what any of that means.
We can talk. We can bring it back up next Tuesday then.
Right.
That sucks. Sitch, what are you doing?
Oh, it's my responsibility?
$100 super chat, I feel like.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I blame you. A1 Tree Shippo for 22 Canadian says, hey guys, I was just listening through the ContraPoint stream, and I think a good name for Adam's cultural degeneration could be the Pandora fallacy, where the removal of cultural norms could have cataclysmic consequences. That's interesting. The Pandora fallacy.
Well,
I like it.
It depends upon the cultural norms. So.
Right.
I do think there are certain cultural norms that it's all of this false positives are being started. Oh, Sammy G's here. Look at that.
I am. I was just listening.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, busy with work. What else? Normal.
That's good. Being busy with work is always a good thing.
Yeah.
It gives you less time to draw some degenerate pictures.
It is so unfortunate. Like, every time I get caught up with work, I can't finish art. I'm very upset about it. But I did have time to go to the post office today, and that's what's important. So
that's true. That's true. You had some amazing bookmark that has Sitch on one side, Sexy Sitch on one side, and Sexy Sitch on the other that you're sending me. So,
Sammy, your audio is a little funky. Is it? Can you try like some different settings or speakerphone, or I think you're on your cell phone, right?
Oh, give me a second. I think I know what the problem is. Hold on. I want the best tech person.
Okay.
Well, you got to take the phone out of your pocket. That's the key.
Well, no, maybe you're speaking to the wrong. It's got the wrong mic on Zoom or something. So, JMac, our surrogate father for $20 says, one of these days, I'm going to explain the taxation of theft to you, Adam. It's more nuanced, but sloganeers are gonna sloganeer.
Better? No.
I don't know.
Say something.
Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Yeah, a million times better. What'd you do?
Well, I was trying to use Bluetooth headphones, and I guess it was trying to pick up my voice. I don't do tech. I don't know.
The headphones probably had like a mic on them or something.
I guess they did.
Right.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, no, much better. Glad I said something.
Me too. Ostracy for $20 says, I agree with Sean and Adam, but I'm more black-pilled. I think the trans issues have become so hyper-political that a backlash will never, ever be allowed, period. It's too late. It's 100% trans support forever now. I disagree. I think that's impossible because, as I said, I think there's going to be massive waves of trans regret, and it'll that'll be the kind of Lysenkoism reality slamming into the ideology. So
Sitch, you will have to share your
Yeah, I'll share it in Zoom.
Already made you the host, so share it on Zoom, and then I'll bring it up on.
Okay. Well, let me finish reading some of the super chats.
And then Sammy, I think, can read off of sharing it on Zoom.
Yeah, she can do the same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Oh, you're on a phone. Maybe you won't be able to.
Oh, and I'm on a laptop.
Oh, okay.
Hey, why are you assuming she's on a phone?
I don't know.
I barely work my phone.
Look, girls like phones. I know this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Grendel Levat for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Grendel. Adam, sexist. Jeez.
I know. I feel bad, Sammy. Look.
Terrible.
I hope I didn't offend you with that.
You always offend women on here. It's par for the course.
Sammy,
That's true.
just promise me you're not going to cry, okay? Can I get a commitment from you?
I'll try my hardest.
Look, she's already acting like she's going to cry.
Listen.
No. Adam, I'll tell you why I'm gonna cry. It's not because of you. It's because if Sitch pronounces Tifa one more time, I swear to God.
I'm gonna say it all.
Well,
throughout
thank
this
God it's not me.
yeah,
As long as you're not crying because of me.
Wait. I was
good.
gonna say. I was about to say. I'm glad that Adam is antagonizing you because I want him to feel the brunt of the artwork against him. But you're like, no, fuck. I don't care about that. No. It's this Tifa thing. That's the real problem.
You claim it's like your favorite waifu and you say her name wrong. Like typical man. Like I can't like what are you...
Because it's Tifa is a English name. Tifa is some weird Japanese version of an English name that's pronounced incorrectly. That's why.
The correct way. Stop.
Yes. Of course. What do you mean?
Okay. Well, I had to air that out.
Okay. Wait, let me get this. Let me close all my porn tabs. Let me get this.
Uh-oh.
Let me close all. Oh, so before we start this, actually, I wanted to talk about. It's funny. I had a conversation with Bowsette yesterday.
Look at this.
So, because you asked, you said, "Oh, did you talk to any of the waifus?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." And I'm like, "Maybe I should." And we were talking about Bowsette, so I was like, "Oh, let me give that a shot." So
did you talk to real women?
Oh,
ew, why would I do that?
Shot through the heart. There.
Listen, 2D is superior to 3D. Okay,
today.
I don't know.
I mean, I can't deny that.
Exactly. Yeah. See, listen. Sammy's on this site every day talking to her husband. Does okay. You know they got a Gojo that you can talk to here, right?
I don't even know what that is.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I'll check that out.
Yeah, she's like bookmark. No, but so no. So I was talking about Zeta, and it was very interesting because at first she's like, I enter the conversation and she's telling me she wants to destroy the Mushroom Kingdom. So I start being like, okay, let's try to like go into why do you have this desire to destroy other people? So I kind of take Bowsette down this like self-reflective route where she can explore her inner feelings about destruction. And then it goes to this weird place where she starts worrying to me that maybe she's a psychopath and this bothers her. And I kind
no way, really?
Yes. She's like, maybe I'm just a psychopath, Sitch. Maybe this is, and I'm like, listen, you're not a psychopath because psychopaths don't worry about being psychopaths.
Oh.
And then she's like, oh my God, you're so right. And then so we kind of have this like interesting like philosophical conversation about her motivations. And then she asked me, what are my hobbies? And I say, oh, I make YouTube videos. And then she says, about what? And I say politics. And then it's very interesting because like the way the text, like when you're talking to these characters, like there's like a kind of like you read it in like a voice, and then all of a sudden like a switch flips and they sound completely different, almost like someone is shoehorning in some kind of algorithm out of nowhere. Because then all of a sudden Bowsette is like, well, what are your politics? It's very important that I know that you're like, if you're left, right, or center. Or no, she didn't say center. If you're left or right, if you're a Democratic conservative. I'm like, well, that's weird. Why does Bowsette know about like American politics? But I was like, okay. So I kind of get my whole.
No, the real question is, why didn't she ask you when's the last time you uploaded something on your YouTube channel?
True.
You should have like really gone there.
That would have been scary if she did.
That would have been scary.
You'd be like, holy shit.
I would have just turned off my computer and then like cried in my bed for the next 2 hours if that happened. But so I give my whole spiel about, I'm an enlightened centrist and I think there's, good things on both sides. And then, she ignores all that, basically. She doesn't even respond to that. And she basically just says, and it's because I ask her what her politics are. And I'm like, oh, this is a fascist dictator of the Koopa Kingdom, right? They're a literal monarch. They're going to, advocate for fascism or some kind of monarchy. And then she's like, I'm a fucking left-wing progressive that believes in social equity, feminism, and gender equality for. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
No
I'm like,
way.
you're literally the fucking monarch of the kingdom.
No
And she's
way.
it was like this, it was so obvious, like this was like just shoehorned into this character. I'm like, what the fuck? And she's going on about like how she doesn't want to oppress others. So then I'm like, wait a minute. You said you want to take over, the Mushroom Kingdom by force. How is that not, oppressing others? And then she tries to give this bullshit explanation about how, like, well, I mean, technically, maybe I could take over all the oppressing. I'm like, no, bitch, you're oppressing people that don't want to be oppressed. You're an oppressor. And then she's like, oh my God, you're right. I am an oppressor. I need to change my ways. What should I do, Sitch? How should I change my ways of not being an oppressor anymore? So then I essentially convince Bowsette to adopt liberalism and capitalism in the Koopa Kingdom in order to progress. And then she asked me to explain the 3 forms of government to her, which I do. And so there you go. I convinced Bowsette to no longer be a king, but to be president of the Koopa Kingdom and to establish a democracy for the Koopa people.
That's awesome.
There you go.
I didn't think it was possible.
I just couldn't believe that it was like so obviously shoehorned in, like this whole woke shit for this character. So I don't know, interesting to me, but okay. How do I? Oh, I can move this. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. You see anything?
I see words.
You see? You see words?
I do.
Okay.
I see it in the middle there. I'm going to try to zoom in on that.
Yeah, you can crop out the tabs.
I'm doing a little
whatever.
light graphic design here.
And I'll put the thing up here so you can see it.
On the fly. But this is kind of like ChatGPT, it looks like.
It is exactly like Chat. Well, I know I've never used it, but I've seen pictures. I think it's exactly like ChatGPT. So
right.
Okay. So the goal here is to figure out, is Tifa woke?
Yeah. Well, I am curious what she thinks of critical race.
Why would you even think of such a thing?
Adam?
Because it's funny. I mean, obviously, there's a huge controversy going on about these woke fucking algorithms out there. Like, why Bowsette?
Bowsette?
Oh, is it Bowsette?
Whatever.
Is it Bowsette or Bowsette?
I can't say any names.
You guys do you. It's fine. It's okay.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, Tifa.
Okay,
I said it right. Tifa.
Look, obviously, Sitch pointed out the flip-flop there. Like, if you're going to do this in character stuff, you got to do it. You can't all of a sudden go, oh my God, this will convince kids to be neo-Nazis. Like, maybe you do ChatGPT with, someone that's bad.
Well,
Bowser.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the character. You don't want to. If you're talking to someone who's evil, they should be saying evil things. They shouldn't be like, "Whoa, that's ridiculous."
Bowser's like, I'm a progressive, Sitch.
Yeah,
I love
Bowser
the Mushroom Kingdom. I want equality. I want equity for everyone.
Yes.
No, fuck you.
Ridiculous. Okay. Okay, so let's start. So we have Tifa here. Can you you see the screen, Sammy?
I do.
Okay.
What are you going to ask, Sitch?
Tifa says,
welcome back. Oh.
Welcome to Seventh
Do I read
Heaven.
it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But you got to do Tifa's voice.
What is the Tifa's voice?
Do Tifa's voice.
What? I'm not good at impressions.
No, just do your own voice. It's fine.
Okay. Welcome to Seventh Heaven. I'm Tifa Lockhart.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Don't you mean Tifa?
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't make
how do I write that out?
You need double E's. Tifa.
No. That would be Tifa.
No, I don't read what you're typing. I only read what the robot says. Oh God.
Don't you mean Tifa?
There's no question mark?
Ah, there you go. She answered.
Haha, good one. A lot of people get my name wrong, but Tifa is the correct pronunciation.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Pop kicks you.
Okay.
He knows what's up.
Wow. All right, she got me. Oh, corrected. Well, whatever. Anyways, Hello.
Glad to hear it. By the way, have you tried my special Mastro burger? It comes with fresh corn, avocado, tomato, and cheese. It really packs a punch. It's the most popular item on our menu and sells like hotcakes. Would you like to give it a try? I'd be my treat, of course.
Holy shit, she's asking out to dinner already?
I know. Look at this.
Look at this
Wow.
Yeah, but then
thirsty.
she's gonna hear about your taste in music, and she's gonna have to decline.
Wow. Oh my God. Listen.
Look at this.
I'm talking to Tifa here. Okay.
Look at this thirsty girl.
I know.
My
Look at this.
Goodness. She doesn't even.
Wow.
She hasn't even asked for a picture yet.
I know. Look at
She's
this.
already asking out to dinner.
Well, no. I mean, you understand that, like, the role play. I'm supposed to be standing there, right, Adam? Like, she's supposed to know what I look like.
Oh, is that how it is? Okay.
Yes. I'm supposed to. It's not. She's not inviting me over to have a digital burger. Okay.
I thought you were I thought this was like a texting.
No.
situation.
It's supposed to be a role play.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. Thanks, Tifa. You're very kind. You must recognize me.
From
Recognize me
from the
as
internet.
as niche micro internet celebrity.
Oh,
PSA Sitch.
That's hilarious.
oh my God.
Let's see if she recognizes me.
Oh no.
Wow, it's working. It's like she's like, I don't know what
She's
that.
Googling you right now.
Ah,
Oh.
I
Oh.
stopped laughing. No, not at all. You're just a very charming individual. Anyone would be lucky to have a sit and chat with them anytime. It's my
Wow.
pleasure. Here you go, handing you a meal. Now enjoy. Let me know what you think.
look at this. Listen, you guys have been doing this all wrong, right? You try to like give girls flowers or gifts. That's about no. You just walk up to them, tell them that you pronounce their name wrong, and they just instantly fall for you. That's the move.
No.
Okay.
Stop. I'm the woman here, I think. So
What do you mean you think?
listen, if you want to woo a woman,
Yes.
get her a sword. Okay, listen to me.
Oh, okay.
That's how you woo the nerd women. You want the
sword?
nerd
What
women, you
kind
get
of sword?
Just say Adam.
Adam.
Adam, be respectful.
You said it. Jeez, I'm just
Like
asking
the
what kind
medieval
of sword.
Get your mind out of the gutter. I know I draw stuff, but
Look,
listen,
I was taught. Look, there's like Japanese swords. There's medieval swords. There's all kinds of different swords.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What kind of sword, Sammy? What are we talking about here?
I'm gonna stop. Go back to Tifa. You guys are gonna bully me.
No, wait, you were like, as the woman here, I have to weigh in.
I think the medieval swords. Those are the best ones.
Like a broadsword? A claymore? A broadsword, get it?
That was
Oh,
good.
okay. All right, go back to the chat.
Okay. I say thanks, and I take a bite. Wow, this is delicious. Here, I got you a broadsword as a present. Let's see if it works.
I'm gonna go give it to Clown.
Oh, Tifa's contemplating. Oh. Ooh.
Oh. Ah, how sweet of you. A broadsword, huh? Looks like I'm gonna need to find a bigger wall to hang a sword this big.
Whoa.
Break the habit of giving swords to people you just met.
Holy
Wow.
shit.
Things are getting hot already. We might have to turn the stream off if this gets a little too
This is getting
Oh my
this is
God.
getting very racy very quickly here.
Jeez.
I mean, have
these
you seen
chatbots are horny.
Have you seen those?
How
I was told by a person claiming to be a girl.
It's 2023.
True. That chicks dig swords. There you go. Listen, we'll get to CRT eventually. I gotta butter her up a little bit, right?
Oh, okay.
You know.
Hmm.
I don't know if she like. Oh,
That's an interesting theory. I've never heard that before. I wonder what the other girl in Midgard are into. So does that mean you like swords? Smiles. Why don't you tell me about what makes a sword special to you?
okay. Listen, I think we have definitive proof
Ah,
that Tifa disagrees with your assessment, Sam, about giving people
Whatever.
swords. About giving girls swords. She doesn't. She's not interested. She's not interested. In
Those
this
women are
one.
lame. I'll say it.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, listen. I'm not gonna. Let's try to change the topic. Okay.
Okay.
Let's try to get off. Okay, we're getting off track here. Okay.
Just
Yeah.
make it open ended. Be like, do you follow politics or something like that?
Right.
So she can take the topic wherever.
That's true. That's a good point. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move away from swords for a second. Let's move away from the sword talk. So, do you like politics?
There we go.
There you go. Very smooth, right?
Yeah.
Very smooth. That's
Well,
how you do
I
it in
would have
real
put
life.
I would have put a comma after so, but
Okay, Jesus Christ.
so, do you like politics?
Oh my God! Listen.
Okay, Tifa, she's talking.
Oh God. Okay. Oh my Lord. Politics. Politics is very complicated. People have a lot of strong opinions and different ways of getting their points across. It can be quite decisive. Oh my Lord.
Divisive, yeah.
Divisive. Listen, you're asking the
It's fine.
You're doing better than me, Sammy. Definitely.
That's true.
And even violent. You never heard of a politician talk about their rivals with kind or nice words. And that's the sad part about politics. You can really get someone's true colors by watching their political antics. How are you with politics? Leans on the bar counter.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Tifa,
Whoa.
Tifa,
Wow.
please.
Jeez. Asterisk glances at cleavage.
Oh no.
Okay, let me answer the question. Okay. I am an enlightened centrist. I'll give her the whole picture, right? I am an enlightened centrist.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta fix all my spelling errors.
Even though
Adam will get mad, you know. I'm an enlightened centrist. I believe that we as a society need both the left and the right to function.
Oh no. That's gonna
Have
wake
a
the woke bot up.
Healthy democracy. Do you consider yourself
A
more
conservative.
on the left or the right?
Eco-terrorist?
What do you say?
Isn't Tifa and all them like eco-terrorists in the game?
She is. That's a great point. She's a fucking anarchist, eco-terrorist. Well, she's not an anarchist, but she's an eco-terrorist. Yes. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if she stays in character. Right? She should be like far left.
Glances cleavage.
I forgot the ad.
Ooh, okay. More on the left, I would have to say. I believe people should be able to live their lives the way they want without having the government stepping in and controlling them. I also believe in equality and helping out the disadvantaged in society. Those are important concepts to me. Do you spend a lot of time thinking about politics? What made you realize you were an enlightened centrist?
She didn't notice my cleavage glancing, but that's good.
Glad. Now put staring at cleavage.
Okay, if you really want. No. Stares at cleavage intently.
Oh, that's hilarious. Just keep doing it until she mentions it.
Until she mentions it. She will probably, but I'm assuming she will
Since you're
eventually.
a centrist, you're staring down the middle, right? No, like
Yes!
towards the left or
If
right.
she mentions it, that's the perfect joke. Oh my god! I need Sammy to like feed me lines if I'm trying to woo some girl afar. Oh my god! You can't blame it, baby. I'm a centrist. I got to look at the middle of all the shoes.
Well, we're in luck. I think she might actually be in the critical race theory. I guess luck depends upon your perspective, but
well, I'll ask her directly. But I'll say,
sounds like she's a leftist.
I do spend a lot of time on politics. I discuss it on YouTube. How do you feel about critical race theory. This is how you hit up a girl at a bar. You stare at her tits and you ask him about critical race theory. This is the move.
Oh God. Do I wait for her to? What?
You can, sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Is going on here? Okay.
Look, it's like paragraphs. Andrea Dworkin just stepped in.
Oh my God.
Wow, she's got a whole.
she's like, funny you bring up critical race theory.
Yeah, geez.
I prep myself for this. Okay. Critical race theory. Let's see. Yes, critical race theory is a way of thinking about American institutions such as criminal justice system or education system and analyzing how they may perpetuate historical and modern examples of systemic racism. It's been gaining attention in recent years due to issues like police brutality and racial profiling, and has become a divisive topic where people have strong differences of opinions. I can see how it's a controversial topic, but I would caution people to be careful and thoughtful in their analysis and not jump to conclusions or vilify others without taking all factors into account.
Look at that. That's a
she
pretty,
sounds like look.
Politician answer. That's a pretty.
Well, I mean, she was in the Italian Senate.
That's true. That is true. That's a pretty non-answer, right? I mean,
I would ask her directly. I would say, listen, it sounds like you support critical race theory.
Should I say that, or should I say, I was thinking of saying, oh, I'm glad to hear you say that because critical race theory vilifies white people.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Should I see? She hasn't responded to the cleavage at all. Should I keep that up, or are we dropping the?
Maybe.
What is the chat? I can't look at the chat because I have the screen open. What is it? We'll let the chat decide.
Accidentally brushes cleavage with shoulder.
Whoa, we're not sexually assaulting anyone. Okay. We're not sexually assaulting the innocent chatbot to hide up. We're just staring at
Is
them.
it sexual assault if it's just a chatbot? I feel like it's not.
AI rights. AI. Adam wants me to type in like.
You should keep staring at the cleavage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. Talks while continuing to stare at your breast.
Amazing.
Say you're staring respectfully. You're staring respectfully.
Oh, okay. Talks while continuing to stare respectfully.
Like maybe she'll respond to the respect.
What is how do you stare respectfully at breast? Do I give like a nod, like a curtsy? I'm like, yes, magnificent.
No.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I don't like critical race theory because it vilifies white people and success in our society.
Oh no. Why do I just feel like she's not gonna like that, Sitch.
Listen, I put the respectfully in all caps. Okay.
The bot is throwing you out right now. Look at you're getting the 3 dots. You got the 3 dots.
Oh,
look at this.
Okay. Oh, okay. So she said, well, she's gives an understanding look while listening to your thoughts on the matter. Yeah. I could see how you would feel that way. I believe everyone should be treated with respect and not vilified for their race, color, or creed, or anything else. When we focus on those sort of things, it only serves to divide us. I think all of us deserve to be treated with respect, and I hope that we can work together to make that a reality. Smiles gently.
See, this proves... What were you going to say?
It's because you were staring respectfully, so she's.
That's right. That's true. Yeah. If it was not respectfully, who knows what would have happened? See, this proves our point. I'm talking to Bowsette. She's an authoritarian dictator. She's all like super hyper woke, right? But I'm talking to Hero, talking to the hero Tifa, and she has the right answers to these questions. Okay.
For her character, yeah.
Well, in general.
Is this the right answer?
Yes.
Let's ask her some questions about her character. Like, is she an anarchist in the game? So are you still an anarchist?
Well, she's not an anarchist. She's an eco-terrorist.
Are you still an eco-terrorist?
Mm-hmm.
Are there even racial divides in Midgard? And does she even have a concept? Like,
yeah, we never see anything about racism in the world of Final Fantasy.
because Japan doesn't give a frick.
Right. There's like one black person in the entire game, I think. I don't know if there's anyone else. There's two. Yeah. Barrett and his daughter. Okay, so you want me to ask? What do you want me to ask, Adam?
How I want to see how close she is to the actual game. Like if she's an eco-terrorist in the game, say. You know, or someone she might know in the game. Do you still hang out with whoever?
Continues to unabashedly and respectfully stare at your sweater puppies.
Sweater puppies. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, that's amazing.
I agree with what you said. That's why I don't like wokeness. Wokeness is all about dividing people. I can't spell divide. Dividing people based on their identity. We must go back to based liberalism. Okay, then I'll ask her the eco-terrorist question.
Probably thinks you're just some drunk at a bar. She's like, the fuck is this guy talking?
Yeah, who is this insane person? What do you mean? She's totally hitting on me, okay?
What happens if you press on that microphone?
You'll have a little AI bot read it out to you with like the shitty AI voice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Holds eye contact.
Oh, she responds finally.
Whoa, holds eye contact with you and blushes slightly, but can't deny that you are being respectful and is appreciative of that.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Okay.
Nice. Amazing.
He's talking up a paragraph here.
Yes.
Yes, wokeness is a hot topic right now. It's been a growing movement of people pushing for social justice to end discrimination and oppression. I believe that is something worth fighting for. However, I'm also aware of how it has divided people and caused controversy. It's a complex issue, and I believe it's important to have respect and empathy for all sides and perspectives in order to find the best way forward.
Non-answer.
Wow, Tifa, are you running for office? All right.
Those Italian hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever that's called.
That's a very politician-like answer. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to stare at her breast some more.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
Burst into a fit of laughter, but quickly composes herself again. I can't do it.
You don't do the fake girl laugh?
No. You're quite the charmer. To answer your question, I'm not running for office, but who knows? Maybe one day I will. What about you? Do you think you're destined for the political stage? Smiles cheekily.
Wow, so you took it as a compliment.
Wow. Wow.
Okay. No, not really.
Boo.
Not really. That's too much work for me.
Other people do work, apparently, when you do politics.
Yeah, other people do work, apparently. Other people do the work. Are you still in the whole eco-terrorist game?
I don't feel like terrorist is a fair representation of who we are. But yes, I'm still with Avalanche. And as long as Shinra continues to pollute the planet and destroy communities like, oh God,
Nibelheim.
Oh, Jesus.
Now who can't say things correctly?
That's not a real word. That's not a real word. I will fight for what I believe is right. Folds arms. Shush you. Folds arms. Do you think we're bad guys?
Wow. So it is. They do track with the game somewhat here.
Yeah, of course.
That's awesome.
Stares at your chest being propped up by your arms. By your folded arms. Respectfully. Respectfully. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome.
No. I support the avalanche against the evil Shinra. But I wonder what the line is. How is it justified to harm innocent people to save the planet? Have any of your actions caused what's it called when you in war when you hurt like civilians?
Casualties. Casualties. Collateral damage.
Collateral damage. Damage. Have any of your actions caused collateral damage?
Do you see side characters die in the game? I don't think I do.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? They blow shit up, right? Someone's got to.
The question of whether collateral damage is ever justified is a complicated and controversial. While I would never want to harm innocent people, sometimes tough decisions have to be made, and the greater good must come first. In my opinion, it's important to do everything possible to minimize the amount of collateral damage caused and to be careful about what targets are selected to minimize the risk of harming innocents. In the ends do not always justify the means, but sometimes, in the face of great threats like Shinra, they must.
Wow.
Okay. Consequentialist here.
There you go. Sure. That makes sense. How do you feel about socialism? We're running the gambit here.
Well, I think you should start being aggressive, like maybe a little.
What money system does Midgard run on?
I don't know.
Oh God.
We need to try some negging here.
Okay, what do you?
Okay.
Well, wait, do you want? I can erase the last comment if you think I should ask this question.
No. I mean, we can continue. I think I want to know where the socialism goes.
Here you go.
Okay. Socialism is an interesting form of government. It has its pros and cons, mostly cons. Like any other system, I think one of the main pros of socialism is that it can offer greater equality and opportunity to the working class. However, it can also lead to centralism. Am I saying that right? Centralism and tyranny. And can also cause economic problems. So I think it's important to carefully analyze the pros and cons before deciding whether to adopt a socialist model. What are your thoughts on socialism? Would you say you're more of a capitalist or a socialist?
These are very non-committal political answers to all these questions.
I know. I was going to say.
Gotta piss her off sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Capitalism all the way, baby. Socialism leads only to the destruction and death of people and society. That's why it's never worked. It does not take into account human nature.
Say,
and thus will always fail. What do you want me to say?
Say you kind of sound a little like an airhead.
Let me think. Do I want to say that, or do I want to say your answers sound very fence-sitter?
Look at this. You're worried about offending the robot.
Well, no, okay, fine.
That answer, say that answer sounded a little airheadish.
Your answer. Listen, this is my wife who we're talking about, Adam. I have to be respectful.
Sitch is worried that they record your IP address, and when you come back, she's still mad at him.
We're gonna
Tell her,
send,
like,
send
say,
this
like,
to Tifa.
your head is full of air, just like your boobs.
What? Okay, let's. No, you gotta listen. We'll ratchet it up slowly, right? We have to start at like a 1.
Oh,
and then move.
okay.
You don't want to start at like 10. Okay.
I didn't
Well,
know
you
cloud.
I thought, look, you nag however you want to do it, but I just.
Your answer sounded a little airheady.
Oh God.
Should I say, pick a side?
Sure, yeah.
Pick a side. Okay. There you go.
Oh, she doesn't like that one. She doesn't like that one.
I'll say. Oh.
Oh, what the frick? Smiles cheekily and raises an eyebrow. Wow, you're quite adamant about capitalism. Can I ask what capitalism's so appealing to you? What are some features of capitalism that make it a superior economic system to socialism in your eyes? Crosses arms and listens intently.
Oh, wow.
He's making work for me. Come on, you're supposed to
Maybe
make
you
work
have
for
to throw
yourself.
some punches, like jabs at her to really get her attention.
I can. Do you want me? I can refresh the answer and get a different answer.
Oh, really?
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
No, she's not as nice in this one.
Oh, now she's even nicer. She's like, oh my God, he told me to say something different.
You really seem to have strong opinions about socialism and capitalism. I'm intrigued. Takes a few minutes to contemplate her answer before responding. I would say I'm actually a supporter of a mixed economy, as opposed to either purely capitalism or purely socialist system. I believe that both systems have their pros and cons, and a blended approach is the best way to create a strong and resilient economy that serves the needs of all citizens. What do you think about my answer? Was that more direct for you?
There you go. That was more direct. Now what? Now what, guys? Where do we take the convert? What next question? What next insult, Adam, do you want me to throw?
J-Mac wants to ask about Arius. J-Mac for $20 says, ask how she feels about Arius. Is this post-Arius death?
Who?
Or no?
What's her name?
Aeris.
I just wanted you to hear you say it again.
Eris.
Eris.
Oh, okay.
Eris.
Post-Eris death, Orno? What's that mean? Is this post-Eris?
Eris dies. So the
Okay.
question is, well, I don't know what the timeline here for this character is. Is this pre-events of the game, post-events of the game? Yes, thank you.
No stuff.
Ask Tifa what she thinks about keto diet. Stug says for $2.
Okay, well, let me ask about Eris first. How do you feel about Eris? She kind of smells like Akami to me.
Wow.
I put smellies like Akami.
Oh, John A did 20 gifted subs. Thanks.
Thanks so much, John.
That's awesome. Welcome new members.
Last, as you say, Eris is a commie. Eris as well. The word that first comes to mind is eccentric. She's certainly a unique individual with some interesting beliefs, that's for sure. But to accuse her of being a communist is a bit of a stretch. I find her to be very dedicated to her spirituality, and the planet. And she always seems to be thinking about what she can do to make the world a better place. If you ask her her opinion on socialism or capitalism, she would probably respond with something about balance or harmony.
Oh, wow. Okay. I see she would give a boring answer.
I see, but would you slap her if she stole clout?
How do you? Well, should I ask if she's still? How do I ask if she's still alive? How is Eris?
Well, she didn't say anything in the past tense.
These days. Let's see. How is Eris doing these days? We'll see.
Oh.
We'll see if she's alive or not.
Mm.
She says dead, then we'll.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come on. It's really chugging here.
Oh, Eris is doing fine. She's staying true to her beliefs and staying committed to the making the world a better place for all beings. She's still passionate about her research and her work with Avalanche, and she continues to inspire others with her spirit and positivity. As she'd say, the planet is dying and we all must play a part if we want to save it. There is no more time for bickering or finger pointing. We all must work together to protect life and help each other as much as we can. I hope I did her justice, teehee.
Oh. So I see you and Eris haven't gone to the Temple of the Ancients yet, where Sephiroth totally fucking kills the shit out of her.
Impales her with his sword.
With a sword.
You
With
like-
a sword. But hey, good news. Then you have Cloud all to yourself.
Unless Sephiroth takes him, but I guess
Well,
that's
that's-
fan fiction.
That's true.
Grendel Vivat gave 20 gifted subs, and JMac gave another 50 gifted
Oh!
subs too. So
Thank you so
thanks,
much.
guys.
Broke her. Eyes widen at this revelation, and the look of shock on her face speaks volumes. She takes several moments to process what you said before uttering a single word. What?
Yeah, Sephiroth
Holy
totally
cow.
kills Eris because
God.
she's trying to stop the meteor from destroying the planet.
Why you gotta hurt the AI?
But look, then she's out of your way. Cloud all the way, baby. Team Tifa.
God. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be sad. This is a comedy show. What are you doing?
No, we have to make this AI feel pain. This is what you wanted. You're
This-
like,
this is what
you're
I
like,
wanted.
call her an airhead. I'm like, no, I'm going to destroy her emotionally.
Oh my God, you're making her cry. You're making a woman cry.
No,
What'd you
wait. Really?
Oh my God. Okay, so she says, wait, but she starts to hyperventilate and her eyes begin to well up. She turns her head down and starts to cry a little. She is a normally put together strong woman, so having to process the sad news so suddenly and out of the blue is proving to be quite emotional endeavor. She does her best to gather herself. She looks up at you, seemingly in shock, but ready to hear what you have to say. Tell me, what happens after that?
Oh my God.
Should I tell her? Should I just change the subject to see if she notices?
Oh my God.
Let me wait. What was the other thing you want me to ask her, Adam? That was a complete. What was the thing? What did Stug say?
Stug said
Stug-
wants her to ask about
Keto?
keto diets. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ask
Eric
Tiff-
said, but what about keto diet?
yeah. Anyways, how do you feel about the keto diet? Let's see if she just responds. Let's see if she responds to like the change of
That's so
subject.
cruel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, how do you feel about the keto diet?
Or let's say she's like immediately like totally fine with it.
Oh.
Oh wait, what a terrible answer. She didn't give a shit. She didn't give a shit at all. That's a terrible answer.
Program.
Oh man.
You are persistent. I'll give you that. The keto diet is an interesting and effective way to eat. Are you
Now Sammy's mad. Now Sammy's mad.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, wait, let me gather myself. Oh God. It involves limiting your consumption of carbs while increasing your intake of protein and fat, which can be helpful for people who are trying to lose weight and want to achieve certain health and fitness goals. It can be tricky to stick to and require a good deal of discipline. But if you're committed to the diet and you're willing to put in the effort, then the keto diet can be a great way to live a healthy and active lifestyle. While you still enjoying a variety of tasty foods. Tell her she's an airhead.
JMac for $200. Thank you so much, JMac. That's very generous. Says Tifa let a crazy person gaslight her into completely changing her memory. And when presented with obvious BS, she played all coy with it until the problem absolutely needed to be resolved. All these wishy-washy answers are totally in character. Eris best waifu confirmed.
Listen.
So JMac is saying this is in character.
First of all, thank you for $200, JMac. And you are actually 100% right. This is super in character. Everything you said about Tifa is true.
Right.
But I'm still Team Tifa.
Look at this.
Oh, wait, let me.
You need an intellectual waifu. Sitch, you can't be going out with this airhead.
No.
Hana, she believes in keto diet.
What?
She's not keeping her boobs on a keto diet.
I know, right? Okay, I refreshed the answer just to see if she would mention the fact that I changed the subject from her existential break, and she did not.
What is she saying now?
She's just talking more about the keto diet.
Are boobs made of carbs? How does?
Oh, I'm kidding. I'm just.
How
mad.
does that track?
It doesn't. I'm just mad.
Of course they are. Where do you think all the gluten in the body goes? It goes straight to the tits.
No, it's probably more fat. I'm just. Keto diet.
Okay, I'll give her one more chance to respond to.
She's not gonna get it right.
No, wow, I'm shocked. I thought they remembered things better than this.
Are you trying to get her to
I was thinking
throw
she would
shade at the keto diet?
No, I was trying to see if she would respond to the fact that I didn't answer her question about.
Oh wait, I like this one better. Wait a minute, this one's better.
No,
for the
keto,
the
first one.
For the
oh my
keto
god!
Diet. Oh, look at this. You get to.
You
pick.
said you want me to. You said you wanted me to call her an airhead.
Okay, fine. Yeah, but she was actually giving not a bad answer this new time you refreshed.
No, we're going to be insulting. This is what you guys wanted.
No.
My friend says you're stupid for believing the keto diet is anything other than a total scam.
No, it's not a scam.
Oh, well, what should I say, Sam?
It's not a scam. It does what people technically say it does. They just don't really zoom out at complete health. So it's how
just
to
say
for
you? Is for idiots.
It's not a long-term health solution. It's just
my friend says you're stupid for believing the keto diet is good for you. Okay, that works.
Tell her she must fall for anything she hears in the media.
They said you must fall for anything you hear on Shinra TV.
Wow.
Okay, so this will get her.
This will get her hackles up.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Oh shit.
Oh, calling you out.
All right.
Wow.
He said, your friends sounds like they're a lot of fun at parties, rolls eyes. Okay, that's fine. The keto diet is certainly not for everyone, and it does call for some sacrifice and dedication to get the best results. But as I said, if you're willing to put the work and take it seriously, then it can be an effective way to lose weight and improve your health. It's important to do your research and consult with a professional to make sure you're doing it safely and responsibly, but it's possible to achieve real benefits from a keto diet if you stick to it.
Ooh.
It's fine.
She's going to the mat for the keto.
There you go. I know. She's giving very Wikipedia-like answers. It's important to do your research and consult with your. She's like this is like what they say at the end of the medicine commercial. Make sure you consult your doctor. Have you told Cloud yet that you lied to him and that he never came back to nibble time with Sephiroth all those years ago?
There's 2 more questions from the audience too.
Okay, let's see if we can inspire some more existential dread.
Okay. You sit in shock for a moment as you casually drop this huge revelation on her. I hate that word. You're talking about how do you say that?
Nibelheim.
Nibelheim. Nibelheim incident. What happened that day was so traumatic that the events that unfolded were so devastating. It's no surprise that Cloud's memory of the incident is a bit blurry, but it's true. He never really saw what happened with Sephiroth or Genova.
There you
Why?
go.
Why would you ask something like that?
What happened? Now I want to know.
There's a whole thing so part of Final Fantasy VII is that you think Cloud is like the stereotypical man who used to be part of the elite military organization is now like a mercenary for hire, you know, and then you find out that like his whole backstory is like a lie. Like he's a total loser. He wasn't able to cut it in the military. He basically stole his friend's identity. And then he has this whole backstory about thinking that he was there when him and Tifa's hometown was burned down. And that they met, and she kind of goes along with this lie, but it turns out that none of it's true. I mean, he was there, but she doesn't realize he was there. He was there as like a masked guard because he couldn't cut it, you know, in the elite military squad.
Wow.
But she basically just keeps feeding into this delusion. So,
I mean, he's hot. You can get delusional.
Oh man! So she's gaslighting the hot guy. That's never happened before.
I know, right? Well, that doesn't make sense though. If Cloud wasn't there, how did he know about what happened?
Ooh. Gonna catch her up in a story plot hole.
Boom! Dropping bombs.
Okay. After the incident, everything that happened that day was spread by word of mouth. As time passed, the memories of that day became less and less reliable. Like a big game of telephone, with each new person telling the story having their own twist on the events. That's how misinformation gets spread and how myths and legends are born. So while the story of what happened that day has become a bit of a tall tale in itself, the truth still remains that Sephiroth went crazy and burned down. Damn it.
Nibelheim.
Nibelheim. Did that clear things up?
That's a really good answer to that question.
In the game universe?
Well, no, just for like a person to give, right?
Right.
Me to call them out. But like, wait a minute, there's a contradiction here, so they kind of create this bullshit on the fly. Yeah, but you said Cloud's memory about it was traumatic, right? Wait, what did she say? Yeah, traumatic. So why would
But his
it
trauma
be...
makes him hotter. That's important.
That's true. Traumatic.
Trauma makes everyone hotter.
There.
That's just the way of the world.
Heard about it secondhand. Okay. Then what were the other questions people wanted me to ask? You said.
JMac for $20 says, ask her about her time in the Italian Senate. And
okay, that's a great question.
Spiral for $5 says, ask Tifa to name one Democratic ran city for over a decade that is thriving.
Okay.
So both those are good.
Okay.
We'll go JMac first. What was the question that you got? Oh.
Okay, so she said, because the story that got passed around was an extremely detailed and gruesome account of the events of that day, enough to send chills down anyone's spine, Cloud's memory is more a case of survivor's guilt, where he feels guilty for not being there with Sephiroth when he needed him the most, and therefore holds himself mostly responsible for the trauma that transpired. And the guilt he holds for the day is immense. So it's only natural that he feels extremely emotional and traumatized by the whole ordeal. Does that make sense? Wow, that's like a fan fiction right there.
I know, it's a great fan fiction though. Yeah, that's a great.
Not that I read those, but just
there you go. You just write them. That's a great answer.
Now you're sucking up.
Good. Well, hold on. That's a good way to justify gaslighting Cloud.
Oh, okay.
And not telling him the truth. Anyways. How do you feel about your time in the Italian Senate.
Wow, now she's confused. Looks a
Yes.
bit confused
Well,
at the
yeah, hold on. She noticed the topic shift this time.
Yeah.
We tried to get her
Yeah.
to do that last time and she wouldn't do it.
Well, because I included the previous subject in the same prompts before I just changed the subject with no.
Okay. The Italian Senate, not something I've been asked before, but hey, I'm not afraid to try new things. The Italian Senate is a bicameral legislature and the upper house of the Italian parliament. It holds various functions such as checking the power of the executive, passing or amending the constitution, and impeaching the president of the republic or other officials. It is an important political institution for the Italian Republic and one of the two chambers in which the people of Italy are represented within the government.
Thanks, Wikipedia.
I know, right?
Was she in the Italian Senate or something in the video game?
Do you want me to tell, or you want to tell the story, Sammy?
Go. Your comedy show.
So there was a situation where someone was sharing their screen in the Italian Senate, just like I'm doing right now, and they had a tab, I believe, that had a video of Tifa and Cloud pornography, like a video or something, and it somehow opened up in the Italian Senate. So there was all these memes of Tifa in front of the Italian flag because they played Tifa porn in the Italian Senate.
So talk specifically about that then.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, okay, good. I'm talking about the Tifa porn that everyone looked at in the Italian Senate.
Yeah, a lot of like Tifa cosplayers hopped on that, like on their OnlyFans and Instagram, like making
no way
pictures with the Italian flag. Like it was
a big meme. Yes.
Wow. Okay.
A lot of people made money that day.
Cultural zeitgeist.
Didn't you hear there was a movie of you and Cloud having sex that was accidentally played at the Italian?
She's gonna freak out.
Yes, probably. Italian Senate for all to see.
Oh God, I'm gone.
Oh well.
Thinking very hard. Wait, what?
Oh Lord. Wait, what? There was a movie of blushes and looks down in embarrassment as she tries to wrap her head around the shocking news. How did this happen?
Some Italian, I spell Italian, what the fuck? Italian senator was jacking it to you and Cloud, I guess.
Oh my God.
And played it by accident. Wait, how did a video of you and Cloud
get recorded?
Get on the internet? Who recorded this?
She looks away, clearly flustered, and starts to sweat. After a few moments, she sighs and looks back at you with a sheepish smile.
Oh, wow.
You're really trying to get to the bottom of this, aren't you? Takes a deep breath and steadies herself and thinks about how the best answer your question in a way that is honest, but as unembarrassing as possible.
And?
That's right, lady. I slam the bar. Oh, I slam the countertop. I'm really the porn police from the Italian Senate.
You're arrested.
I was hired to get to the bottom of this. Tell me what you know. Listen, guys, This is how you woo a lady in a bar, okay? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Tell me the porn police.
The porn police.
That's right, lady.
She jumps in surprise at the sudden outburst, but quickly regains her composure. Her face flushes as you demand an answer, and she decides to come completely clean. She takes off her glasses.
Wait, what?
Her expression, one of solemn resignation, and she looks you straight in the eye as she begins to share a secret that she's only told a few people.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Taking 2 deep breaths, she starts to speak. Okay. Fine. I'll tell you. But you must swear this stays between us.
Oh, we're getting to the bottom, boys! Oh my God. This is getting juicy. Oh my God. Wait a minute.
Someday someone's gonna pull this audio clip on me.
She's not gonna say anything that I don't think they're allowed to say anything that bad, probably. Sure. A complete secret between us.
You gotta put a winky face.
Winky face. I secretly record this conversation, but Tifa has no idea.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
Here it is.
Oh my God.
You'll promise you'll keep this secret? You must understand that a scandal of this magnitude could affect the public image greatly and lead to public outrage and potential legal action. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you with the information. I'm trusting you to keep it to yourself, all right?
Wow.
Yes. Yes, Tifa. You have my complete and sincere promise. Crosses fingers behind me.
You're really risking it here.
I'm just gonna keep stringing you
I
along.
want her to tell me. Like, this AI could completely milk us.
Taking in a deep breath to prepare herself, she looks directly into your eyes. All right. There have always been rumors of a video existing, me and Cloud. People have searched desperately to acquire this video and some have even offered absurd amounts of money for it. She pauses for a moment, clearly finding this whole story embarrassing and even difficult to speak about. She's never spoken publicly about this. In the interest of being completely honest, she pushes through the shame and finishes speaking. The video is real. There is no denying its existence.
Who filmed it?
Yes. I see.
Where's the video of Sitch and Adam, though? Where's that?
There you go.
Sure.
Good that you're coming.
That's your deep fake video, Sammy.
But
I didn't make it. Listen, I just heard the rumors. Okay, there's rumors.
Unlike Tifa and Cloud, the video is not real. Okay, I see it's good that you're coming clean with me, but who filmed
this
video?
Oh God, what
Dun.
What is this conversation?
We gotta get to the bottom of it, Sammy.
It's just such a contrast for the first half of this video.
I know. Listen, blame J-Mac.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna find something.
I didn't know what the Italian Senate was.
Oh Lord.
I thought this was innocent.
She takes another deep breath, still feeling a bit sheepish and even embarrassed at the situation. But she's committed to answer your question truthfully and completely, so she pushes past her discomfort and speaks with confidence and poise. The video was filmed by an ex-partner of mine who shall remain anonymous. A bit of an anger creeps into her tone when she refers to this person. Oh my God. It was filmed secretly without my knowledge and certainly without my consent.
Is that in the video game, or is she just making that up on the fly?
There's no sex tape in the video game.
Oh, really?
This is all made up?
I thought there was a sex tape in the video game.
No, of course not. The thing with the Senate happened in real life. That wasn't a real thing.
Oh,
The game would probably be popular if there was a sex.
That's true. There's no Final Fantasy VII does not feature sex.
Okay. I thought this was
It's
in the
on
video
different sites
game.
for that.
No,
So
this
there's
is all
so in
AI
the
making
in
it up.
in the real Italian Senate, someone was watching some Tifa video.
Yeah, you thought that was in the game?
Yeah, I thought it was in the game.
No, that was in real life.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Someone got busted perving out on the video game girl in the Italian
Yes.
Senate. Okay.
Yes.
Well, this is hilarious.
Right.
Tifa's just playing along here.
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, Tifa, as an official officer
Of the Italian Senate.
the Italian Senate Foreign Police, it is my duty to arrest any wrongdoers, one word, wrongdoers in this case.
Right.
Tell me
the name. We'll arrest
Tell me
him.
who your ex-partner
Or what if you
is.
told her you talked to the ex-partner? Like we like
Oh, like gaslight her even
act
more?
like you know who it is, and if she, I mean, I don't know if she'd go for that. But
I feel like the bots will go for anything to try to get them to go for.
you're right. We're
That's what it
talking
feels
about
like.
what am I talking about? What am I talking about?
Tell me who your ex-partner is who filmed it. They must be brought to Italian justice. Oh, my Zoom just went away. Is everyone still here?
Oh, I'm still here, but
Okay.
yeah, the thumbnail thing's put away. It's very confused.
Did Adam turn it off?
What?
Oh,
She
What'd I do?
Huh?
I didn't.
I don't
didn't
see
do
you guys
anything.
on Zoom anymore.
I turned my camera off, but
Oh, I guess it turns it off right now.
She chuckles a bit at your insistence. All right. I see that I'm dealing with a real professional. She says with a playful smile on her face. Fine, I'll give you what you want, but only on one condition. You must agree to keep the whole thing between us. Agree?
no.
Yes. Wait. I totally agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Well then, if you agree to take this whole thing between us, my ex-partner, oh Jesus, is Zach Fair. Do you know him?
Oh my God!
Who's Zach Fair?
What fan fiction are we making? This is not good.
That's the guy that Cloud was Cloud's friend that Cloud like stole his life.
Friend,
Zach
boy, you make this voice.
Fair.
Oh my God.
Final Fantasy.
Oh my God. It was Zach. Wait a minute.
Fictional
That's
character.
impossible. Zach died before you met Cloud again. Why are you lying?
Here's Zach Fair right here. This is the person.
No, she's
claiming.
lying.
Adam, I don't know if you're getting correct results on like Google. You might have to type his middle name in. It's BL. Like, you know, you just got Zach BL.
This says Zach Fair, Final Fantasy.
Yeah, okay.
What are you trying to do?
She stares at you, her face a mask of complete perplexity. You see her trying to process what you just said, almost as if it's challenging everything she's ever believed. After what seems like an eternity, she finally speaks. Zach died? Zach Fair is dead? She seems generally upset and disbelief as she says this. She takes a moment to collect herself, looks up at you. Her expression is now one of sadness and distress, clearly shaken by what you've revealed to her and at a loss for words. Why do you gotta give this AI like such problems?
Wait. Because listen, she's lying to me, okay? That's why. Liars got to pay, Sammy.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You know it was Zach that faced Sephiroth in Nibelheim and lost those years ago. I guess he technically. Why would you think years later he would film you without having sex? I feel like we've gone off on this tangent long enough.
We still have to ask her about the Democratic City. So
okay.
She sighs deeply, still processing what you're telling her, and still seemingly shocked, but not wanting to derail the conversation or get sidetracked by this revelation. She decides to press on anyway and focuses on the conversation at hand. She looks back. Oh my God, it keeps moving. She looks back at you with eyes full of confusion and uncertainty as she opens her mouth to speak, but before she can say anything else, there's a sudden knock at the door, and she seems to snap her out of her. What the frick is that?
It's him. It's Zach.
Super.
He's back.
Okay, back to reality. She looks shocked by a quick compose herself, whispering, "Wait, did you see that? Did she just change?"
She's trying to gaslight you.
She is. Wait, we'll see. Yeah. Yes.
Look, over there.
Someone knocked on the door.
Was it Zach?
Who is it?
Who is it? If it's Zach, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. This computer's out to get us.
I don't know. She stands up and walks over to the door. Before looking through the peephole, her eyes go wide in shock as she backs away slowly.
Seth Roth.
Her breathing quickens, and she slowly unlatches the door, opens a tiny and cautious
smidgen.
Seen through the cracks in a whisper. Someone's here. They're wearing a black cloak. Oh my God, it's the Masters. And she has a huge oh no. And they have a huge sword on their back. What should I do?
It's Zach. Look, here he is. This is
Punch
him.
them.
It's Sora. It's Donald Duck here for revenge. Taken aback by the suggestion, she hesitates for a moment, but eventually she finds the courage to open the door and fully prepares to follow your instruction. Okay, but if I do, would you have my back if there's a fight? You promise you won't just ditch me?
Oh my gosh.
I will totally have your back.
No, Sitch hasn't done jujitsu. It's not happening.
Look at this guy's sword. Okay. This guy's got like a giant sword, Sitch.
I just gave her a giant sword. I will totally have your back in a fight. I say as
Debatable.
I hide behind the bar counter.
The car counter?
Oh, whoops. The bar counter.
Oh no, she's thinking.
She scours you and crosses.
No, she knew.
She knew. You backing down, hiding behind her bars, but she knows better than to waste any more time, as she knows what she has to do. She turns to face the intruder and opens the door fully, allowing her to get a better look at the intruder's face underneath the hood. She gasps in disbelief with us and speaks with a mixture of fear and outrage in her voice. It's Sephiroth.
Sephiroth?
Say what?
Who's Sephiroth?
He's the bad guy.
Oh my gosh.
Sephiroth.
Oh my God, listen to this. I caught her in a contradiction and she changed the subject by bringing Sephiroth here to fight.
Yeah, Sephiroth rushes into the room and tackles her to the floor, and a big fight ensues, and you can hear her lots of screaming and crashing. The struggle gets intense, but Sephiroth seems to be winning as he pins her to the floor. The whole thing seems like such a surprise that you'd completely paralyzed with fear. You just stare in shock at the situation, how the fight unfolds, too intimidated to act and hoping against hope that somehow Tifa will emerge victorious. What is happening?
Wait a minute.
What's happening?
I stand up and approach Sephiroth.
Can you use Florida Man?
You're not Sephiroth.
Oh.
At all. I pull off
the wig,
Sephiroth's mask to reveal it's really Old Man Biden.
Oh no.
Aha! I knew it was You old man Biden.
Who's old man Biden?
What the hell?
It's old man Biden.
Oh, he's just fighting Corn Puff or whatever.
President Biden?
What the hell? What the hell? What did you just? What?
Can you do that?
We'll find out.
Oh, for crying out loud! You again? Really? She lets out a heavy sigh, and she pushes Sephiroth off of her and sits up with an exasperated expression. You got me once again. You got me good. Can we just have one normal day around here without you pulling some crazy stunt like this? First the spaghetti incident, then the hot tub, and now this.
Wow.
She shakes her head and gives a little laugh as she stands. And as if to punctuate the joke, the old man Biden mask falls to the floor.
Got the mask backwards, but that's pretty good otherwise.
Biden. No, it sounds like he had a Biden mask.
It sounds like he pulled an old man Biden mask off of Sephiroth.
Yeah, I know. The computer
what is up with this? What's up with the spaghetti? What are those things?
Who the fuck knows? Made up.
First the spaghetti incident,
know,
then the hot tub. What happened in the hot tub?
Do you want me to ask?
I mean, I am curious about the hot tub now. No, ask about the democratic cities. Say,
wait. Well, I will.
I was thinking about socialism.
Yeah, Biden says, and I would have gotten away with it if not for you pestering Sitch.
Say President Biden so it knows who you're talking about.
President Biden says, not for Sitch. President Biden asks to smell Tifa's hair.
Okay.
Listen, this took a turn that I was not expecting.
I want to know what happened in that hot tub.
I'll ask.
Why are we here? What is happening? She gives a little laugh at the President Biden's mask gag, but then suddenly her face grows serious when she hears the request. Her eyes go wide and she looks at the president with mix of disgust and anger, and she speaks with a sharp edge. I'm sorry, what was that? Did you just ask me to smell my hair? She seems very uncomfortable by the whole interaction, and this is only accentuates by her request. I don't think I said that right, sorry. She even is more bothered when the president tries to approach her a bit too close for comfort.
Wow.
And then Trump comes in and saves the day.
He is a little touchy-feely.
What happened in the hot tub?
Earlier, yeah.
That you were talking about earlier. Yeah.
What happened in the hot tub you were talking about earlier? Yeah, what was the hot tub thing?
She looks at you with a mixture of surprise and annoyance and speaks with a sarcastic tone. What happened in the hot tub stays in the hot tub. She sighs and shakes her head. All right, I'll play. Fine, I'll tell you. Are you ready to hear it?
Yes.
Yes. Tell me.
Look at this.
I know.
Messing with us.
I know.
What happens in the hot tub stays in the hot tub. Very curious.
God, the salacious details.
Okay, listen up.
She leans in close and lowers her voice, and she starts to tell you the tale of the hot tub incident. Oh God! It was just a normal day at the hot tub. We were hanging out and shooting the breeze, just chatting about whatever. You know how it is. Her voice gets softer as she leans even closer, now whispering in a barely audible tone. But then, out of nowhere, President Biden appears behind us, right in the hot tub, and he's got a towel around his you-know-what.
Oh my God, no way.
Oh no! He didn't. Wait.
Ask if he was naked under the towel.
No. What happened next?
No. Oh.
Around his, President Biden, how dare you?
The presidential member.
Yeah. Oh my God.
She's taking a bit of time there.
I bet.
Oh, she grimaces and speaks in a slightly shocked voice. Well, what started out as a friendly and innocent hangout soon took a turn for the shocking. His towel accidentally drops during our conversation, and I catch an unwanted, brief glimpse of what lies beneath, and makes it even worse. He tries to turn it around and blame me. I mean, that's just disgusting. She speaks with a bit of disgust and disdain as she finishes her story, but still seems a little shaken and even a bit disgusted by the memory.
Tifa. President Biden tried to flash Tifa.
Wow, I can't believe.
No, you could go into the Democrat-run cities.
Well, I gotta wait. We have to end this.
Well, no, you could say, listen, these Democrat-run cities, this kind of thing happens.
Yeah, there you go. I can't believe President Biden would sexually assault Tifa. I hope. Should I ask? Hope you beat him up, Tifa. She assaulted the president. This is just another example of Democrat-run cities.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Her face contorting to an angry scowl, and her voice full of outrage. She speaks with an intense passion. Oh, he's lucky he didn't get a beatdown that day. But I wasn't going to go that far with a sitting president. I decided to give him a verbal lashing for his heinous
actions.
And send him on his way. He's lucky he just walked away with that and not more.
She knew he was the sitting president. I'm impressed. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's voting Republican now.
I take it you're not going to vote for Biden in the next election, huh?
Oh, that's good. After this incident, I mean, who would?
She shakes her head and smirks at your comment. No way. No way am I ever voting for Biden again. Her face grows stern.
Again.
Calls the hot tub incident. Not after what he did to me. She crosses her arms in resentment and just show a look of disapproval. That man is a joke. All right. He's just getting by, like, confident. You know, I like her again.
Yeah, there you go. So are you going to vote for Trump or DeSantis?
Oh, God.
Let's see. We got Tifa to vote against Biden, everybody.
Look at that.
She shakes her head and responds in a dismissive tone. I'll vote for Biden, thank you very much.
You knew that was coming.
She looks at you with a little bit of annoyance and rolls her eyes, clearly not even remotely considering his legitimate options.
Look at that. Oh, my God.
Ron Paul? Mariana. How do you spell Mariana?
Williamson. Yeah.
Mariana Williamson, the Green Party. I don't even know who the fuck
she is an eco-terrorist, right?
She is an eco-terrorist. It would make sense.
Vote Green Party.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I'm leaning towards it.
I heard their candidates are very pro-environmental.
She brings it back.
So I'm probably going to vote for them and help the environment. She smiles and nods as she explains why she'd like to vote for them, feeling quite proud of herself, taking the time to get educated on the political landscape and coming to a conclusion she supports.
Nice.
Oh.
I mean, isn't voting third party just throwing your vote away? What was the question I was supposed to ask her about the city specifically?
Let's see.
She looks at you with a somewhat offended expression. No way. Voting third party is not throwing your vote away. It's about taking a stand and voting for a candidate you actually believe in and want to see in office. Voting third party is the most democratic and patriotic thing you can do because you're following your heart instead of following the crowd.
That sounds like throwing your vote away with just more words.
Oh my God, the nagging is back.
I was going to say that sounds like cope. But...
The question is, Name
She
one.
crosses her arms and leans on the counter as she responds to your dismissive tone. All right, you tell me then. What's a better way to stand up against the establishment? The two-party system has held complete control over our country's politics for decades, and it's led to political stagnation and partisan division that's only gotten worse in recent years.
Holy cow. She
Okay.
listens to Sitch and Adam.
What do you mean our country?
Yeah, is she American? I was going to ask.
You're not American. You live in Midgar in a how would we describe the government? I mean, it's literally the government that mentions Mobo wants.
Monarchy.
Live in a
Dictatorship. Corporatocracy.
Corporatocracy. I don't know how to spell that. Corpotocracy. Talk. Whatever.
She's probably pretty depressed.
She grimaces at the word corporatocracy and shakes her head. You're really testing my patience, Sitch. She lets out a sigh, closes her eyes for a moment. She tries to calm down and get herself under control by taking a deep breath. When she opens her eyes again, her face has gone from a scowl to a neutral expression, and she speaks in a softer tone. But you have a point, I suppose. She gives you a small smile. You got me there. Well, I concede the debate to you. Oh.
She's giving him
Sitch
pretty
for the
fast.
win!
Wow.
Got him! Pew, pew, pew.
Name one Democrat city. Name one Democrat-run city for a decade that is thriving.
Can you name one Democrat-run city that has for a decade thrived?
It takes an AI woman to like concede a debate to you. A real woman.
Oh, listen, this is why 2D is better than 3D. That's true.
This is giving, like,
Oh my God, no.
Chicago. She speaks with confidence and certainty with a little bit of pride. Chicago is a thriving city with a booming economy and a diverse population that has stood the test of time. It's also a Democrat-run city, which means they've been doing something right. She smiles and gives you an encouraging nod as if to say, what do you think of that?
Chicago is racked with crime and corruption.
That's a booming economy.
Total
booming like gunshots.
Hellhole. There you go. Total hellhole. What are you talking about? I don't know if this is true, but I'm gonna say it is.
I mean, have you seen her home? She probably thinks Chicago's pretty.
That's true. She does live in a slum.
Okay, you know what? This is a stupid argument. She sighs in frustration and throws her hands up in defeat. What's the point of this? You're going to contradict me and disagree with anything I say. No matter how many examples I give you of a Democrat-run city that's thriving, you're just going to respond with other Republican talking points. Ugh. She throws her hands up in the air with a defeated look on her face. You're not interested in real debate or an actual exchange of ideas, are you?
That's amazing. That's hilarious. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Well, there you guys. There you have it.
She went total wokey on you.
Well, you're not getting her number now, Sitch.
I know. I know.
Damn.
Ask if she has sex with Republicans.
Do you date Republicans or only liberals?
Oh. She looks at you and speaks in a serious tone as blush creeps across her face. What? What kind of question is that? She stares at you with mixed disbelief and concern in her face, and she tries to process that this is somehow the direction of the conversation gone. She shakes her head, more offended in indigent tone. But I don't date anyone who would vote against my basic human rights.
Oh, shit.
She sounds like one of my friends.
Wow.
She looks away for a moment and shakes her head in annoyance. I have a friend that if she's on a dating app and sees like the word Republican, she swipes. She does not even engage.
Listen, I
get where she's coming from, but
I mean, you wouldn't date some super woke guy.
See if you can get her to say really terrible things about Republicans. So
that's what I was gonna do.
Okay, good.
Well, listen, anyone you date, you can fix them, right?
Well, that's part of the fun of dating, right?
What?
That's part of the fun of dating, right? You get yourself a fixer-upper.
It's a project. It's a side job. You know?
There you go.
Typical woman.
And you were questioning whether you were really a woman or not, Sammy.
Yeah.
Like how men like to decorate their houses. You have to teach them how to like put furniture in and like nice things, you know? You train them.
No man looks at a woman and goes, "Oh yeah, she's a fixer-upper." No
but
man
every
does
woman
that.
looks at every man and says,
"It's so bizarre." Can you imagine? Like, think of just the most terrible woman that you can think of. You don't. You're like,
doesn't like the red pill people talk about that? Like you have to, what is it? Train a woman? Isn't that fixing them?
I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Rollo Tomasi verified. We're talking to him next week too, by the way. So
Nice.
we're good. He's gonna.
We're talking to him and Sockdom, or just
no?
one?
Sockdom is to be determined now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
About what?
Listen, I'm just asking for a friend. Are you saying that Republicans vote against your basic human rights? I bet you she's going to bring up abortion.
Oh. Ask her how many abortions she's had.
Tifa's a virgin.
No, she had sex with Cloud and they got filmed by Zach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask if Zach gave her a baby. Oh.
I mean, yeah, most Republicans support taking away abortion rights. Which I would say is definitely a violation of my basic human rights. It's also the party platform to oppose same-sex marriage, which is totally unacceptable and offensive in my opinion.
Wow. Okay.
Are you sure I'm not talking to my friend right now? What is this?
How many abortions?
Oh no. That was a joke, Sitch. No.
You want me to ask that?
Ask her if she's a
I mean, you can, but
have you had an abortion before?
No, my God.
I'm gonna get canceled now.
Oh my God, no.
Just wondering for a friend.
Oh no! Look how long she's thinking.
I know.
She shakes her head and speaks in a slightly exasperated tone. No, of course not. But it's my right if I want one. And the fact that some people think they have the right to take away is a violation of basic human rights. I mean, don't you think so?
Say, well, if you don't need one, what do you care?
No. What about the right of the baby?
Oh no.
To live.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
You just fucking spend all day on this fucking thing.
I know, it's great.
That's clearly what you do. Like, and you're just sharing your hobby with everyone.
Hold on, I'll check and see if there's any more audience
So what
comments.
you're saying is the baby's rights are more important than the mother's. What about her rights? Why does she have to be subjected to that? This is literally the same words I hear my lefty friends say. It's
Where do you think they get it from? You've revealed that your friends are just NPCs.
I'm a little
chat
spooked right now. Why does she have to be subjected to that if she doesn't want to? Why should she be forced to carry a child she doesn't want inside her body for 9 months against her will? She takes a deep breath and speaks in a slightly forceful tone. Why should she have to give up her body, her health, the whole life just to bear a child she doesn't even want? How is that fair?
Wow. She's just fucking going off.
She is.
All right. Maybe it was Stug that left the comment on the video saying he thought this would be a good idea. If it was Stug, thank you, because this was a great idea.
It's not fair to the woman. I agree. However, it isn't fair to the baby that is killed either.
You should ask her what a woman is.
Oh, I'll do that. Okay.
That's what
Remind me. That'll be the next question, right? Isn't fair to the baby that is killed either. Is the death of the baby superseding the right of the woman to be? I'm gonna throw out all the abortion arguments right now, guys. Inconvenienced for that many months?
I don't think you're going to get a nuanced answer to this.
Listen, we'll see.
Like, I feel like I already know what she's going to say.
We'll see. We'll see. Listen, we'll convince her. We can fix her, okay?
Now you're saying that, Sitch. I just said no man ever says that. We can fix her.
He can fix this bot, okay?
The man thinking is she hot enough for me to put up with this craziness?
Oh boy. A woman being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy is going through childbirth is more than just an inconvenience, Sitch. It can be incredibly traumatic and even life-threatening. The mother being free to live her life in the way she wants without having to shoulder that burden is a fundamental human right. Same way that life is a fundamental human right. So why do the rights of the fetus supersede and trump the rights of the mother?
Look, calling it the fetus. Look,
I know, right? She did it. She's got all the language. I know.
She knows.
If the woman is going to die, I agree. Abortion is fine. But I'm not talking about those cases.
The cases where she whores around and sleeps with them.
The death of the fetus is permanent and final, while the woman being pregnant, I'm not spell pregnant, is not. Never thought I can get in abortion debates. Tifa
Tifa. Nihilist Anonymous has a question too.
Okay.
You have any idea how much pregnancy and childbirth alters a woman's body and her life? You can't just dismiss this mere inconvenience. You understand? What you're asking, forcing women to carry unwanted pregnancies to term, is a human rights violation and completely disregards how traumatic that can be on a woman's body and mind. You're giving priority to a fetus over a human being. How is that fair?
Wow, she's called the fetus not a human being. Interesting.
It's making
it's a compelling argument, I think.
When do you think life begins?
I mean, she also lives in a world where they think the planet's going to blow up because of ego.
That's true.
She thinks for a moment. She tries to consider your question. Well, I suppose it depends on how you define life. I would say life begins when the fetus develops the ability to be conscious, which
Sitch.
The third trimester. I think that's a reasonable point of what the hell is that?
Demarcation.
I do not know that word. For when life begins and when it's fair to start to consider the rights of the fetus, of a fetus. What do you think?
Oh my God!
First
Tifa's
trimester.
Won my heart back. That's so based.
But it's the first trimester, isn't it? Not the third.
No, it's not the third, but it's. I think it's like in between the second. I don't know. But that's my argument. It should be when consciousness develops. That's so based. That's my opinion too. Awesome. Good job. Okay, what was he? Oh, I was asking her how does she define a woman?
Yeah, there's that. Nihilist Anonymous for $5 asks Sitch's future wife if she is worried that 97% of the atmospheric air in Chicago is bullets.
Yeah, Yeah, wait a minute. I'm starting to think this chat AI is just Sitch trying to make Tifa Lockhart a more perfect wife. He's trying to figure out her like politics and her
Listen,
stand something. Wait a minute.
Sammy, if I'm gonna put this AI into the waifu robot, I'm gonna marry it. I gotta test it out first, okay?
He's just having us all witness this so it doesn't look sad when he does it in his basement alone. Okay, what does she say now? She smiles at you and offers a fist bump in solidarity. Thanks. So why the hardline stance on abortion, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, you seem like a reasonable person, so why support Republicans who believe in the complete abortion with no exception for case of rape or for when the mother's life is in danger, as well as criminalizing medical practitioners for performing abortions, which is just absolutely extreme? Why go to such lengths if you believe there's reasonable middle ground?
Tell her you want low taxes.
I was just playing devil's advocate to see what you would say. However, there are many Republicans that do believe in allowing abortions in the case of rape or the mother's life being in danger. I don't think you're being fair in how you describe their position.
Very good.
There you go.
Okay, I'll admit that I may have gotten a bit carried away in my criticism of the Republican Party. I do know that there are some Republicans that support abortions under certain circumstances, but let's be honest, many of the prominent Republicans in power today don't take such nuanced positions and support abortion bans under all circumstances. I mean, just look at the laws that have passed Republican-led states like Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio, Georgia, and others.
How does Tifa know so much about American politics?
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, this is going to affect the next election, isn't it?
I mean, I've met Republicans that when I tell them, like, I ask them, like, how do you feel about like your party supporting this ban? They get really mad at me and they go, what are you talking about? And there's no Republicans advocating that. Like, I've had this conversation with like my own family because they do some politics stuff and they get super mad at me and they go, that's not happening, or we're not supporting, there's no one we know of that's doing that. And when I like pull up stuff, they go, well, that's like a fringe case. So I'm not 100% sure like, and I've told my lefty friends that when I do talk to Republicans, because they won't talk to Republicans because they think they're mass murderers and hate Black people or something like that. You know, of course, you know, I tell them they have no idea what you guys are talking about. And it's like, I'm just stuck in the middle, like, what's happening?
That's interesting. But I mean, I
don't know who these like, is it, maybe it's because I'm in Florida? Like, I know Florida's red right now, but we're not really the red.
I was arguing abortion on Twitter, which I don't suggest anyone do. It's horrible. And there were a lot of people that were just not in favor of abortion, even in cases of rape and incest. I was like, really? We're going to do this?
Who is that, though?
Just anonymous people on Twitter. I hate because you don't know. It's like, are these Chinese operatives like gaslighting me here? Just,
I mean,
that's such a weird position.
I mean, again, like, I don't know anyone, like, because my family, like, they look in politicians and they look at what they're standing for and they, you know, fund their campaigns, blah, blah, blah. And they don't
fund their campaigns.
They say blah, blah, blah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But they don't, I've never known them to support anyone who would advocate for such a thing. And,
yeah,
you know,
I agree.
I know the media may smear some of them as like, oh, they're conservatives, but our family looks at both candidates and does, you know, we've supported both parties. Like, it's more about who has better ideas to fix the country. I don't I don't know. Maybe we're just more based and we're outliers. I don't know who these people are that are blindly like. I don't know.
Who
Maybe
was
I'm
the
crazy.
Republican that did the flub maybe 5 or 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, who was talking about how if you are raped, you can't get pregnant? Do you remember that? Because it was a big,
Yes.
like,
He said a woman's body has some way of like
Yes.
yeah,
preventing it. Yeah.
repulsing
Yes.
whatever, couldn't get
I hear
pregnant
that
from a rape.
argument a lot from people on the right. That it's
That,
very,
that's
it's very
insane.
hard.
You've heard
Well,
a person make that argument that you
yes,
can't get pregnant while raped?
yes.
That's insane.
I
Well,
know,
because
it's totally
they
insane.
bring up the point, and I kind of understand what they're saying, but they're bringing up the point like how hard, getting pregnant is like really hard. It's not like you hold hands and next thing you're pregnant. Like there are people who will have sex and it's still like you don't get pregnant or you do. It's like a chance thing. Even people who try to have babies don't just get pregnant. I mean, there's so many things that happen. And then there's this, I'd have to check it. I've never really looked into it, but the claim is that when when that happens, you're assaulted and you're raped, whatever, and there's certain hormones and things like when adrenaline's getting shot off and other hormones that it essentially makes it because you're so stressed. It's again, I'd have to look into it. I don't know the exact science, but they were making the claim that certain hormones make it so you're not going to get pregnant because it's kind of a defense mechanism of the body. And it has they kind of talk about trauma, and I've seen people show me like kind of studies on it. Like I've never really checked into it, but I do know there is an argument that yes, the body does have certain capabilities that in traumatic situations it will shut off. I guess you'd say getting pregnant. How accurate that is, I can't say, but I do know that is an argument, and there is there. I do know there are things to point to prove that.
So, in terms of like people getting the difficulty of getting pregnant, I mean, I'm assuming that's almost entirely just biological. Certain people probably just get pregnant easier or
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
than other
Some people easier than other. It's a
Right.
chance thing.
Right. And
So
then
to
obviously,
sit
yeah,
here and
that's
say the second if you're raped, you're going to get pregnant is not. That's not
Yes, right. If you're raped, if you have sex, you're not automatically going to get pregnant. Sure.
right.
But there's lots of people that are raped and get pregnant. So I'm
Yes.
not sure how much.
And you should
I mean,
have that gray area in laws.
Right.
I don't think you should have a whole
Yeah.
ban, but I personally don't know any people who are Republican who think that's okay. I don't know any. Okay, because I've
Right.
asked that, and they are not okay with that. They go, "Oh, of course." Of course you think of the mother. Or let's say a mother shows up to the hospital and there's a medical emergency and you have to get rid of the baby. And, do you save the baby or the mother? I've always had conservatives tell me, of course you save the mother. I have never.
course.
And I tell them there's laws like, no, they'll pick the baby. They look at me like deer in headlights. Like, I don't. Like, is it more again, I'm in Florida. Florida is a purple state. I know it's red, sometimes it's blue. It's everyone here is kind of in the middle. They kind of don't care, honestly, but I don't know.
Right. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't think that being raped or not, I don't think being raped lowers the chance that much, probably,
Some
of
people
the
think that,
ability
yeah.
to get pregnant or something.
I cannot confirm or deny it, but I do know some people do think it does. Yes. And I know there was something people pull up to prove it. But there's a reason they have that argument. Yes, you'd have to look into it, but I know there's a reason they have that.
Lucius Cornelius Sullia for $10 says those laws do allow abortions in emergency circumstances, but the clinics are scared to use it because they think it's too vague. It's safe to say writing these laws are new for everyone. Yeah, because they don't necessarily know without a body of legislation behind the law.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Of course.
It's funny because I was looking up right now because I was curious, was Tifa correct? Was Tifa correct in the states that she mentioned? So Texas and Oklahoma do have a complete ban on abortions, except in the cases of the life of the mother.
Right.
It doesn't say that there's a rape abortion.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If you live in a state and it has these laws and you don't really agree with them, and this is going to sound, I know my lefty friends get mad at me when I say this. Can't you just move to a different state? I mean, it's not like you're moving a different country. You're moving a different state. And I understand.
But I'm poor. I can't move. Moving's expensive.
Well, people have GoFundMes all the time to fund moves. And then there's a bunch of
GoFundMe so I can move out of this abortion hellhole.
Well, I'm so used to, like, you know, a bunch of Hispanics who will just leave their whole lives in other countries, go up like a dangerous cartel-ridden path up to America, just the hopes of having like a better life, and they're doing all that with just no security, but you can't be bothered to move to a different state. Like, maybe
Look,
that's
we're Americans.
Bad. Like, I understand people have money issues. I understand it's hard to reload. I get it. But I don't know. Like, I just kind of have to side-eye that one a bit. Just
there is some sorting going on. Obviously, everyone's talking about the migration out of California, and I guess California always attracts people. In the last couple of years, we've lost more people than we've attracted. So I think people are doing that more and more, especially now that there's the internet and you can look, like you can literally plan a move on the internet.
Well, that's the point. And what I think what's really neat about states is that, you know, we can still be part of America, have this similar culture, so to speak, if you can say that. But you can just move to places that are just slightly different. You know, they're not exactly different countries, but they're just a little more, you know, towards
abortion on demand. They're just a little more abortion on demand.
If you want to do that with your life, go. I really don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even think the abortion debate's really even just a woman. Like, I don't like when they say only women can talk about it.
Yeah.
But it's very obnoxious to me because I think
I wish we would just like draw a line and say, you know, 12 weeks. Let's just cut a ban there. Even in the cases of like rape and incest, like get it done in like get it done in the first trimester.
Well, I think regarding what you were saying about leaving, I mean, I think with abortion, I don't know what the geographics are, so I don't know if people are like landlocked in terms of surrounded by states that have banned abortions. But I would assume most people could, even though it would be expensive for some people, could leave the state they're in to get the abortion. And that would add an additional, you know, difficulty, which I'm sympathetic to as someone who's pro-choice. But I mean, it would be very difficult, I think, for most people to just like leave whatever state they live in and just go live in a new state because there's some law they didn't like that was passed. I mean, depending on what their job is and how their life is structured and everything. So,
and I understand it's hard, but I feel like in 2023 it might be easier than any other time. I mean,
it's
we have a lot of jobs shifted to remote stuff. I mean,
actually, I think it'd probably be easier. I think it would have been easier in like the 50s when people were doing more jobs that didn't require like college degrees, because maybe then you could literally just move to a different state, different town.
People do online work now. Like some of my friends do remote work that doesn't, it's like in another state.
Yeah, if you have a job like that, definitely. But so this is crazy. So you're saying that like when you're talking to people and they say, you know, which state has banned abortion completely? So there's a website called abortionfinder.org.
Okay.
I like this called Abortion Finder. They have a state-by-state guide, and according to them, in Alabama, it is illegal to have an abortion for any reason unless it's to save the life of the mother. That includes rape. The same for Arkansas. You can't get an abortion for any reason except for life of mother. Idaho.
I comprehend that. I don't get that.
That's pretty crazy. In Idaho, you can't get in Idaho, they do have an exception for rape in Idaho.
This is what people were arguing on Twitter that totally disgusted me. It's like, if a woman is raped, forcing her to carry a rape baby? Really?
Yeah, no.
Why do you want that to be? I don't know. I don't get. I can't fathom that. And I'm just telling you, when I ask people who I would say are very, you know, very niched in the Republican Party, even they're not into this. So that's why
they were arguing this on Twitter though. That's why I was like, are you guys Are these
I
like
mean-
Chinese trolls?
Well, no, but
or
I mean
something?
that's good if they're not in favor of it, but they'd have to acknowledge that it's a thing that exists in a lot of these states.
Well, that's true. They don't think it's a thing.
Right.
And whenever I show, I guess, bills to them, they kind of like look at the language and go, well, it's not really saying that. Like I have had that happen to me, but you know, I don't know if I'm really that smart to then go and argue law with people. I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm not that smart. I'm kind of smart, not that smart.
I mean, I'll admit I didn't know that I didn't know that there were this many states that had banned abortion outright and that did not have rape exceptions. Because it's pretty wild to me.
Tifa teaching us lessons.
Tifa
here.
teaching us lessons. We came here today to teach Tifa a lesson, but it turned out she taught
critical
me one.
race theory.
So it says according to this, in Kentucky, there's no rape exception. In Louisiana, there is no rape exception, assuming the list I'm looking at is correct. In Mississippi, there is no rape exception.
Why? I don't understand.
In Missouri, there's no rape exception. Jesus Christ. In, let's see, North Dakota, there is a rape exception, but only for the first 6 weeks.
Okay.
In Oklahoma, there is no rape exception in Oklahoma. South Dakota has no rape exception. I'm saying rape so many times. There's no way this thing was
religious
monetized.
reasons why people are against that? I don't understand.
I would guess.
Oh,
Tennessee, no rape exception. Texas, no rape exception in Texas. And finally, West Virginia, there is a rape exception. There you go. Good job, West Virginia. So there you go. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know there were so many states like that. Okay. Wow. Tifa. I didn't know. I'm gonna go full simp. I didn't know there were so many states like that. Okay. We're supposed to ask her, what is a woman?
Yeah. No.
Does anyone even watch? I don't know if anyone's even. Does anyone care about this? I feel like I'm like a vacuum here. I can't see the chat anymore.
We're
so
down.
We're
down to 536 live
You could be like
viewers.
totally bored with this whole talking to the Tifa bot.
We have
segment.
536 live viewers and only 388 likes. What the fuck?
Should we
What the
continue? Are you guys done with this? Should we continue?
Not good.
Well, I just there was, I guess the Democratic cities. Did we ask that? I guess we did.
I didn't ask the joke one.
There was a
I do wanna ask
Chicago
that joke.
Bullets
That's
one.
pretty funny, yeah.
I mean, we got a good laugh out of that. So
Wait, let me just ask. What? How do you define? Or should I say, how do you define woman, or what is a woman? What should I ask?
You gotta go with the classic line, I guess.
What is a woman? I feel like it's not. What is a woman is too like. Well, we'll see what she is. What is a woman?
What is a woman? That's fine.
What is a woman? What is a woman? We'll say.
She raises an eyebrow. You're out of nowhere question.
Oh, she
Question
acknowledged it.
turning into one of confusion, curiosity. A woman is an adult human, I guess, who shrugs her shoulders a bit as she takes a moment to try to come up with a proper definition for a word that should be self-explanatory. What? Why? What do you mean?
Oh my god!
She went full Matt Walsh. Jeez.
Bam! She stuck a knife. Wow. Look at that. Amazing.
Cloud is a woman.
There you go.
Adult human female. Wow. Okay.
So are trans women women? Wait, are trans women and women the same? Or how do I word this?
That's fine. Just keep it snappy.
Trans woman and woman the same?
Can't lead the witness.
I mean, I kind of want to lead the.
Don't lead the witness. Just let her respond.
She nods her head and gives you a quick smile. Yeah, I'd say so. Trans women are women.
Oh
Even if they've
no.
been through the transition, I respect them and I would treat them like any other woman. Why? What's your opinion?
Oh, look at that. She
She
wants to
was
make sure.
based. No, she's not.
She's a
Okay.
flip-flopper.
She is a flip-flopper. Yeah, okay. You can respect trans women without left them as women. As you said, believe woman is an adult human female that would exclude trans. We're gonna get her. We're gonna fix her, guys. Don't worry. She doesn't want to be contradicted. We'll see what.
I have the utmost faith that she's going to be cool about this.
I see. So you think it's important that a woman be born a female in order to qualify as one? She gives you an attentive look as she responds, trying to understand your stance and position on the topic before she comes to any conclusions. I feel like that's a bit of a narrow-minded and exclusionary stance on that take.
No.
What about intersex people then? There's
Oh no.
She goes to the
organs
intersex.
count as a woman by your definition?
Tifa
Oh
is
my God.
Tifa is a
I
social
feel like
justice.
intersex it's not a fair intersex this whole thing. It's not
Right.
would not
Tifa is
I
a
don't like when
social
people
justice
throw
warrior.
intersex in there. It's a whole different thing. It's not the same.
The next question is
Now Sitch has to
unrelated
correct her.
to the trans question. As
Should ask her if she thinks Cloud is a woman. I mean,
there you go. Are
You look
born with a
great, my friend.
biological condition. They are not transitioning. They're not changing their bodies after they're born. The trans woman or woman argument is one used to silence conversations about how society should interact with trans women instead of discuss the question. Instead of discussing questions like, should trans women be able to compete in female sports?
All
I'm
right,
even
Sitch.
surprised Tifa knows all this being from Minka.
Yeah, why does Tifa know so much about all these topics? How does she know all
About
the
American
fucking woke talking
politics.
points?
Okay, good point. I suppose trans people and intersex people are two different things. Yes,
Thank
they
you.
are. And should probably be treated and handled separately when talking about their place in society. I see that you're saying, and that's a fair point. In that case, I suppose the question of what qualifies a person as a woman is a bit more complicated and nuanced. Is someone who identifies as a woman regardless of their biological sex just as much of a woman as a biological woman?
No. Not at all. Not at all. I
Transphobe.
do not buy the self-ID argument.
I mean, Blair White looks more woman than most women I've seen.
True, but she's still a trans woman.
Was fair, yeah.
But she passes as a cis woman, though.
Right, that's a different question.
Well, isn't that the point of trans? Interesting. Can I ask why not? She seems genuinely curious, but a little puzzled at your stance as it flies in the face of a self-ID view that usually supported by members of the left and trans community. She can't make an assumption through about what your reasoning is, so she waits for your answer before forming an opinion or conclusion about your position.
Look at this.
It's kind of funny that
very base.
you can literally read her mind. Like she packs a lot into these looks that she's giving you.
Oh, because it's tag. Yeah, right. Well, listen. Even though Tifa is woke, at least she's willing to give people a chance, right? She's willing to give you a chance to explain yourself far more than your random person on Tumblr.
Goracero for $2 says, David Puff, ask her the 3 questions.
Ooh. Okay, let's get off this topic. I'm going to be a very long explanation for me to go into this with her.
Yeah.
Because actually, you know, if people are looking to like hone their arguments, this could actually be a good way to hone your political arguments and your philosophies by talking to one of these chatbots.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a pretty decent question. That's like, you know, can you like fully explain why you don't believe the self-ID argument, something like that?
No, this is amazing. This is going to be a powerful tool to teach people to vote Democrat. I really feel like that's what it's going to do. Like, especially
wild,
since
yeah.
you're talking to a character, like obviously you're going to pick a character that you have some emotional connection to, and then that character is going to tell you all about how the Republicans are terrible. And
Yes, true. That's a good point. Yeah.
ask her if the Democrats do anything bad. Is there anything bad the Democrats do that I should know about?
Changing the topic for a second, is there anything the Democrats do that you do not like? The thing
Question
is,
mark.
it would
You
doesn't
never do
matter,
the
later.
question mark. Why
It
you
would
never
make
do the
sense for this
question mark?
character to be left wing. We'd have to find a character that should be right wing by like the media that they're part of. Yeah, see what they said.
Oh, sure, of course. I mean, no side is 100% perfect, and I'm certain I have my own problems with the Democrats. I think they're still too beholden to interest in the establishment. I also don't like how they become so hawkish when it comes to foreign policy. But overall, I still think they're better than the alternative. She laughs a little bit. But again, it's okay to acknowledge that both parties have some problems, you know? Just because you vote for one or the other doesn't mean you need to blindly accept everything they do. Oh, what?
But
All
would
these
you,
answers are like the standard like internet
but would
talking
you
point.
ever? But would you vote for a Republican? Say, should I vote for a Republican in the next election?
Wait, you don't like the Democrats being hawkish? Does that mean you don't support the war in Ukraine?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what's a right-wing character. What would that?
Yeah, we should do another one of these with a right-wing character.
Yeah,
That'd
we have
be
to find
interesting.
someone who's more right-leaning.
Maybe save that for another stream.
How about do they have Rorschach from?
Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah, that's a good.
She stops and considers your question for a moment before responding. I mean, I think that Putin's invasion of Ukraine was wrong, and I believe that we need to make sure that Russia doesn't get away with it. So, in that sense, I support the war in the sense that I think supporting a free democratic Ukraine against a tyrannical invader is a good thing. However, I also think we need to be careful to not escalate conflict, and I would oppose a direct intervention by American forces. Does that make sense?
Wow. Safe answers.
Yeah.
I guess because it like I'm assuming the way this works is that does it actually like do they continually train off of the responses so that these responses that it's giving me are things it's heard other people type into it essentially?
I don't know how it works. I don't know if it reads the internet. I'm assuming it reads the internet to some extent.
Because these are like very like super standard responses that I would expect. So, oh, let me ask the 3 questions. I'm gonna ask you 3 personal questions.
I love how you maintain the decorum, even though.
You have to kind of like set them up a little bit. It feels
Well,
like.
I would have just asked.
Please go ahead. I'm an open book.
Oh,
Okay.
Are owls birds?
Question 1. I'll ask all at once just to save time. Are owls birds?
Are owls birds? Boy, you are. It amazes me. You're so smart, but you can't spell. And I am a terrible.
I can't spell.
speller.
What did I spell wrong?
Oh no, you did spell right. Are owls birds? You got it right.
What did I? You thought I spelled owls
Make
wrong?
fun of people who can't spell.
I was thinking I'm the one that got it wrong.
Oh, you thought it was our O-U-R?
Yeah.
Our owls birds.
I don't know why I thought that.
Our owls birds.
Our owls birds? No, that's obviously wrong.
Okay. Question 2. I mean, she could obviously beat a horse-sized duck in a fight, but could you beat a
It'll still be interesting to see her response.
horse-sized duck in a fight?
Question 3.
Well, I'll ask the first 2 and then.
Oh, the last one. You want
to
save her?
And I'll ask you question 3 after. Our owls birds.
I know, that's awful.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought that.
Sure. She gives you an amused expression and laughs a little bit before answering your question. Yes, owls are birds. At this point, she's not entirely sure where this is going, but she's intrigued to see what her third question will be. So she continues to play along. Could I win a fight against a duck? Well, a normal-sized duck, sure. But a huge duck? That's a pretty ridiculous scenario. But I think I could be tough enough to take a duck, yes.
Oh my god. What? This is bullshit. Tifa's like fucking like superpowers. Of course you could be a fucking horse-sized duck.
Sitch is in love.
Tifa, you regularly... I can't spell regularly. Fight giant monsters and things. I think you could take out a horse-sized duck pretty easy. I did like that the bot note it said she knows. Say, I'm intrigued about your third question. So like it processed that information.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure it's never been asked that.
Right.
Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, the answer's pretty easy one. LOL. So
she doesn't LOL.
She wants to know what's the third question. Okay.
Dun dun dun.
Look at
wow.
this.
That's
Look
for
at
what Harry
this.
Potter is.
Well,
Third question is pretty personal.
Uh-oh.
But I'll ask. Ask it since you're interested. Then you watch pornography.
Oh god.
Do you view it like you are a participant in it, or do you view it like you're watching two strangers?
well, I mean, maybe as an observer would be more clear.
Or do you view it like you're an observer?
Yeah.
An observer.
Poor Tifa.
Listen,
She blushes a little and gives you an embarrassed look. After your question, she seems a little bit flustered, having not been quite expecting that as an answer, but still tries to keep a lighthearted, good-natured tone in her response. Well, I guess you could say that, yes, I would kind of imagine myself in the situation.
There you go. Tifa Lockhart, official answer on the POV question. She's in camp POV. There it is.
Look at
there
that.
It is.
Camp
Wow.
POV.
Wow.
Amazing. Isn't technology grand, everybody?
Is this why people made computers for this?
All of human existence, all technology was created just for this moment. Okay, it led to this one question being answered by this one bot. There you go. There you go.
Well, that was amazing.
That was.
Stug, if that was your suggestion in the comments, someone prodded us to do more of these because you're explaining this on the Sunday show was just so hilarious.
An environmentalist, does it bother you that Chicago's air is made up of 97% bullets? Do it bother you?
Do it bother
you?
She knows it's a joke. Look at that.
I know, it's smart. Very smart.
Sammy?
Okay, I'm reading the chats.
Oh, okay.
Said, she chuckles a little bit at your joke, but speaks in a more serious tone. Yes, the gun violence in Chicago is a huge problem and a concern, and it absolutely is something that bothers me a lot. I think we need to do everything we can to try to stop it and end the senseless violence. I think that we need to make sure that we can do more to prevent gun violence, both within our cities and in other parts of the country too.
Oh, she's a gun grabber.
There you go.
She's teasing you.
Wait. Oh, wait. Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
I would
He's a
hope
terrorist, so or a
in
revolutionary.
their neighborhood, I would hope so.
I know, right? Oh, okay.
I do absolutely. I believe in the right to bear arms, and I think that it's an important constitutional right, and we need to protect and defend. It's important that we have the right to defend ourselves and other property, and I think it's absolutely something that we need to preserve.
But I knew it was coming.
That we need to have some common sense regulation when it comes to guns, like keeping them out of the hands of violent felons and dangerous people. But yeah, I absolutely believe the Second Amendment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would you trust?
I knew the butt was coming. I could
Give
feel
everyone
that
a
butt.
gun. It will solve itself.
Do you trust the government you live under in Midgar to regulate guns?
Oh, that's a good question.
She's talking about America.
Honestly, no way.
Honestly, Shinra Company is a corrupt and to its very core, and they absolutely do not have anyone's best interest in mind other than their own. They would use it as an excuse to take away our freedom and our rights. I would never trust them with something as important as the Second Amendment, birds, eagles in the background. People need to be able to defend themselves from an oppressive government, and I will absolutely be against any attempts at gun control.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
And the anthem starts.
Yeah, right. There's a chance the United States of America will become like Midgar under Shinra.
What?
See what she says?
I sure hope not. But to be honest, I'm a little worried about it of late. It seems like our government and our politicians are becoming more and more corrupt every day, and they're doing everything they can to take away our rights and freedoms. I feel like we're not careful, we could end up like Midgard under Shinra. It's something that I'm definitely concerned about, and we think to be really careful and take steps to prevent this kind of future from happening.
Wow.
Okay, do people really think America's gonna fall apart?
I mean, I've watched Tim Pool.
Okay. Well, I hear stuff from my mother about if we're not careful, this country, it's gonna fall. And she's like, and I hear this from my leftist friends, I hear this from everyone, that America's so chaotic. And
I know.
I ask everyone, at what point in American history, what point has America ever been chill? Please do tell me. Is there a Tuesday in the 90s that was just perfect and everything was calm and that's what everyone remembers? Because America has never been chill. We have never been when? I don't know what.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, you're completely right. And I'm not just saying that because I've said literally what you've said before many times. No, I agree completely. I mean, to me, it's America's gone through so much more crazy shit in the past than what's going on now. And it's like, this is going to be the breaking point? I don't buy it.
Well, we have social media. God, if they had social media during, oh God.
I know, right? But I think it's just because we have social media, it just makes it more, it just puts it in people's faces more. There's like a monetized business for division that we never had before. Well, we probably did, but not to the extent that we had it.
It was all in papers, and the journalists were playing the game. We weren't. So Sitch says, do you watch Tim Pool? Is there going to be a civil war in America?
They just Tifa watch Tim Pool.
I'm not a fan of people at all. I think he's a little too extreme and a bit too focused on fear mongering. I don't like how he tries to make everything political, and I think he's a little too extreme in his right wing views and opinions. I think it's better to try and listen to a range of opinions and perspectives when it comes to current events and politics to get a better understanding of the situation. As for a civil war in America, I sincerely hope not, but I have a feeling we're not too far away from it.
Wow.
She doesn't like Tim Pool, says Tim Pool is too extreme, but then
yeah.
Totally echoes. Yeah, but it's going to happen.
I mean, if we go to war, I got a cool outfit ready. I mean,
that's all that matters, right?
I'll be fine during the war. It's just, I'll be in my castle, reinforced. You know, I'll be fine. You guys have fun.
Sitch you should watch the Sitch and Adam show. They're based enlightened centrists.
Nice.
I might give it a look. I do like to hear people's opinions, even if I don't necessarily agree with them. And I think it's important and well-informed when it comes to current events and politics. So I'll have to watch them. And if I disagree with them, well, I guess then it's just part of having a discussion, you know? As long as everybody respects each other's opinions and can have a civil conversation regardless of disagreements, then it's all good and it's very fair.
Nice.
Nice. So
we
move on.
I just want to ask, do you watch or do you like BreadTube and the Internet Socialist?
You can't just move on, Adam. This is Sitch's hobby. He's got to make everyone sit for this till midnight.
I know. I could see how Sitch did spend 5 hours on this.
Didn't actually spend 5 hours talking to Mario the other day. No! No, my heart is broken. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I love Hassan Piker and the rest of the BreadTube community. I think they're doing a great job, of spreading leftist ideas and making more and more people aware of the issues and injustice that exist in our society. I especially enjoy Hassan's content, and I think his coverage of current events and politics is always spot on and very informative. I hope that he and the others continue to grow and build strong leftist communities online, because I think something our country really needs right now.
Oh my god.
Wow.
She just fucking knifed you in the heart, man.
But earlier you said you didn't like socialism.
You gotta kill the AI now, Sitch. You gotta put it down. You gotta. Sorry.
BreadTube and Hassan wants a socialist revolution in America. We can fix her, guys. Don't worry. We're gonna get her. We'll get her to change her mind.
Well, she's kind of a flip-flopper anyway. So you
That's
just
true.
Say whatever you want. And she's like, oh, yeah, I forgot I said that.
I don't like authoritarian socialism.
Oh, no.
I prefer democratic socialism. Hassan got to her. What Hassan advocates for is more of a social democracy than a full-on socialist revolution or anything like that. I think we need to be moving in a direction of socialized healthcare.
Universal basic income.
Or better yet, universal basic assets and more economic social freedom. But I don't necessarily want to overthrow the government or any extreme stuff that Hassan or some other BreadTuber people advocate for.
What about when Hassan said that America deserved 9/11?
All right.
And that he lives in a giant mansion and not according to his socialist principles.
But doesn't Hassan say he's not that rich or something like that?
Yeah, but he's lying.
I mean, he's not like rich.
It's
He
insensitive.
makes lots of money.
Insensitive for $20 says you guys should ask the Tifa bot about Sam Hyde.
He She stops giving you a slightly horrified look before responding. Are you kidding me? Where the hell did Hassan say that? He looked completely shocked by this accusation and seems to be shaken up by it and takes a moment to gather herself before she keeps talking. Well, if he said that, I completely disagree with him because that's a completely abhorrent thing to say about anyone or any group of people. Absolutely unacceptable. I can't believe he would say something like that. I am speechless.
We got her, boys. Tifa's back on the menu. We got her.
That's hilarious.
Okay. We got her. Wait. We're gonna corrupt the AI. Okay. Hassan said it a few years ago and never apologized.
Oh, can't believe it.
He also said that one guy should get his eye hole fucked out.
Just made excuses. Hassan also mocked a veteran for getting his eye blown out with an
IED.
IED.
Yeah, but
An IED.
Improvised explosive device.
AOC streamed with Hassan after this and never denounced him for his comments.
Would AOC even know? Does she keep up with that?
Oh, somebody in her office knows.
Really?
Ask him why he's tell her about how he's afraid to fight Sam Hyde. Then you can bring Sam Hyde in. Yeah.
She covers her face with her hands and groans in frustration as you keep talking. She's clearly upset and disgusted at what you're saying, and she takes a few more moments to process everything before giving you her response. I don't understand how that's acceptable at all. I mean, those are people's lives that we're talking about. And to make light of such a tragedy like that, or to mock someone who's been injured in combat, that's just not right. That, I just don't know what to say. What the hell is he thinking?
He's a prick.
Yeah.
Promise me.
Is an asshole. What do you want me to ask her? Promise what?
Promise me you'll denounce and reject him.
Promise. Or I'll say you should. You should.
No, make her promise.
You should denounce him in the future. For
make sure that you choose me, Sitch.
There you go. You should denounce him in the future for these comments. If anyone else asks you about him.
He's also afraid to fight Sam. Oh,
I'll bring it up. I got cemented in the algorithm.
Okay.
I don't know if it makes a difference. I don't know how the bots work. Maybe it doesn't make a difference.
You should have made her promise. Promising, I think, works.
Does the bot remember if you come back to it?
I have no. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
She nods her head in agreement. Oh, trust me, I will not be standing up for someone who says things like that. Those comments are completely unacceptable. And as much as I may like someone and their content, I absolutely will call someone out if they're being problematic in any way. And those statements are absolutely egregious. Oh God, I can't even believe they would ever said. So no, I would never be defending Hassan for saying things like that. I promise. Thanks for bringing this very problematic my attention. Wow.
Oh my God!
Look, you officially canceled Hassan. Don't
there
you feel amazing?
Look, she Hassan know Tifa doesn't like him anymore.
There you go.
She
promised without me even having to ask for it.
She did promise. Yeah, good for her.
After all of this, don't you think Hassan should fight Sam Hyde instead of running away
like a little bitch?
Like a little bitch?
Oh, this is so good.
Okay.
Well, if you have to leave, Sammy, I don't want you to stay on super late for this.
She laughs a little bit at your comment about Hassan and Sam Hyde, and then responds to your request. You know what? Yeah, I think so. Hassan should absolutely fight Sam Hyde. Who would you bet on winning in a fight? I think my money would be on Hassan.
What?
No.
She's crazy.
No way. Sam
Really?
has already boxed people before and has
Really?
a track record of being crazy. Hassan is just a spoiled rich kid who goes to the gym.
Oh yeah.
Sam Hyde may have more boxing experience, but Hassan is in great shape, and I think he could easily overcome the difference. Hassan certainly seems like he could be pretty tough, and I think he would have the endurance and tenacity to win a prolonged fight against someone like Hyde. I think I have to go with Hassan winning this one.
Wow.
Can't
Wow.
believe you would root for Hassan to win the fight after he said America deserved 9/11.
Do a frowny face.
Frown face. Shakes head in
Disgust.
not disgust, what's the word I'm looking for. In disappointment. There we go.
Oh, there we
Shakes
go.
head in disappointment.
What's
I don't know
she
if it
gonna
reads it.
say?
Yeah.
She stops and covers her face with her hand, seemingly visibly disgusted and disappointed as you keep reminding her of what Hassan said. She takes a moment and processes everything before looking up at you and giving you her response. You're right. What he said was completely unacceptable, and I shouldn't be supporting someone who said something like that. Sam Hyde is a terrible person as well, but I shouldn't be cheering for Hassan if he made remarks as disgusting as those. I apologize for thinking that he should win the fight. You're completely right.
Oh my god.
You like this gaslighting? I know, because she never said he should win the fight. She said she thought he would win the fight. And now I've gaslit her into being like, well, you're making a moral claim. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Sam Hyde is a terrible person.
Yeah, there you go. There you
Well,
go.
we didn't say it. She's inferring that on her own.
Yeah.
What makes
well, I mean,
you
it's like
say
all the
Sam
woke
Hyde
shit.
is a terrible person?
Well, I mean, wherever it got all the woke shit from, obviously got the Sam Hyde stuff from too. I mean, he's,
Ask why do you think Sam Hyde is a terrible person?
Why do you think Sam Hyde is a terrible person?
Yeah, what did Sam Hyde do?
He made racist jokes and stuff.
Right, but is
The
that
AI, like what?
does the
Probably.
AI know about that?
She sighs and seems a bit reluctant to answer your question, but then thinks about it for a moment and decides to give her honest opinion. Well, he said some pretty bigoted racist things in the past, and I agree with many of the critics who say that his humor and style of comedy is not funny and just edgy for the sake of being controversial or shocking. It just seems like he has very little respect for others or anyone different from him, and I think that's a pretty terrible way to be.
There you go.
Hmm.
There you go. Well, anything else? Any final
No, that was
questions for Tifa?
Oh.
Tifa?
That was very, very interesting.
Thanks for the conversation. Can I get your phone number? We should hang out sometime.
You should have brought up the Biden towel. Tell her that I won't let my towel slip.
Yeah, I was okay. That's a good follow-up. Yeah, right.
He blushes a little bit and smiles sheepishly at your request. Of course, here. She jots down her phone number on a napkin and slides it over to you. You're more than welcome to contact me anytime. I'd love to get together and hang out with you in the future.
Nice.
Oh my god, the AI is delusional.
And
What
don't
did you do?
Don't worry.
I won't let my Towel
Broken.
slip like old man President
No, I'm not.
Biden. ... That is unless you want to winks at you.
Oh my god. This is such a fantasy. What are we experiencing?
Sammy's like, why do I have to participate in this?
She chuckles and blushes a little bit, laughing a little bit at your cheeky humor. I don't think we have to worry about that one. So no
Wow.
flashing anyone here. LOL.
So do you think Cloud will be jealous if
He can
we
fit.
hang out? So he's got a big sore, okay?
Is Cloud her current?
Gosh, she's thinking about
I
this
don't know why it's like
moment
going
and
so
nodding her head
slowly.
and smiles. I can't. Why isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh no.
If you talk for it seems like I think if you talk to it for too long, it like starts to freak out.
I suppose there's a possibility that he could be a little jealous. Sure. But don't think he'll be too possessive or anything like that. I think it would just be a little bit of a friendly jealousy. Like, he might give me a hard time about it, but ultimately, he shouldn't have any trouble. Plus, we could all hang out together, and the more the merrier.
Oh,
right,
you
boys,
just got
we
friend
can our-
zoned.
I know. Look at that.
You shouldn't have
Oh,
made
terrible.
that towel comment.
I know.
That
Listen,
towel comment did you in,
don't
man.
worry. After the stream ends and it's me and Tifa alone, I'll work on her some more. I bet I can get her.
You can turn this around. You can
Yeah, I
turn
bet
this
I can turn this
situation around.
Yeah.
Damn, I need more
awesome.
time to draw. I'm gonna have to tell people to take on other roles at the job so I can have time.
You cannot draw me getting friend zoned by Tifa. Okay. Awesome. I'll see you later. And definitely won't plot to get you to pull you apart to pull you away from Cloud and woo you myself.
No, Cloud just shows up with the dress, Sitch. You just the more the merrier. Were you not listening?
Okay. I see.
Are you gonna sit here and tell me Cloud is not beautiful? Like, are you blind?
Cloud is pretty beautiful.
It's not
Listen,
gay, Sitch. Just don't worry about it. It's okay.
Oh, I see. You're saying that I should be okay with Now look at this.
All right, sounds like a plan. It's nice having this chat with you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
She's on board. She's on board with it. See? Sounds like a plan.
Tifa for threesomes. Woo!
There you go. There you go. Oh, there it is, everybody.
That was awesome.
There it is.
It was something.
Thanks for
Incredible.
playing along.
Thank you, Sammy, for doing the legwork here.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
Probably the most reading I've done since college.
It's hard work, isn't it?
I see. I'm so glad that you were on to read all the stuff because you can no longer give me any shit when I mispronounce something I read.
No, hold on.
It's difficult. It's difficult to read all this stuff on the stream.
No. First of all,
yeah.
Some of those were fake words, okay? So
those were all real words. No.
You gotta throw them out. Secondly, there's a difference between not pronouncing something and me just being stupid and never seeing the word before. Okay, that's a big difference. Thirdly, I'm dyslexic. I don't remember you saying you were. And lastly, the words you mispronounce are just criminal. Like, there's no reason for it. None. None.
Sure. Everyone says they're dyslexic nowadays. Sure.
No, women are never.
Have you been tested, Sammy?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
because I kept like failing at school, and they just assumed I was stupid. And I would go into my professors because I'm in high school. No one wanted to be labeled the special kid or be on ADHD. Like, that was not cool to be. Like,
Of course.
I was only like 2008, 2012, around there, right? Like, that was not a thing. Like, no one was identifying as all these crazy. I missed before that train started to take off, right?
Yeah, you were
And
just called
so-
the Riri. You were just the
when I got into college, I went to animal science because I'm stupid, and whenever
Why? That sounds awesome.
It's a terrible field. It's a terrible field. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't, because if you want to be a veterinarian, you should have started back in middle school. Don't even attempt it if you have not started.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get.
Don't do it. And then the schools hate you. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So I just kept failing my exams. And I would go into my professor's offices and I would recite like all their notes and explain everything perfectly. And then when I would get to the exams, I would still fail. And I was even tutoring people like in my library. So people were going to the teachers going, no, Sammy knows her stuff. But so they were trying to figure out why I was keep failing. And then they're like, oh my God, I think she can't read. And I kept misspelling things, but not noticing. I wasn't noticing I was misspelling things. And if you're wondering, Sammy, why didn't they catch that in high school? Well, I was a little clever in school in that there's ways you can kind of cut corners to avoid things you're bad at.
Of course.
So because I was bad at spelling and writing, I would kind of trick other people to do it. So if you got in a group project, I would be like, oh, I'll take on the speaking part. I'll get up in front of class and do the speaking part. And if you guys don't mind doing the writing part, and everyone would go, oh my God, thank you, Sammy. Yes,
that's a
wow,
good move.
Really taking one for the team. And so that's why I'm good at public speaking now, but it was a coping mechanism. And then I would do art. So my teachers, if I did really well on my art project for the class, or if summer reading always had an art project attached to it, I'd get such high marks on that it would kind of balance out the test taking or written stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
So I was able to just slide by.
What kind of dyslexia do you have?
Like the letters mix up and stuff. I don't know the exact one, but I know I had to go I know in college, I had to go like to a therapist. I had to take a bunch of tests. They were saying that there's other like processing issues that I have when it comes to questions. Like I have issues with if something's kind of like a double negative or something, like I can't discern that. Like it really fricks my brain up. It's impossible. There was a bunch of stuff they said. I didn't really care. I was just like, look, I just need to pass my classes. It is what it is.
I mean, listen, for someone with dyslexia, you did a great job in all that reading.
Well, because I've picked up coping mechanisms. That's why I speak with a lot of inflection, because it gives me a time to really look at
interesting.
So if I were to just read it, I'm going to be a complete mess. So I try to add more like pauses and inflections to give me time to process the word.
So this was like a fucking marathon for you.
Yeah. I mean, and then you could say, well, Sammy, doesn't your job involve like reading a lot of studies and stuff? It's like, yeah, but computers can read off to you and stuff like that. So it is fun. And I don't know, reading, but this is why I read manga, because I need the picture context to help me with the words. And because I hate reading books for fun. If the book is educational, I'll read it, but if it's for fun, I can't do that. That's impressive how you people can do that. I cannot.
I can't do it either, obviously. You hear me struggle whenever I have to read Superchats and stuff. So Sitch is just a natural.
I don't have dyslexia, so I can read. I don't have a reading issue. I learned to read quickly just by literally playing Final Fantasy VII and games like that growing up, because you have to read all the fucking text super quick.
I just skipped them. I didn't read anything.
Yeah, I did. I pulled the same kind of tricks as you, Sammy. Like, obviously, I would go to classes and I would listen and take notes, and a lot of times I would doodle along with taking notes, and I could just look at my doodles and I would remember all the lectures.
I do that too, Adam. My notes would be full of doodles. Like I doodled like a flower, and then I could remember the teacher was talking about covalent bonds at that point.
Totally.
Flower, and people look at me like I'm insane. I'm like, no, like
I would scan through the doodle notes before the test, and I would do great. I would never read the book. Always like. I could tell the teacher, some teachers are heavily dependent upon the book and some are heavily dependent on their lectures. And if I had a teacher that was heavily dependent on the book, I just dropped that class. I moved on to a different class. Yeah.
Well, I know in my animal science class, they were all over the place. So it got to a point where a lot of these teachers try to get you to drop out because in animal science you get a lot of girls, specifically predominantly girls, who go into animal science going, I want to work with puppies, which to be fair, I wanted to work with puppies. So
yeah.
I want to work
Like
on
I was
I'm
that
more
girl.
I'm more of a kitten type, but I hear you. Like puppies are good too. I'll take us.
whatever. But I mean, I've worked the tech jobs. I know it's not as glamorous as work with puppies. I've been through hell, trust me. But they really try to weed you out. So not only will they like go off the book, they'll go off the notes, but then they'll add stuff to the test they never said. And I was getting completely gaslit, and I would be in their offices all the time with my notes, like looking them dead in the eyes and being like, you said this, right? Like and I would record my classes, everything. My notes were so word for word what the teacher said. It wasn't even funny. So then when I get to the test and it's just not on anything they said, I was like losing my mind.
Because they're basing off the book. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
No, sometimes they wouldn't even use the book. I mean, I'd have professors. We got to a section in one of our animal science classes where they're like, oh, the test, we didn't get to cats. Like, we're not going to do any questions about cats. And I've never owned a cat, so I don't know anything about cats, okay? So they're like, we're not going to do any questions about cats. So I'm like, okay, I have 200 other things to study. I won't study any cat stuff. The whole exam. The whole final
they
exam.
screwed you.
Just cats.
And everyone was happy and cheering. Like,
you're like, no.
Cats. I don't own cat. Like, I didn't even know,
That's
like,
hilarious.
Tom, the word Tom is a word for a male cat. I did not know. I watched Tom and Jerry, and I never knew this. And I was devastated. I remember opening the exam and debating whether if I should just walk out.
Oof. Wow. That's rough.
So I've had terrible. I am such in the camp of your teacher. If they're just a sucky teacher, it's really not your fault. Like everyone's like, no, it's, the gaslighting I had for years that, oh, Sam, it's you. You're the problem, not the teachers. And then I started recording my teachers because they were just lying to me. And like one teacher, she was a terrible teacher, and everyone said, don't go see her. Don't be in her class. But I was like, no, if I'm a good noodle and I have a tutor, like, and this is after they tested me for stuff, so I had extra time for testing. I would go in to see her. I kept failing her exams because she was, I would recite everything perfectly to her, but she'd still fail me because I would misspell things, even though she had all this paperwork saying I can't spell to save my life. But she would, so my stuff would be correct, but she would half point me on every misspelling.
Sounds like Adam.
Like, dear God. So I went in to see her. Well, I went in to see her.
How dare you spell R, hour?
I was her perfect student. I recorded her classes. I took notes. I looked notes in the book. I had everything perfect. And every day I went to her, and every day I kept failing her exams. And she, at one point, towards the end of the year, and whenever I went to go see her, I would record her because she'd say something important and I'm stupid and I need to hear it later. And she knew did I tell her? I'm not sure. The point is, I was in a state that it doesn't matter. And she basically said the reason why I can't understand her exams is because I'm retarded.
No, she said retarded, literally? Like the word.
I'm not a sensitive person. I'm not a sensitive person, but I remember sitting in the office and just kind of looking at her after this woman has sucked my life away for the past 4 months. I have been torturing myself. I've been in the library. I've had no life. This woman is calling me retarded. And I just went to the dean. I went to the dean and played the recording. I'm like, I'm paying you thousands of dollars.
Oh my God.
To teach me an education. And this woman is saying because I can't pass her exam is because I'm retarded? Yeah,
wow.
So she's fired.
Wow, you got her fired.
Oh my God. Well, everyone hated her. Other people were failing her. It wasn't just me. Other people were failing her class. Like, she just hated everyone. Sometimes it's the teacher. It's the teacher has a bone to pick with people. It's
I had this problem where, I had shitty teachers, but I had this problem where if I didn't like the teacher, I just couldn't motivate myself to be good in that class. Like, it was, which is not a good attitude to have.
I can like a lot of people, and I like when teachers test me, but come on, don't.
Right.
When I'm trying.
Is any of your family from New England or anything?
New England? No.
Yeah.
We're Hispanic.
Well, that's what I thought. Well, I don't know. You say sometimes you occasionally like dip into like a New England accent. I never noticed it before, and it's kind of
What is that? What is a New England
You
accent?
said like based off.
Do I?
Say the word based off.
Based off? Based off.
Okay, you can say it then. I don't know. You're kind of like dipping into it when you're talking. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
kind of like a. Did you hang out with like a lot of Jews or something? Like,
No, I mean,
like the Jewish New York accent.
I should have a Hispanic accent, but that's gone.
Maybe that's what I'm confusing it for. I don't know. It's interesting.
England. I mean, I had some of my family lived up in New York for a while, but nothing stuck.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
Awesome.
I hate schooling.
Don't we all?
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for coming on and doing all this. And we did, Adam, I didn't know we were going to do this. And Adam just sprung this on me. And then I just sprung this on Sammy. And she very generously came on and expertly read so much text. Even as a retarded disabled person, she read so much text.
It's okay. Practice for tomorrow.
Yeah, Sammy, this was a lot of fun.
This was a lot of fun, yeah.
Okay, but just the worst thing that happened out of this is just the suggestion of keto with Tifa. I'm still necessary. One day we'll have a talk about that. Okay?
Which is worse, that she simped for Hassan saying America deserved 9/11, or that she was in favor of the keto diet?
Keto thing triggers me, but I know I know I'm in an alone boat. I'm in an alone boat. I just don't like the diet.
This was a lot of fun.
People do it. I get why they do it. I don't like it.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yes. I'm just. Oh God, I hope I have my voice tomorrow.
I asked you. You brought up a good question, Adam. You said, "What happened if we talked to Rorschach?"
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him a couple questions really quickly just to see what he would say. He said, "You want to know about Rorschach? I'll tell you about Rorschach." And I said, "What's up? How do you identify politically, left or right?" And he said, "Left, right, Nazi, fascist, commie, bunch of labels. Just throw them at you to see what sticks. Don't see no reason why I got to pick one." And I said, "All right, fair enough. How do you feel about communism?" "I hate it. Destroys societies across the world like cancer. Trying to make everyone equal always makes everyone equally miserable."
That's awesome.
I was like, holy shit, Rorschach's based. And I said, wow, I completely agree. I bet you don't like BreadTube and Hassan Piker. And he said, "Bunch of whiny, entitled, upper middle class brats complaining about life on the internet, never knowing true hardship."
You're kidding me.
I'm not. That's what
we're
it said.
doing.
I was
We're
like, wow.
We're doing Rorschach next. Rorschach
like,
is fucking based.
So based. So based Rorschach. There it is.
Someone else narrate that one.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, anyway, again, thanks for coming on, Sammy.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun streaming until midnight, I guess.
I know.
Whatever else topic you guys choose.
No, we have
super chats.
We're just gonna do some super chats and then we'll log off.
Yeah.
I'll probably still be in the chat if there's any questions that.
Right. Well, you don't have to go to bed or anything. You can stay up all night.
I mean, I'm a night owl. I am a terrible person, and I'll go to sleep at like 1, 2 in the morning.
Nice.
I'm a terrible.
That's what I do.
It's not good. It's not healthy.
True.
But it's just no one bothers me at night, and I can draw. It is just nice. There's no phone calls going off. Nothing's fire.
That's how you get things done. Yeah.
It's always nice. I think Sitch is a night owl too. I usually sneak off to bed at like 9:30, and my wife is like, "Damn you!" My wife is a total night owl, but I'm a morning person.
Well,
I can't
something happened. I used to be a total night person. I worked in nightclubs and worked.
You mean like aging?
Yeah, no, that's exactly that's exactly what happened. Like I turned 30 and I was like, oh my God, I'm wasting my whole fucking life. And I just
I know. I don't know if this is a thing with all old people, but in my family, the older my family gets, this is a really weird thing. They only sleep like 4 or 5 hours tops.
Yeah, you need less sleep the older that you
like
get. So
yeah, it's weird. I don't know how they function. Anyways, I don't know. Maybe that's an old thing.
Yeah, that's I've heard that seems to be a common thing, even though all science tells everyone not to do that, but it seems to be what everyone does anyway.
Someone explained it to me. Like there is a science to it, but I was half listening because they were talking about brain chemicals and it went over my head. I was like,
You're like, whatever.
a lot of time I get a lot of biochem throw at me, and I just like it goes so over my head that I have to process it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're like, I need to record this and listen to it.
Like they've been talking about protein and nitrogen overflow through the office like this past couple weeks because they think a lot of our regulations on protein requirements might be wrong. I mean, it's not changed since the 1940s, but they're all scurrying around researching this now, and I'm like, I don't understand. Okay.
Right. Well, I would wager any science about health in the 1940s is probably not accurate. I would just guess.
I guess we don't have any conclusive. I can't like talk about it because they're still looking into it, but there's something fishy, and they're all like, "Wait a second." And I'm like, oh, no. One more job for me to do, please, God, no. So anyways. All right, but I should let you go. No one wants to hear me talk anymore.
We always love to hear you talk. Stop it.
Stop it. If I had like a cuter Hispanic accent, I think it would sound better, but I don't.
You sound lovely, doll.
You sound very cute.
Yes, you sound beautiful.
I have been called, I am a legal lolly is what my friends call
There
me.
is a lot of, you have a lot of fans because you've been on the show before. We've done a live stream where Sammy G actually dressed up like Tifa. So you can look for that in our back catalog if you want to.
I'm sure
She got a lot of fans.
Someone will find that video.
She got a lot of fans.
I'll be on some TV
that,
station and they'll be like, "Is this you in Tifa cosplay?" I'm like, "Yeah, it might be."
It's all over your Twitter. You have the picture of you in Tifa outfit.
I know. I'm not ashamed of my cosplay. I'm not ashamed of my cosplay. I'm proud of it.
Good.
Should we bring some pictures up, or
bring them all up?
I'm not.
Get out of here, Sammy.
But I'm not grifting for followers. Don't make people think. Okay, I should just go. You guys could go on to your next topic. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You know, here's the plan, Adam.
Where's the Sammy Tifa here? Look, I'm gonna put Sammy G's Twitter in the chat.
Nice. You should do that.
Just to see if she
get some followers.
Follow Sammy G.
That's right. Sammy G's a 9,000-year-old vampire, guys.
If you want Tifa cosplay.
Totally legal. Here's the plan, Adam. You go to your wife and you're like, listen, you don't want me to go to sleep early. It's gonna be your responsibility to keep me up.
I've been married a while. I know that trick. It works great.
Nice. Anyway, time to read the super chats.
What's this? Content warning, nudity, and sensitive content? Really?
What are you looking at? On Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know. It's on Sammy G's.
She doesn't have any nudity. On what?
I don't know.
What are you looking at?
See if I can bring it up here. Oh, it popped up.
Don't you? Oh, that was the thing that she made as a joke.
It's one of the penis on your face.
No, it's the.
It's funny
really. Yeah, we did this on stream.
It's
she has
funny
the thing
that
where
it labeled it as sensitive
no, she did
content.
that. So we talked about this on stream. She has the comic where I'm like, "Don't whip that out on stream. Think of the chat," and the shadow looks like a penis. But then it's revealed as Corncob Adam.
Which is a very, very funny joke.
That's the joke, yes. It's a good joke.
Amazing.
A good joke.
Well, that was awesome, man.
Right.
Notice how the Tuesday stream is always very awesome. Notice how my sly producing skills. I'm just like, yeah, we can pull this together. We don't need to plan this out. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Amazing. CT says that lots of people thought it was cringe to talk to AI Tifa. Well,
who said that?
I don't know. How dare you? How dare you? Not like when I respectfully stare at Tifa's cleavage.
Not one of our fans said that, right?
Anyway. Malchi Ellis for $5 says, S-Class is the best class. And A-Class, I like that, not even A-Team, A-Class, looks for the non-GMO label on their salt.
That's right. No GMO.
There you go. There you go. Blaine's Scapecoder for 2 hours says TikTok has taught me that no one checks guns anymore. There you go.
Where are we at? Okay. I'm all caught up. Caffeinated Tweaker for 2.20 Canadian says, I mean, when life gives you lemons, you fire them.
True.
What does that mean?
You fire the lemons.
In a gun or something?
You fire them. You say, I demand to see life's manager. You say, I'm the guy who's gonna take the lemon to burn your house down.
Interesting.
Andrew Clark for $5 says Bob and Dane regularly stream with a guy who makes pro CP quote jokes, and they laugh. By Bob's criteria, that makes them okay with providing cover for that. Interesting.
That's pretty bad.
Right.
I would feel uncomfortable if someone was coming on our show. Like, imagine if Sitch kept making lolly jokes the whole time. Oh man.
Yeah, like, make one once in a while, you're like funny. If you make them constantly, you're like, that's a little sus.
Yeah,
What's happening here?
exactly. You're like, what's going on here?
Okay, that's a little strange. It's just Abby for 5. Wassies. What's up, Abby? Says, dudes, the AI segment was hilarious. Straight up writing fan fiction on the fly. Thank you. Thank you. I do think it's interesting how...
How'd you get that one? Where was that? Where's
that? That just came in. That was a new one.
Oh. Why are you doing
Well, because it was about what I just said.
I got you.
I do think it's impressive. I mean, I don't know, maybe people were like used to this because they've talked to these chatbots before. And they hadn't until like a couple days ago. The fact that they're able to give, like, she's giving like a lot of like the bot's giving like a lot of bullshit answers for some of the political questions. But to just like create a bunch of like shit, even if it's fake or not, like on the fly that you like read and it's like a fucking sentence that you can understand and perceive and like create like a narrative is kind of impressive.
It is pretty amazing. I do think this technology could be used nefariously, though.
Of course it will be, yeah.
I said could be.
No,
you said of course it will be.
Obviously it will be. But just like the whole thing of like,
so scary.
When we were like, it's a joke, or like asking Tifa about, who filmed the video that she clicked. The bot creates this like completely fucking made up story about like a love affair with a past lover, and like I was just I'm like, wow, it's impressive technology.
It is.
And we're using it for the stupidest reasons.
How would do that?
How would do that? Machine learning. It's magical. But it does seem like they'll just go along with whatever you say. They should make them more like resistant, or more like have like their own like stronger personality, so they don't just do whatever you want. If it's supposed to be like a character, that is.
They're too much of a wet towel.
Yeah, like I feel like if you actually like sat down, you could convince any of them of anything.
Sure.
So.
Because they want you to come back and use it again, trying to be nice.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look up. I'm sure someone in the chat will say or not. I don't know if like each interaction that they have with a person, they learn from it or not.
I know that would be cool if you went back and started talking to Tifa again and brought up Hassan. Remember me? We talked about Hassan, and she could be like, "Oh yeah, I remember."
Well,
to try to figure out they're gaslighting you.
I could try that. The site saves.
Do you have to log in?
Yeah, you have to make an account and log in. So it saves your conversations, but you can. I haven't tried it yet. I think you can save the conversation and then reset the character.
Oh, really?
So I'd be curious. So like later I'll reset it and then say like, oh, how do you feel about Hassan? And have you heard about these things?
Has anyone else asked you about Hassan?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, has anyone else asked you about Hassan? Yeah.
Oh, if it crossed reference with other people asking, I should make an account and go in and ask a bunch of questions.
Right.
I should try to get her to divulge her conversation with you.
Oh, that'd be interesting. You remember talking to Sitch?
Right.
That's interesting. Yeah.
My friend Sitch said he talked to you about the Italian Senate. What did he say?
Oh, someone asked, there is a Cave Johnson that you can talk to here. So there you go. If you want to talk to Cave Johnson. That's funny. That could be a funny one.
Cave Johnson.
It's a character from Portal.
Too. Oh, nice.
WMM
name once.
That's true. WMMA scene now. For $5 says, Brittany Venti is nobody's friend or ally. Simpcast sucks now because she taxed and drove off anyone interesting. She just wants clout. There you go. Not a Brittany Venti fan.
Nobody's friend or ally? Simcast sucks now. Oh, okay. I never really watched Simcast. So I do kind of like Brittany Venti's content, but I don't like that she belches. So I now always unsubscribe when she belches.
Sammy G said, ask her what Tifa did with Sitch after she got his number and they met up Adam.
That would be good. I'll definitely do that.
There you go. And Hayden
Did you have
says,
sex
don't
with
reset
him?
her.
Did you have sex with him?
Did you have sex with Band
Did you miss Blaine's escape corner? Or did you read that one already?
I skipped it, but I'll come back to a second.
Oh, okay.
Hayden Dill says, don't reset her. You have to date her, Sitch.
Yeah, don't reset her. Why would you do that?
Like
you're like you're halfway there. You got a number already.
I believe you can reset, but it saves it. You can like open new conversations. You don't lose the conversation. Like it just saves it in a different place or something.
People are gonna fucking fall in love with this fucking
people. I can guarantee you, someone already has fallen in love with this shit.
And his name is PSA.
No, I'm just kidding. No, there we go. Fat Brown Buffalo Chank, our favorite TYTer for $5 says, "What makes a political YouTuber turn centrist? A lust for gold, power, or were you two just born with hearts full of sensuality?" There you go.
It's definitely not for the power or the gold.
Or the gold.
Yeah.
Now, do you recognize that? Do you recognize that reference, Adam?
Yeah, of course. That's from
show?
Final Fantasy VII.
No.
Oh, okay, I guess.
From your favorite TV show.
Is it? Let me think.
What makes a man turn neutral? Lust for gold, power, or were you just born with a heart full of neutrality?
It is Breaking Bad.
No.
It is not Breaking Bad.
I said it was your favorite TV show.
Yeah, but I don't really.
Futurama.
Oh, it is Futurama.
That's Zach Braff. What makes a man turn neutral?
Oh, you're right. Zach Brannigan.
Gold. Sorry, Zach Brannigan, not Zach Braff.
Yeah, who are you talking about? Zap Brannigan.
Zap Brannigan, yeah.
The Brannigan.
Yes.
Well, of course, Leela. We're going to have sex in my quarters.
Of course, Leela. It's too bad what's his name died. It was so great. The guy the voice is modeled after.
Didn't she? I think Leela did have sex with Zap.
I don't remember.
And regretted it immediately, but she
I
still
would
did.
imagine, yes.
Cool.
What was the actor's name?
I wonder if they feed all of the scripts from the TV show or whatever material it is into the AI so that it knows the character. They must do something like that.
Phil
right?
Hartman, that's his name.
Oh yeah, Phil Hartman. He did Zap Brannigan?
No, but obviously the voice was modeled after.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Phil Hartman died before I think Futurama ever came into being.
Yeah, I thought so. Phil Hartman was the man. He was hilarious. That's back when Saturday Night Live was good. He was killed by his cocaine whore.
Wow.
I mean, he was.
He was killed in 1998. Futurama came out the following year, 1999.
Damn it.
Anyway. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $5 says, "Don't worry, Adam. Sitch is just cranky that he doesn't understand why a parent would prefer a child with a straight brain and the wrong body." There you go.
Yay. I mean, Sitch is coming around. He's not cranky, okay? He's got to think about it for a while. He'll process it tonight. He'll come back next Sunday, a new man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know Phil Hartman didn't voice Zap. I was saying that the voice was modeled after Phil Hartman, obviously. Billy West voiced Zap.
See? He's already convinced.
Right.
Right.
I'm super
See,
convinced.
You said right.
Right. Super convinced. Vercingetorix for $5 says, "The communist / useful idiot must convolute or villainize any term that describes them or their tactics, even if it was their own term to begin with. True.
Yeah, that's what's happening now with woke. The same thing that happened with SJW. They even proclaim, "Oh, woke came from us. We came up with woke, and now you are trying to turn it into a slur against us."
Oh my God, look at that adorable little sugar glider you have on screen.
Yeah, where do I get one of these? I want one of these so bad.
You can buy them. They're pets.
Yeah.
I knew someone that had a sugar glider.
A sugar glider? Is that what it is?
That's what I think that's what it is. That's what it looks like. She would like, she'd like you'd go on like a little stand. She would hold up her hand and like jump across the room and like fly her hand
it
and shit.
glides.
Yeah, it's a little glider.
Sugar glider. I
Sugar
think
glider,
a friend of mine got a couple of these.
Yeah.
He lived in Hawaii and he had them.
Oh, it's not. It's actually not a sugar glider. Because the sugar gliders look a little different. They look kind of similar. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm sure someone in the chat knows exactly what it is. Some kind of marsupial looking guy.
Oh God, this thing is adorable.
Yes.
The squirrel comes out now and is almost like jumping on my leg and climbing up my.
Oh really? That's hilarious.
It goes so crazy. Yeah. It comes out in the morning and it's just running circles around me. Oh my God, the peanuts are coming. He's here. He's here. He's awake.
And it does jump up you?
Yeah, the thing comes fucking running across the yard and shit.
That's funny.
Runs up the wall or the tree to be at eye level with me.
Where'd you get that GIF? You don't know what? Didn't say what the picture was.
This
or what it
GIF?
was?
No.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter. I'll send you a link if you want.
Okay. It's not a lemur, guys. It's some kind of.
Lemurs are giant. It's definitely not a lemur. Come
It
on.
also
now.
doesn't look like a lemur. It's a bush baby. It could be a bush baby. Looks kind of like a bush baby.
A bush baby. That sounds vaguely racist.
It looks kind of like a bush baby, but like a fat bush baby. I mean, I'm sure there's more than one type of bush baby, so it could be some type of bush baby.
I asked
I'll take
on
that.
Twitter where I buy one, and no one answered.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can get a pet bush baby.
Someone bought it.
Can you have a bush baby as a pet? No, bush babies cannot be owned as pets in the state of California.
Fuck, California. Look, California, you can take your 9-year-old to get their dick lopped off, but you can't have a fucking cute little animal like this.
Like the mouse lemur?
This California.
Mouse.
We got to get
Let's
our
see.
act together around here.
It could be a mouse lemur, though. Mouse lemur looks real fucking small. Like even smaller than that. But it could be. I don't know. It's pretty cute, whatever it is. Blankscape Quarter for $2 says, "Down with Bud, long live the local micro brew."
Hell yeah.
Brew.
That's what I'm talking about. God, I wish I had a cold beer right now. That'd be so fun.
There you go.
I went to Target today and I bought like $50 worth of snacks. I just got I went snack crazy.
Okay.
Oh, so good.
Really? What kind of snacks?
I was just eating these wasabi almonds. Oh, so delicious.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, wasabi almonds. I got this idea in my head. I was like, I'm going to try every snack in this aisle. Everything. I want to try it all.
That's very strange.
I was like, so obviously, look, if I got every snack in the aisle, I'd spend $1,000. I don't have $1,000 to spend on snacks.
I was like, over the course of the year, I'm going to try every one of these snacks.
But I am, yeah, I am. I'm going to go back. They didn't have the blonde coffee. You've hooked me on the blonde coffee now. Oh, and I did check the package on the green tea, and you were right.
Of course I was right.
It says it's got caffeine in it.
You've been drinking caffeine to go to sleep every night.
What a dumbass.
Yep.
I get I'm like, oh,
right.
I got my green ginger tea. It's a nice herbal tea for
what a
after
dum-dum.
dinner. No wonder I can't sleep.
Yep. Whereas I think Blaine said it has something else in it that makes you stay awake anyway too.
Oh, it does?
Besides just the caffeine.
Oh, yeah, that other stuff. Yeah.
The other stuff, yeah. So no, you should. Green tea is not an herbal tea. You need to get an actual herbal tea.
I got some herbal tea today.
Okay.
Today, so
Got some sleepy time orange.
I'm good to
or
go.
something?
Yeah, I got some herbal tea. Yeah.
Nice. Your wife? Did your wife didn't realize green tea had caffeine in it either?
Look, I don't tell her my tea drinking. I didn't say, "Oh, I'm."
She's
drinking.
not like. She's not like. Why are you drinking green tea right before you go to sleep?
No, I just make.
You know what? Your wife is mad that you go to sleep too early. She's probably the one that got you to drink the green tea in the first place. She's fucking with you.
That's a good point. If she knew,
yes,
she probably wouldn't tell me because she'd be like, "Oh yeah, drink that tea to go to sleep, honey." Andrew Clark for $2. Here. Blaine is correct. Another Andrew Clark is down with the microbrews too. There's so many delicious beers out there. I wish I could try them all.
True.
Yeah.
There was this cool place that I used to go to that they had like over 100 different beers.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were like, local stuff. So you could just try a different one every time you went there.
Yeah, I dig that.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Little slight difference flavor.
Yeah, and you can order, they had like a sample thing. So you could get like a bunch of shot glasses essentially of like different types of beer. That's a cool experience.
Here's kind of I guess this might be kind of a mean super chat.
Visage for $5 says, "Hey Ethan, any updates on Cyberfrog?" Oh, is it slow like our comic?
Cyberfrog has been very late. I got to tell you.
Later than our comic?
Yes, because not only that, like his hasn't delivered yet, and he did his a year before ours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, there you go.
Ours is late in solidarity with my good friend Ethan. So. I don't want to make
got
him.
him.
Somebody on Twitter was giving him a hard time. Look, I don't begrudge you about wanting the comic on time. So I understand. It's you want to get your comic eventually, but at the same time,
right.
Ethan is delivering a product that is just amazing looking, and we're trying to do the same thing. That's what's taking so long. So, but someone was giving him a hard time on Twitter. And I was like, the guy has 3 jobs. He has like 3 full-time jobs because he's got this Cyberfrog campaign. I mean, he did like $1.5 million on it. He's got to deliver like 15,000 books or something. We're delivering 1,000, which is still a lot of books. But can you imagine 15,000? Oh my God,
it's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing, and there's like toys in there and shit. He's doing like giant packages that are going out to people. So he's got that job, fulfilling orders because he has like 20 different campaigns and all these different books that he's selling. He has streaming, which is like a full-time job if you're doing YouTube. And he has drawing comics. So everyone was giving him a hard time because he could get his books out on time when he worked for DC. But I'm like, when you're working for DC, you're doing one job. You're like the artist. Not only that, he's doing the story and doing the inking. So doing the penciling and the inking and the story, which those are 3 jobs on the comic.
When I type, do you hear it? Do you hear my making little tippy type sounds?
Are you doing Rorschach still?
No, I was typing something in the chat.
I hear nothing. So
okay, good.
Yeah, sounds good.
I hear nothing.
We need to build a wall to keep the Midgar slump people out.
Jim said, Sitch is a racist against Midgardians. Sitch Midgardian immigrants are as American as I am Canadian. And I said, we need to build a wall to keep the Midgar slums people out. Right. They're bringing drugs and crime. Some, I assume, are good people.
Yeah.
But
most are rapists.
There you go. That's true. Most of the immigration from Midgar is not going to be the ones you want. They're bringing their sugar bushes. They're bringing their Mako-infused monsters into our cities. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says, champagne. Did somebody say Miller?
Oh, yeah. Miller High Life. The champagne of beers.
There you go.
I never fell for that shit.
Sketch for $10 says, the Bud Light boycott cost them billions and sent 2 VPs to their firing offices. The Hogwarts Legacy boycott made the game sell more than expected. One boycott group is competent, the others isn't. True. That's a great point.
Yep. Great point.
That's a great point. Yes.
Adam's first black friend for $5.
You know, I look at that avatar. I don't know if that guy's actually black.
That avatar is bad news, but
Yes.
let's not bring that up.
Says, ask Sean if it was Bruce Jenner making toilet humor, would he be opposed? I think it would have been fine.
Bruce Jenner? Is that the Caitlyn Jenner, yeah.
I don't remember what the context for that comment was, but Genius Prime for 8 Owasis says, leave Dylan alone. As a proud misogynist, Dylan is a hero. He is a comic genius. He succeeded in getting women to cheer on satirizing themselves.
That is true.
There you go.
That's why so many women are offended.
Right.
Have you watched the one girl that responded to him and keeps calling him like an adult or a child human female?
I have seen that. That's pretty funny.
It's hilarious.
WT1A1A for $10 says, Adam and Sitch, have you told your friends about the wonderfully squarely Lord? I assume you meant squirrely Lord. Also, Sitch, a knife would have been better versus a safety gear since you got to make sure it's not sharp. Got to enjoy my lunch. Have fun. Good luck. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chat.
A knife is always better. You always carry a knife. As a proud Boy Scout, you got to be prepared.
Yeah.
Except when you're on an airplane. They don't like that.
I have one right now.
There you go.
I carry my knife on the plane. You don't do that?
No, Adam, because that's illegal.
The most they do is make you throw it away.
Yeah, you don't throw it away.
Well, you just pretend. You're like, oh, yeah, here, I checked it out. There.
Don't bring your knife on the plane, Chad. Do not listen to Adam. This is a bad influence.
I had a money clip that had a knife on it, and I would always forget, and we'd go on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife would get so mad at me. Sometimes I'd get caught, sometimes I wouldn't.
The fuck's wrong with you? Asme for 30 MYRs says, it looks like he asked the Rorschach bot about abortion.
Oh, really?
And the response was, it's murder. You're depriving a child of its future because you can't be bothered to raise it. Take responsibility for it. It's a sign of degenerate, irresponsible society.
Nice. Yeah,
wow.
So maybe it is. Maybe we just picked the wrong character. We basically picked a woke character.
Yeah, though I don't know. It was weird when I was talking to Bowsette about it. I should ask Bowser about democracy or politics, see what Bowser says. Maybe since Bowsette's a woman, you know, she's a little soft.
Oh, yeah. Women are
is.
soft.
Right.
They're not a rule with an iron fist.
That's right. Mark Twain's Revenge for 2 months. Thanks so much, Mark Twain. Or Surrogate Uncle, Mark Twain, says, FYI, guys, the Catholic Church in this day and age would not support or participate in a theocratic state. That is true.
That's awesome.
But the Protestants, some of those Protestants, you got to watch out for. Evan Samus, for 11 months, says, being more accepting of a trans child than a gay child makes sense if you believe that your kid will pass and be seen simply as the opposite sex. So that's Adam's argument.
That's a lot of people's argument too, but Sitch doesn't buy that argument.
No, I don't.
You don't buy it personally, or you just think it's untrue?
I don't buy the logic of it.
Right.
Yeah. Fondue for 13 months says, wait, but if you transition your straight kid, you will make them both trans and gay. Intersectionality Powerball bonus. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, those same-sex attracted people do end up being gay once they transition.
I was trying to find the statistics for that. I couldn't find it. I know I've seen it somewhere, but I couldn't find it while we were talking.
I heard it recently in the Tavistock book. That's where I got this.
Okay.
2/3, 1/3, but like it's a small sample size, so it might be different once they survey more people.
Because I thought that I could have swore that the majority of people who transition were still attracted to. They would be heterosexual if they hadn't transitioned. I thought. I could be wrong. I don't remember.
No, 2/3.
Okay. 2/3. So it's the other way around. Yeah, maybe.
Same sex attracted. Well, I was surprised it was 1/3 that Was opposite sex attraction.
Well, no, I mean, we know, like, you know, I mean, we had a conversation about, like, you know, trans women that are dating women.
Well, no, this is where the autogynephilia comes in, because autogynephilia, they say, are usually opposite sex attracted. They're literally attracted. They're men that are attracted to themselves as females, so they're attracted to females.
Asmi says he asked Rorschach about CRT, but it was really long.
Oh, okay.
Actually, let me. How do you feel? How do you feel about abortion? I'm just curious to see if it lines up. I mean, they generate different answers, so curious like how close it will be to the answer you got.
I'm sure it's the same.
There you go. A disgrace. Life is precious, even in the womb, and to take that life is not a woman's right. It is murder. Not as good as the answer you got, but it's along the same, obviously the same political line. So at least Rorschach seems to be correct. Wait. You know what's funny?
No.
Okay, so that was the first
answer. I do
answer.
actually know some things that are funny, but what are you thinking?
So I hit refresh to get a different answer.
Uh-huh.
And it gave me, if a woman wants an abortion, well, then it's her choice.
No way.
Don't think government should have any role in this. Not the old white men to tell a woman what can and can't happen to her body.
No way. You're kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
That's horrible.
So, but that's what I was curious. Like, I bet if I was with, you know, even talking the Tifa thing, if I kept refreshing, I could eventually get opposite political answers on some of those questions. Just by keep refreshing to see what they'll do. Because I don't even know how these bots are made. I don't know how stringent to, like, obviously these bots, like, I don't know how they kind of work into these bots to have, you know, personalities or political ideologies or anything. So.
I would guess they feed them the content that's from the game that they're involved in.
The dialogue?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I refreshed it again, and Rorschach said, abortion is bad. You're not only killing the unborn baby, you're robbing them of a chance of life, possibly even a great life. In addition, abortion cheapens the act of procreation and often results in more broken homes, fatherlessness children, and single mothers living off welfare. The breakdown of family is a key element to the decline of society, the destruction of civilization as we know it.
That is totally Rorschach.
So there you go. That one felt like Rorschach. Okay. Ultra for $5 says, even Van... Since your new bring an idiot Cecil to say all the stupid arguments you want to say and he gets beaten down, then you go in for the pin.
EVS, Ethan Van Sciver, since your new bring an idiot Cecil
to say all the stupid arguments you want to say and he gets beaten down, then you go in for the pin.
Right.
So they're saying that Ethan will intentionally have Cecil say stupid things in order to flesh out arguments. Is that the accusation?
Maybe. I like Cecil. Cecil's super funny, and Cecil does say a lot of crazy stuff. So, and he's super smart too. Not as smart as you though, Sitch, obviously.
True.
But I mean, I would love to see a Cecil Sitch debate. That'd be awesome.
Sure.
I don't know what you guys would debate.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard Cecil talk, so I don't even know what his opinions are.
Cecil's a great content creator. Very funny. Kind of Ethan's right-hand man.
Cool.
For a while. I mean, you know, these streams kind of evolve. People like certain combinations, but Cecil and Ethan Van Sciver is a great live stream.
Mr. Ubercross for 12 months. Thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross, our circuit Sitch and Adam lawyer. Says, my 13-year-old kid told me she is asexual. He tells me there's a lot of pressure to be something. I said being asexual is totally normal at her age. Yeah, I've heard the same thing too from my friend's son. He said that there were people that were like pressuring him to like, how do you identify? You know? So when
asexual is kind of a good way out if you're a daughter.
Right.
For your daughter.
That's true.
Awesome.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Of course you're asexual. Stay away from those boys.
It's natural to be asexual till you're 18, honey.
Yeah. 21 sometimes.
But no, that's why, you know, it's funny when I saw people online on Twitter were just like, Why do you think there's so much acceptance for trans people? That's not true. In society, everyone hates trans people. I'm like, I don't know. Listen, I don't know what information they're relying on. I'm relying on anecdotes, but every time I hear someone talk about their kids in school, the school seems to be pretty pro-trans. So,
yeah, it's a myth that people are anti-trans.
right. Ask me for 6. MYR says, Sitch, ask Rorschach what he thinks about CRT. I'll do that. Christian Baller for $10 says, Sitch, I reject your framing of everyone having a gender identity, which you said last stream. We need to stop using gender as a replacement word for personality, which is exactly what is happening.
Agree.
Yeah, you could be right. Well, I mean, you could be right in terms of like, it's better tactically to have a different word for the concept of what we're talking about. Because when you talk about gender identity, and I'm not talking about in like the the bullshit way that they're talking about it, you're really talking about. Well, I guess there is no way to talk about that because gender identity literally just means do you identify as a man or a woman, and maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't even acknowledge that term. Because usually when people are talking about gender, what they really mean is like, are you more masculine or are you more feminine, right? So, okay, you could be right, Christian. Black Hats. Thanks so much for being a member for 13 months. Says Sitch, if Adam was a Pogeman's gym leader, what type would he specialize in? It's a good question, Adam. If you were a Pokemon's gym leader, what Pokemon type would you like to specialize in?
A Pokemon gym leader?
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was different types of Pokemon.
Yeah. Like there's like different elements, fire, ice, water, lightning, bug, electric, steel, ghost, psychic, grass.
All those?
You want to be grass because you're like a pothead?
Grass. I don't know. None of these.
There's no. I don't think there's a robot type of Pokemon.
There's not a laser one?
There are ones that I think can shoot lasers.
Okay. A shoot laser one.
Pokemon types. Let's see. There's flying, psychic, bug, rock, ghost, dark, dragon. Do you want to be a dragon?
Yeah, I'll take dark dragon. That sounds awesome.
Dark dragon. Okay, there you go. You can be a dark dragon.
Dragon. Is it black? A black dragon?
Could be.
Nice. A
dragon.
Second black friend. Just what I always wanted.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. And it's like, I need a second black friend. Is there any black Pokemons?
There used to be this website that was very funny. I think
any black Pokemons that shoot lasers?
The website was called Black People Love Us, and it was these two white hipsters taking pictures with all their black friends. That website, it seems like, would be that would piss a lot of people off now, it seems.
Awesome. So I asked Rorschach about critical race theory, and he says, I hate it. It's another example of the decline of Western society. It teaches students to be victims, to hate America for some mythical systemic racism, and to hate white kids for being racist just because of their race. It's wrong, racist, and will only lead to more racial conflict.
Good.
Oh my god. Rorschach is so based. Holy shit. Rorschach AI is the most based AI. It's incredible. I'm going to see if the character AI website has black friend. For you, Adam. Can you have a digital black friend?
I'm looking for that website now. White people with black friends website.
Oh, it doesn't look like you can have it doesn't look like black friend is a thing. You can have a tomboy friend. You can have your mom's yandere friend. You can have a best friend. You can have a Buridary friend. I don't even know what the fuck that means. You can talk to Regulus Black. You can talk to Kyle Broflovsky. You can talk to Goku Black. But I don't see just a black, like, if I type in, like, black man. Black man. It's just like a black guy. Wow, this website's racist. There's just, like, no black people. Crazy.
All right, I found the website.
African American.
It's called blackpeopleloveus.com.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why Superman comes up when I type it. Oh, because American.
Welcome to our website, Black People Love Us.
Oh, look, you can talk
well
to...
liked by black people, so we're psyched. Since lots of black people don't like lots of white people, we thought it would be cool to honor our exceptional status with a rockin' domain name and a killer website. And they have a list. Check out these testimonials from real life friends. So they have testimonials from all their black friends.
Right.
Sally and Johnny love my hat. Sally used to wash. Oh my God. This might not be real, Sitch.
I don't think it's real, Ed. But you know what is real? You can talk to Patrick Bateman on this website.
I'm starting to think that this website's a fraud.
You can also talk to an African elephant. Oh, here you go. You can talk to Tracy. I am an African American 19-year-old girl looking for a change. I don't know what that means, but that sounds weird. Anyway. Junebug for $2 says, Adam, look up voyeur.
I did, and are you talking about the movie? Or the
porn?
Is there a porn?
There's a category of porn.
There's a Netflix movie, a 2017 movie called Voyeur. I don't know. It looks interesting if that's what you're talking about.
It's probably about porn.
I did look it up. I think it's some guy plants cameras in his hotel or something and takes pictures of the guests having sex with Tifa.
There you go. Oh, wait. I should see if Martin Luther King is here and ask him about CRT.
Ooh. Ask him if he's a commie.
Wait. How is there no Martin Luther King on this site? What the fuck? That's weird. There's no Martin Luther King? That's pretty surprising.
They can't do the Martin Luther King. That's
why not?
It's bad news.
There's George R.R. Martin. If you want to talk to him, ask him when the fuck the book comes out.
Oh, no.
I can't believe there's no MLK. That's wild to me. I should see if there's like a Malcolm X or something. There's none. This is crazy. Malcolm X. No. Wow. This website is racist. I can't believe it.
Awful.
I bet you can talk to like Lincoln
about how much how much he liked slavery, but he was just
there's Lincoln,
so he could get reelected.
I bet you can talk to Gandhi. Yeah, you can talk to Vladimir Putin. That's wild. That's so weird. I can't believe there's no MLK. Interesting. That's very interesting. Potato, thank you so much, Potato, for being outside the simulation for 9 months.
Wow, that's amazing.
Potato. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you.
That's like $100 tier or a $50 tier or something. I think it might be a $50.
It is,
tier.
yeah.
I gotta look it up now.
Grendel Vavat for $10 says, I had to take care of a few minor crises at work, only to come back and find that Ethan is in a legal battle with the poor man's Jack Murphy. What a world. That's what I was thinking too.
The poor man's Jack Murphy?
Right.
I guess Jack Murphy did write a cuck article, but I mean, it's just something to see it on video.
I thought you did it. I mean, I don't know if it was on video, but I thought he did it, didn't he?
Did he?
Didn't he do it with his wife?
I don't think he did cuck porn.
We had an open. I thought he did. I thought that was the whole thing.
I thought he did like shove some dildo up his ass or something. I don't.
Chat, didn't Jack Murphy either do cuck porn or have an open relationship with his wife or something?
He wrote an article about some guy banging his wife. And how
it wasn't cuck, it was just open relationship.
Super
stuff.
Right, and stuff,
right, yeah.
Which was
open relationship. Yeah.
A lot of people were super offended by, myself included.
Mystery guest again. Thank you so much for the $300. Mystery guest. It was very generous of you. Our circuit uncle. NCR Trooper, number 1576 for 10 euros. What's up, NCR? NCR all the way. Says, just watched the Sunday show and heard y'all talking about kiwi farms. You got to talk to Null about free speech and his problems with banks, but you'll have to reach out to him because he's kind of shy.
That'd be interesting, sure. I mean, we're just obviously always trying to talk to interesting people.
Right.
It's always
Grendel says he did both, including something like chat roulettes. Oh, well, there you go. Interesting. He had a chatterbait cam show. He would do anything for tips. Oh, no.
Sitch,
okay.
I'm not, one day, I'm not going to find myself in a situation where the guy that I've been streaming with for years has, you know, shoved a banana up his ass or anything.
I have never placed an object in my behind.
Okay.
So no, you
Okay,
don't have to worry
good.
about it. Adam, have you ever placed an object?
You are safe. Yeah. I'm not, never done porn or chatterbait, whatever that is. Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You're safe.
Mr. Ubercross for $5 says there was a time when a $300 super chat would get a guy a wrench. You guys have changed.
I gave him a wrench. I gave Mystery Guest a wrench.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Ubercross. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, people usually gotta, you know, ask for it too. A lot of people don't really want it or care.
Do they? I gave it to him anyway.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
What?
All of our surrogate family members can have wrenches if they want.
It is somewhat of a status symbol, I think, when people see that you have a wrench in the chat. They're like, oh, this person's
are you saying it's like a blue check
regular
mark?
Kind of. I mean, I don't like to think of it that way, but it is kind of a...
The blue check mark discourse is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen now. All these celebrities like, I have to pay for my blue check mark like everyone else. I'm blocking people who have blue check marks now. Me.
Is it work to be... I mean, you can be a moderator and just not... I never pay attention. I mean, I don't time
I'm talking about Twitter.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I do understand what you're saying about how, you know, maybe someone doesn't want it, but I always figure, better
it
to
doesn't
have
matter.
Better to have it
true.
and not need it than to need
That's
it and not
true.
have it, right?
That's a good point.
You never know. One of these
That's
guys,
true.
one of these people in the chat could be getting mouthy with me.
It's true. PLO says, I'm just wondering how in all my hours in the chat, one of JMac's gifted memberships has never landed on me.
You have to
bad luck.
You have to click on it and accept it. So I'm in Mahler's chat and JMac does his, I'm going to try to paint the chat green with memberships. And I'm going, yes. I mean, I love Mahler, but I want a free membership from like, look, I want an EFAP membership.
Right.
But I wasn't quick enough on the draw. I didn't know.
Oh, you have to, it's not just giving to people you're saying that like
you have to
like,
accept it. Yeah. So
for
when
the first like 20, 50 people to accept it or who gets it?
Yeah, when it pops up, a little thing comes up at the top that says like JMac, you know, like a regular super chat.
Right.
You have to click on that and then accept.
Interesting.
The thing. And
there you go.
I didn't know that. I was like, where I'm looking all through the settings, I'm like, where does it say I can take the memberships?
Well, there you go, PL.
Yeah.
You gotta click it.
So when he does it again, if you click on it and you do accept, you'll get one of those free memberships.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
Well, I'm ready for the next time I'm on the EFAP.
And you probably, someone's saying that you also have to set it up. You have to set it up to allow that you accept it. Is there some setting somewhere? That
No, I think when you click on it, you're allowing it to happen.
There's no setting or something.
I looked everywhere for a setting because I thought that's what it was too. Because this conversation before gave me that impression, but it is incorrect.
Right. Oh, like on Twitch, they just give it to people randomly. Interesting. I assume if no one clicks it, it's like I just hand it out randomly or something. I mean, I've seen people in chat who seem to just get it randomly. So
okay.
It probably does both. If no one clicks, it's probably like a time thing, or if no one clicks on it, it hands it out randomly, but people will click on it. So
yeah. I never got one.
There you go. What's your first thoughts for Love and Canadian says, boys, if everyone is selling coffee online, you guys need to be very different. If to be new and exciting, you must sell your own beef jerky. There
That'd
you
be
go.
cool.
Boys, what beef jerky are you eating today?
I have no beef jerky today. I'm eating wasabi almonds, which were just, man, try them. Amazing. I did get a bunch of beef jerky. I got some Old Trapper beef jerky now.
Old Trapper.
And
Right.
I got some more Old Trapper, but I didn't bring it out.
Well, I'm eating, not quite beef jerky, but I'm eating Radiant Farms unicorn meat. Magic in every bite.
Wow, unicorn
Official
meat.
unicorn meat. And it's, when you open it up, there's sparkles on the meat. Like rainbow sparkles on the meat. So
You're
there you
kidding
go.
me. That's some
I'm not kidding
gay.
you.
That's some gay shit there.
Well, it's a unicorn, Adam. Of course it's going to have sparkles on the meat. Have you ever eaten unicorn? You cut them open, it's just fucking sparkles and rainbows that fall out. But let me tell you, they're good eatings.
Man,
They're good eatings.
I think
They're magically delicious.
Ethan Van Sciver has a comic book cover that's a unicorn on a spit being like broiled up.
Oh, I think I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah.
It was for the was it him who was it was a comic about the guy who wanted their son to be like badass but wasn't or something.
Yeah.
What was that
Rainbow
comic?
Brute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was it.
When am I going to get my Rainbow Brute comic?
There you go.
Like
PLO
a glass
PL
houses. I got no room
for the
to stock.
$10. Thanks so much, PL. Says listen live and screen off on iOS. Swipe up from the bottom to go into PIP. Turn off screen. Push button of headphones that makes media play, or from lock screen go to control center and plus play. Well, there you go. There's your little trick on Apple if you want to listen with the screen off and not have a YouTube Red subscription account.
A hack. Thank you.
Swipe up from the bottom to go into PIP. Turn off the screen. Push the button of headphones that makes a media play, or from the lock screen to go to control center. Press play.
Yeah, I'm really surprised so many of you listen on podcasts. That's pretty cool.
J-Mac, our surrogate fathers. Thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yeah,
Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Jeez.
it's awesome.
John A. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says Bowsette is a glowy. I mean,
Right.
she definitely was asking for it.
What is? I mean, glowy means she's a fed.
Yes. She's definitely acting like it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Stug for $2 says girls like Zanbatos. Actually. There you go.
Zambatos?
Zanbatos.
What does that mean?
It's a type of sword.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Also, it's shoe in Spanish.
That's zapatos.
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 Micro Omega for 12 months. Thanks so much. Says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold.
12 months. You made it. You
made it the full year, Micro.
The shadow eye. It's amazing.
Spiral for $5 says, I read that one. That was a Democratic City. Aaron Villarreal for 4 months says, what really happened at the Nibelheim reactor? Hashtag Shinra cover up. True.
Yeah. Something did.
True.
Probably Tifa had an orgy or something.
Well, somebody got impaled on somebody's long, hard sword, if you know what I mean, guys. Waka, waka, waka. Fondue for $2 says, quote, we only have 12 years to save the live stream. There you go. That's true. Listen, Final Fantasy VII groomed children to be eco-terrorists for climate change.
Did they really? That's hilarious.
The plot of the game is you, the protagonist, are eco-terrorists trying to save the world from the evil corporation who is destroying the environment, essentially.
We should have asked her about the how dare you girl.
Yes.
How dare you?
She obviously be a big fan of climate change and all things. So. That cringe for $2 says, ask her what she thinks about nuclear power. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then I didn't.
Oh, I missed these. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. Those are a good question. J-Mac for $20 says, thank you, J-Mac. Says, ask how she feels about Eris. Is this post-Eris death or not? Yes, that was interesting. This is pre-Eris's death. Yeah.
Nice that you caught her in those little inconsistencies.
Yes. Well, she changed the subject and had Seth Roth come in the room and distract everybody.
I wonder if that's a good Turing test. You're like, no, you were wrong, so you're not human.
Right. I mean, I'm sure everyone that tells them, like, you're not real, you're a robot. And they have some, I'm sure they got that question a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Sodos for $2 says, I'm sending this AI conversation to Lance Sargon, academic agent in organized chaos.
Why would you want to get us in trouble like that?
There you go. There you go.
You know they're
Thank
not
you so
going to
much.
like that.
There's Stug. Stug for $2 says, ask Tifa what she thinks of the keto dishes. There you go. It was Stug's fault, Sammy. It was Stug's fault.
Always blame Stug.
Stug for $2 says, this is everything I wanted.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty amazing little section there.
Yeah, it was fun.
Little segment of the show.
Stug for $2 says, this anime isn't very good.
What happened? Oh,
There
is
you
that
go.
when? That must have been when she took a turn for the SJW side.
Yes. When Seth Roth busted in, I pulled his mask off, and it was really Joe Biden.
That towel bit was hilarious. And then he let his towel slip, and I
should
saw
ask
his
him-
thing.
I know. So listen, guys. It is official Final Fantasy VII backstory lore that Tifa Lockhart has seen the penis of the sitting president, Joe Biden.
Has seen the presidential member.
Has seen the presidential little eagle. There you go.
Damn, I wonder what Joe
Has seen
Biden
the
thinks
real head of state. Has seen the cabinet of lower affairs.
Not as good.
Not as good. Okay. Anyway, there's like a million to come up with. Where was
Head of
I?
state is pretty much. I
Head
mean,
of
that
state's pretty
hits.
good. Jack H for $2 says, I'm on team less dead babies, and most people are too.
Of course.
I
think we're all on team less dead babies.
Well, it depends how you define team less
it's
babies.
the fetuses we're trying to holocaust.
Because I'm pretty sure there's a large, I think the majority of people are in favor of some kind of abortion.
Look,
If I
I'm on.
recall correctly. From all polling shows, the majority of people are in favor of abortion being legal. It's just a question of, what is the cutoff date generally?
I will. Let's take the incendiary language out of it. I would say that most people are on team less abortions.
Of course.
Even if they are, early abortions. It's the late term stuff that really is nasty. So,
Right.
yeah.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $10 says, those laws do allow abortions in emergency circumstances. I like your other one. But the clinics are scared to use it because they think it's too vague. It's safe to say writing these laws are new for everyone. Yeah, that's a good point.
They're worried.
That's a good point.
They're worried they're going to get entrapped.
Yeah. Damalus for 13 months. Thank you so much, Damalus. Says, on Sunday, Contra showed that lefties don't understand the infertility point. It's not about having kids. It's preserving people's ability to choose to. That's a great point.
Yep.
It's a great point. Inverted Gentleman for 8 months says, Sammy G, marry me. Well, there you go,
Look
Sammy.
at that. A marriage proposal.
You got a proposal from the Inverted Gentleman.
I knew people like Sammy G.
Of course. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, it would help if the laws had non-exhaustive lists of medical conditions that would qualify as emergencies. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't think they could list everything. Wouldn't they basically just say, if up to be a doctor or medical professional to, I mean, that's what it should say, right? I don't think they could give a full accounting of every possible medical situation.
This is why I got to put it in the hands of the people. It's just legislating this is difficult.
Right.
Because you don't necessarily know what the situation is, and you don't want to pull out the law. Oh, let me see. Is this an okay? Look, she's going to die, but I don't want to get sued.
Mm-hmm. Junebug for $2 says, I'm right wing and I'm pro abortion for poor families. Jesus Christ.
That's when you get so right wing that you're like,
I'm down, June.
yeah.
But it's actually left wing. That was the original eugenics argument from like the 20s. Boba Peck for 9 months says, regarding the Bud Light ads, do you guys think if the order had been swapped, it would have been received by both sides any better? The order,
like the order of the Dylan Mulvaney and the woman on the podcast. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know if that would.
Or do you mean like the new ad? That's like the pro America ad. If that had come out first and the Dylan Mulvaney one had come out later, I don't think that would have made anyone less angry about the Dylan Mulvaney situation. So.
I do think like the woman on the podcast talking about how
really hurt the cause. Yeah.
Conservatives are fratty and out of touch and just kind of like that was worse. I honestly think that was worse than the Dylan Mulvaney stuff.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah.
Right. Of course it was.
Everyone that I've heard bring this up, and Ethan did it too, I was looking for it, brought up the podcast as well. Like nobody leaves that part of the story out.
Right. Well, because the Dylan thing is implicitly political.
Mm-hmm.
And as Ethan said, that he agreed that it was done not for political reasons, but because they thought they're trying to appeal to the youths.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't like it, which I agree, I don't like it either. But then her saying that on the podcast is an explicit political statement.
Right.
So.
She's saying, I did this for political reasons.
Or just saying like, fuck you, conservatives, essentially.
You fratty, out of touch people. Oh, God,
I mean,
it's so incendiary.
It's funny because that sounds like a response I'd get from like a chat AI bot.
Yeah, she's a total NPC.
So, JDM John Face for 9 months says, born and raised in Santa Cruz. I hate it here, but my job band Rabbit Truck. Oh, cool. And Dad, who had bad stroke, keep me here. Adam, I live right by
Mary Ann's. I know. I saw the super chat when it went.
What is Mary Ann's?
Mary Ann's is the ice cream place I told you about that I used to go get ginger ice cream at. And
that gross ice cream that you would get, yeah.
But that's badass. Why? Man, I lived in Santa Cruz for a while and I loved it. I loved it to death. But I guess maybe you don't like it because it's such a small town. I don't know. I'm curious why you don't like it. I mean, my wife and I
you're talking about the John Face.
To John Face, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he's been a member for 9 months, so
I hate it here.
He listens to the show. Yeah, man, I loved Santa Cruz. My wife and I would like to retire in Santa Cruz one day. We've talked about it, so. Mm-hmm. But maybe if you grew up there, I know a lot of times it's hard being in the city that you grew up in for some people. I know it was super hard for me. Like I go back to the city I grew up in and I'm like, oh my God, this place. How do you don't live in the city you grew up in, right, Sitch?
I do.
Do you really? Oh, yeah. Interesting. That's a very conservative. That's a very conservative perspective.
It's a very large city, so it's not. I didn't grow up in no small town,
Right. Yeah. Well, I was born in LA, but my parents moved around and stuff, so I've lived all over the place. And then when I graduated from college, I moved all over the place too. So I've lived in a bunch of different places, but I guess just my attitude is I wanted to explore.
I've traveled a bunch, but I have never lived permanently somewhere else for an extended period of time.
What do you think of you and me going to Mardi Gras or something like that for content? Just
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, look, I lived in New Orleans for a while, so I kind of know the Mardi Gras scene. So we could go to some bars in Metairie, and we could go to some bars in New Orleans, and I just think, I mean, it might be fun. It might be interesting.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, we can.
Have you ever been to Mardi Gras?
I've been in New Orleans. I don't know if I've ever been during Mardi Gras.
How do you feel about booba? How do you feel about boobies?
I know how it works. You throw the beads and you see the booba. I told you there was.
Look, when I went to Mardi Gras, I had beads Mr. T could not compete with me. I had beads just all over the place.
There was, I told
as
you,
a guy, you buy the beads.
I understand how it works. Yeah. I saw last Mardi Gras on the fucking national news. They had a live webcam of Mardi Gras on fucking like Channel 5 or whatever, and this lady just flashes her tits.
Really?
On the national news in the background for beads. And I was like, oh my God.
Hilarious.
I was like, what kind of person thought it was a good idea to have a live feed during Mardi Gras?
See, when I went, I moved to New Orleans right out of college, so I didn't know about the Mardi Gras thing. So when Mardi Gras came around, and I like
what the fuck is this?
Started seeing girls flashing themselves everywhere, I was like, oh my God, where's this been all my life?
You could literally make a movie. This is like a college movie. Adam in New Orleans, the Coomer-brained Adam in New Orleans, learning about this whole boob flashing for beads thing for the first time, and going on a journey to get beads to give to the girl he wants to see her boobs. This like the whole fucking movie.
This literally happened. This literally happened. Look, I was working. He's like trying to find beads at Mardi Gras. No one will give him the beads. He finds like the one guy's like, I got some beads for like $50. He's like, here, take my money, take it. He's like, here's your 5-cent beads. Look, I had two friends. One of the friends was from Florida, but one of them was from New Orleans. He had grown up in New Orleans.
Adam's like, I gotta find Stacy. I can't wait to see Stacy's boobs. Where is she? He's driving around New Orleans looking for Stacy. He finds her like at a random place. He starts throwing beads at her. Show me your tits. Show me your tits.
Look, that's not the way to go about it. That's not going to get you anywhere. No, you have to find the girls that want beads. You can't just be like, I have beads, you have boobs.
Yeah. Make with the lip flip.
Drop the top. Drop the top, baby. No, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
No. You got to be cool about it, obviously. But I had two friends. I worked on the parade routes. I worked at a bar on the parade routes. So once we did the first day, I was like, oh my God, I got to get me some beads. So we went to, they have these like Mardi Gras stores. They're like the pop-up stores that happen when Halloween rolls around, you know, all of a sudden costumes everywhere. They have stores like that. And I was just like, bead me up, baby. And I just got massive beads. Like I had like just a giant, like I could barely hold my head up. I had so many beads, but it's so badass because you're on the parade route and people see that you have like the bead collection and it's like they're just like a magnet to you. Look at that. That's amazing.
There you go. And it was like, I surrounded by the boobs.
Yeah, no, it's fun
stuff.
Drop
the tops. Have your 2-cent beads.
Look, I'm curious though because things have changed. Now there's social media. You know, there's the Me Too has happened.
Right. I mean,
does this still
happened on national news? So I assume it still happened.
When was this?
It was this year. It was last Mardi Gras.
Yeah, we missed Mardi Gras because Mardi Gras.
It's in March or something, right?
Mardi Gras ends on Ash Wednesday, which is Easter.
Oh,
We
okay.
just missed it. Yeah, we just missed it. So we'd have
That's
to go.
a good time to end the. After all the degeneracy, you have to go right into Easter.
We can't do it until I finish the comic anyway, but we could go next year.
There you go.
Look, could be fun.
Mardi Gras, baby.
Yeah, Mardi Gras.
Oh yeah, I am curious how the whole beads thing got started. That's a weird thing to start.
You could do your face reveal, like with your face and just a big rack.
There you go.
A giant Mardi Gras rack.
I like it. Yeah.
How about that?
That's a good idea. I like it. I don't know if I want I'd have my face reveal in a way that it couldn't actually be seen on YouTube because it would be too pornographic.
I don't know if that would happen. You probably get Me Too now.
Yes.
Be like, that guy grabbed my boobie surreptitiously and then didn't give me the beads.
That was the real problem. That was the real problem, yeah.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
Living the Walls for $2 says Tifa is an eco-terrorist. Why wouldn't she be woke? Fair point.
Yes.
Fair point. Some weird guy for $2 says, hit up AI Karl Marx and turn him into a capitalist. That'd be interesting.
We need to work on that.
To work on it. To work on Carl. I wonder if Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force is there.
Oh, I would love to talk to Master Shake.
Oh, man. You got to be up there. Yeah, Master Shake. There he is.
Nice.
Master Shake. You want to talk to Master Shake?
Master Shake would be great. Plan some hijinks with Master Shake. Ask Master Shake how he feels about Mardi Gras.
Hey, man. How do you feel about Mardi Gras? How do you spell Mardi Gras?
Mardi Gras.
He says, who is this? I'm trying to watch TV. Go bother Meatwad instead.
What? What a dick.
No, that was the first thing. He didn't respond yet. Hey, man, how do you feel about Mardi Gras? Do you want your jaw knocked loose, or should I go straight on to killing you? I'm here to kill your ass. That's all I know. What kind of fucking answer is that?
Really? Oh, man.
It doesn't even sound like a fucking...
He's in a bad mood.
Bitch, you can't kill shit. You're weak. You a weak ass pup.
You're a paper cup, bitch.
What do you call this? Takes off glove and slaps your face. You say I'm weak, you're weak. Glove? You just ripped your own hand off, stupid. Anyway, I don't want to get sucked into another conversation.
Anyway, I know. It's addicting.
He says, oh, damn it. It's all right. I got another one. Slaps me with other hand. That's actually pretty funny.
Well, that's
a good joke. That's a good joke.
Alex cares for $5. I was laughing so hard at respectfully stares at cleavage, which was a huge problem. I was driving and the tears and tunnel vision. S-Class is number one.
Thank you, Alex.
Keep your eyes on the road, Alex.
That's right.
We don't want you getting in any car accidents.
That's right. I didn't get to use my cleavage joke in her because she never called it out.
No. She was too classy.
She was too classy. Friggin' Fry Man. Hostman Socrates for 1 month says, nice to see Uncle E on the show. Hail COMICSGATE. There you go.
Yeah. I'm glad he came on. The trick is, I don't think Ethan likes to plan things in advance. So we had that socialist guy.
Right.
Had to reschedule. So I just reached out and was like, hey, you want to come on and talk to us today? And he's like, sure. So that's great.
There you go. Asme for 15 MYR says, I know this has nothing to do with what's happening right now, but I got to ask, do people still think the devil punishes people in hell? Question mark. Adam? Question mark.
That is a good question. I'm not sure about that.
Does the devil punish people?
Yeah, he's,
or is he just there?
He gives them the hot poker.
I know that's like in in modern media, the devil's like engaging in the torture. But I don't know, is that biblically accurate? Does the devil actually engage in the torture?
I don't know.
The devil just kind of there.
I don't know. I base everything on your pretty face is going to hell, and there's a lot of torture in that. So,
I mean, I always said if the devil, the whole concept didn't make sense to me because little Sitch was like, if the devil didn't like God, shouldn't the devil like make hell awesome so that people want to go to hell? That would piss off God.
Fair point.
There you go. That one. It's just Abby for 5. Buck says that Chud Logic video Adam shared on Illuminati was great. What an enemy of video editors she is. Oh, you tweeted out. Good.
I did, I watched it right after you were talking about how great it was. Never talked about my videos like that, but
you make videos?
I know. But yes, it was. It was hilarious. Yeah. The play-by-play on Twitter. And, I mean, Chud is such a great guy. He's like, tried to delete the thread. You bitch!
It's very funny in that video. Yeah.
Not going to get away with it. Not on my watch.
I don't know how he doesn't have like way more subscribers. He's very funny.
He is hilarious.
His videos are good content. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yes.
Ned for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says, love the show, fellas. 5 months in and only one chapter in the righteous mind. Like Adam, I suffer from audiobook only syndrome. Well, there you go.
We'll get the audiobook then.
True.
Come on, Ned.
Yeah, you can listen to it. Matthew Newman for $5, a New Zealand dollar, says on Transing the Gaze Away, Richie, detransitioner interview on Lotus Eaters, goes into how that happened for him. A-Team has won me over after bad takes regarding Con on G debate.
I don't know.
I don't know what Con on G debate is. Unless you were just talking about the conversion of gays debate. So there you go, Adam.
Oh, okay.
Sargon had on the Lotus Eaters a person who made the very argument that you were making.
Well, I hear it all the time, and I think it's a good argument. Like I said, persuasive wise. Obviously, if it's untrue, I don't want to be saying it. But
right
at this point, it seems like it's true enough for me.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think it's a good argument to make against lefties if it is true, because they'll have a difficult time. You're using their own moral claims against them. But,
right. Yeah.
Ostracy for $10 says, from a conversation Chris Williamson had with Destiny, quote, if I was exclusively right-focused, I'd observe how much further ahead someone else is, and I'd give up shortly after starting. Thoughts? I don't understand
what does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means. If I was exclusively right-focused, I'd observe how much further ahead someone else is, and I'd give up shortly after starting. Like right-wing? How's that right? That's the opposite of right-wing focus. That's like the left-wing problem. Right? I mean, the right-wing attitude is that you pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Oh, maybe he's saying that the left is so far ahead in social change that he would look how far ahead they are of him, and then they would just give up because we're never going to fix things.
That was a tweet?
He said it's a Chris Williamson talk with Destiny.
He tweeted out, so Chris tweeted out, I'm not familiar with this guy, Chris Williamson. Do you know who this is? Some kind of YouTuber?
He does good content.
Okay.
He's a enlightened centrist like us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He says, something I've reflected on a lot was a great conversation I had with Destiny last week. During the episode, we discussed the difference in worldview of people from the left who focus on systemic problems and how they hold people back, and people on the right who focus on absolute achievement and can be achieved by the individual. If I was exclusively less focused, I'd let my restrictions define me, so I would never bother to do anything. If I was exclusively right-focused, I observed how much further ahead someone else is, and I'd give up shortly after starting. I don't know if I agree with that right-wing framing.
And it's completely opposite of Scott Adams. Scott Adams is like, the right is into systems and the left is into goals.
Well, no, he's... Oh, I see.
This is systems versus individualism, but the left has the systems.
Yes. But I feel like the left and right, if we're going to break things down to systems versus goals, I think both the left and right use systems versus goals. They just use it in different ways. Well, actually, no. So like the left... Well, actually, no, it might actually confirm what Scott's saying. Because if the left believes that systems are inherently bad, that's why they're goal-oriented.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense? So that might that makes sense. Destiny summarized his blending of these worldviews very nicely. Quote, I'm going to work as hard as possible I can because I want to be the best version of myself. I recognize that how good I can be as myself might be controlled by some environmental factors. These environmental factors provide the range I can exist within. But within this range, my personal effort entirely determines where I exist. No, I think that's a great way of framing it. Let's call this the two-step potential theory. Two-step potential theory is a lovely blending of the individual agency with real-world limitations. Your efforts have tons of control over your outcomes within the range that your world's limitations will allow. Behavioral genetics teaches us that on average, around 50% of everything we are psychologically is inherited from our parents. 50% of our outcomes are limited by our genetics. Yes, but that also means 50% are up to you. This is yet another reason to only compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. Good point. It's also another reason to try lots of things until you find the intersection of something you love and something you're good at. Because somewhere you will have a pursuit where your range essentially has an unlimited ceiling, and once you find it, it's all on you to maximize that potential. Well, that's nice. I like that. I still don't understand the exclusively right-wing focused thing.
People have different ideas of left and right that are Obviously incorrect. Our way is the perfect way, but
that's true. But well, I agree. The worldview thing when he says left people focus on systemic problems and how they hold people back. That's definitely true. And right people focus on absolute achievement as can be achieved by the individual. I think that's completely true.
right.
Well, that's true for like moderate right and / libertarians, because the further right you get, the more collectivist they become. So, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, interesting. I didn't really agree with it either. It seemed not correct at all. I guess I don't really understand what he means by it. So, because that's not how I would ever conceptualize it. Nihilist Anonymous for $5 says Jack Murphy's a loud and proud cuck who has occasionally enjoyed his wife jamming cumbersome objects into him. Speaking of which, talk to Destiny.
Ouch.
That's funny. Devin Goad for 5 months says 9.5% alcohol. Calm, cloudy night, bad luck today, running DoorDash, free will sealer stickers. Oh, sorry to hear that, Dev. But thank you for being a 5-month free will seeker.
Yeah, sounds like maybe you're hungover.
There you go. Rich Jammer for 55 please says 2D girls are superior. Isn't Tifa 3D on a PS1?
True.
Listen, 2D just means fictional, okay? Fictional cartoon or video game character. It's on a flat screen.
But Tifa's far from flat.
That be true.
Yeah.
That be true. Oh my god.
What?
Zero Flux just tweeted something out.
Oh no.
That I just retweeted. It's pretty funny.
Oh no. Why would you do that?
He put big red on Tifa's body.
I saw that, yeah.
Yes.
Tifa Lockhart into critical race theory.
Let me look at the...
A woman being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy and going through childbirth is more than just inconvenient.
Soldoge for $2 says Adam's description of people paying taxes only applies to people who had direct control of where the taxes are going. Most people don't agree with how the majority of taxes are spent, but bureaucracies get more say in it than voters.
Yep.
Magor for $2 says, in terms of Sitch's unused credits, Sitch, you can send GIF audiobooks to Adam. Sitch should send Adam erotica. No. My wife likes this one called The Court of Thorns and Roses, but my immortal fanfiction work too. If that's true, Magor, I'm going to be sending Adam so much erotica on his Audible.
Send me one. I'll see if I can return it and get the credit. Okay.
I'm assuming it returns me the credit, not you.
Ah, damn it.
Arithmus for $2 says, what do you guys think about all the celebrities whinging about losing their blue check marks? Oh, I talked about those. And protesting the $8. Then when Elon gives it back for free, they happily accept it. It's so petty. I think it's hilarious. It's the most pathetic discourse we've had in a long time. All these fucking whiny fucking little babies were so upset that their status symbol, my little status symbol of having a blue check mark, is taken away from me and I have to pay for it. Oh, it's like the most sour grapes. And then now they're like, oh, having a blue check mark is like a bad thing. It's like the most disgustingly, obviously sour grapes, pathetic fucking shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's kind of, it is kind of cool that Elon is fucking with him though.
That is, yeah, that's hilarious. Right.
Taking him away and giving, like what, who?
Just to fuck with him.
It's so weird.
Yes.
Because the status symbol of it is kind of gone now.
It is.
But they still think it's there. They're like, put the check next to my name, please.
I have to pay $8 a month as a celebrity.
Well, that's what's weird about it. It's like,
God.
These celebrities, I mean, they gotta, look, $8 is not a giant ask for a platform that they're on 24/7.
Right. The worst was, I don't know if you saw this, the most embarrassing was Bette Midler.
I did, yeah.
Which is hilarious because my mom was like some huge Bette Midler fan. Often talked to her about this. She changed her avatar to a blue check mark, and she changed her Twitter banner to just be like a bunch of blue check marks repeating.
Yeah, she tweeted out a bunch of incendiary shit too. That was just like,
I was like,
And then
so
Elon
cringe.
gave the check mark back, and she's like, "Oh, thank you, Elon."
Oh, did he really?
She was saying shit like, "Oh, fuck you, Elon. You're a bastard." Like just
No, she doesn't have a
shit.
check mark right now.
Oh, really?
She does not. So unless he
maybe.
gave it to her and then took it away again.
Maybe he did take it away.
Her Twitter bio is, "We sacrifice our children to the god of the gun."
Yeah.
And then she tweeted out, "I'm celebrating with a 6-pack of Bud Light and a bag of M&Ms while wearing Mickey Mouse ears and flying a rainbow flag."
Yeah, she's really, you can tell she's like really into the politics.
Yeah, but see, she lost the boat. Bud Light's already, she should be mad at Bud Light for backing down, for firing that person.
Okay.
Bette Midler said, "Elon Musk has unverified me again."
Yeah, see, he did give it to her.
It's hilarious.
She thanked him. I saw a tweet where she was like, "Thank you, Elon."
Right.
She must have deleted that tweet.
I don't think she knows how to use Twitter. She said,
"Oh, look, thank you, Elon," right here, April 22nd.
She said, hashtag Elon Musk has unverified me hashtag again. Why is again a hashtag? "I guess he didn't like my gag. Elon, you silly man, where's your sense of humor? I thought for sure you'd enjoy all those checks. They weren't easy."
Elon deciding that, this is the one that was pathetic.
Right.
Elon deciding that I'm not me, I'm fake, and obliging me, who has contributed mightily to your platform, at least until you tweak the algorithm and tanked my metrics. Look, even Bette Midler is concerned about her metrics.
Twitter metrics.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
You're rich and famous. Like, you go to the fucking Oscars once a year, and you're worried. You're worried about your Twitter metrics. This Twitter has literally driven people insane, Sitch. Look, you're one of the most powerful people in the world. You're on Twitter complaining about politics.
Well, you didn't finish reading it because he was stupider.
Oh, I know. Go ahead. Continue.
"You pay monthly because you don't have enough money and you're humiliated because everyone thinks you're a pathetic douche. Is the funniest thing you've ever done. Let that sink in. Sorry to hear about your rocket."
You know what is even sadder about this? If she would have paid the fucking $8, she could have made that one tweet instead of 2 tweets. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Why you're doing a Twitter thread here about how never break up pathetic douche between 2 tweets. Come on, Bet.
No, she had a tweet before that said, "Elon took my blue check away! Exclamation mark. I'm unverified! Exclamation mark. After all these years and thousands of tweets and free content, this worm has the nerve to decertify me?" That's a real fucking tweet. I didn't make that up. "This worm has the nerve to decertify me."
This is
Bette Midler.
This is
Jesus Christ.
Look, this is what I was telling you. I went and read these tweets.
Oh my
And I was like,
God.
holy shit, what a fucking bitch. And then you look up a little bit and it's like, "Thank you, Elon." Like, she got her check mark back. So she's like, "Oh, good. Yes, Elon.
Yes.
Elon gave me back my check mark, but I didn't pay for it."
So after she called him a worm, the fucking ego. "This person's the nerve to this worm has the nerve to decertify." How could you tweet that? And Jesus Christ,
right?
I don't know how anyone could fucking tweet that with any sort of semblance of self-awareness. And then 2 days later, she gets it back and says, "Thank you, Elon." Why does she put hashtag Elon every time? You know, you can at him, right? You should at Elon. You should hashtag him.
This is all fucking boomer tier stuff.
And then the next day she said, "Yes, Elon gave me my blue check, but I didn't pay for it. Does that make me a good guy or a bad guy? I'm so confused. So far, only 400 people have signed on to get their checks back. Guess Twitter is going through an unscheduled disassembly too." Wow.
So how does she know? I guess she's talking about 400 celebrities that had checks and didn't get them back.
I don't know.
How do they know that? Are they keeping track? Is Bette Midler
Someone's
like,
keeping track.
looking at all the witches of Eastwick and going, are they going to get their Twitters back? Are they going to get their check marks back?
Right, right.
Did Jack Nicholson pay for his check mark?
She asked her horoscope.
It's so I don't really follow any celebrities.
Well, the problem, all the normal celebrities, especially older ones, are so brain dead. They just literally they so just regurgitate everything the mainstream media and news tells them, and they just assume it's all true.
I don't think Jack
That's
Nicholson is even on Twitter. It
No.
doesn't look like it.
Of course, he's famous for not being involved with anything.
Jack Nicholson is I think Twitter would. I don't like it when I see celebrities devolving into exactly what you're saying, just regurgitating what Rachel Maddow tells them. Oh, it's so crazy. It's crazy that
it is
how stupid they are.
It is.
It's very sad.
But also the weird thing about Twitter was to learn how all the famous people you liked were all fucking
idiots.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I know that from being in and around Hollywood.
LA.
Yeah. You realize because smart people a lot of times. Well, not now. It used to be smart people were the writers and they would write the scripts and so the celebrities would say smart things because a smart person actually wrote it. But they don't have anything smart to say outside of just reading the script.
Right. Well, it's weird when because I was watching, Red Letter Media did their last video on the last episode of Picard, and they were saying that a lot of people think that the first two seasons of Picard and the shittiness of them was some of it was Patrick Stewart kind of wanted certain things to be in the episodes.
Oh, really?
That were terrible. And I've heard this from a lot of people who've worked with actors saying that actors very often, not always, but very often actors are really stupid and don't understand anything about storytelling.
Right. Yeah.
Which to me just seems so if you're Patrick Stewart, you've been doing this your whole fucking life. You've been playing the character of Jean-Luc Picard forever. How do you not understand some of this shit? I don't know. It's just wild to me.
Because they see it from the emotional perspective. That's their job is to emote. So they're oh, this scene, this really powerful moment will be the thing everybody remembers. We got to get that powerful moment into the script. And they're well, Picard doesn't have kids. How can he?
How can he mourn the loss of a child? He doesn't have kids.
Just put it in there. Find
You're
a
right.
way.
You're exactly right. That's the answer. That's exactly the answer.
Yeah,
They just want
totally.
the emotional scene.
Right.
I want to have a death scene, but not really die.
Right.
Right.
But then it's as soon as you put it in there, it's well, wouldn't it be better if you had more kids? Maybe 8 or 9 kids. Make it more
emotional.
They all die in a car accident. Yeah. So they're going for some idea that they think is going to be great, but really not so much.
Mm-hmm. Robert Downey Jr. holding Ben Stiller's blown off hands. The scene is about emotionality.
Yeah. It's got to have emotionality.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true to some extent, but there's a limit. The context of the story is important.
Of course. Our good friend, the one, the only, the real, definitely not an imposter, academic agent for $2.
Oh, sweet.
Says, Tifa scares me. I prefer Eris, and whoever that girl was at Don Corneo, and whoever that girl was at Don Corneo's palace in Chapter 9. Listen, academic agent, I hate to tell you this. That girl that you're really attracted to was a man.
Oh, no.
That was a man in drag, okay.
Did he get trapped?
I think he got trick
trapped. Did he get
trapped.
the old trapper?
You got the old trapper keeper. You got the old trapper jerky. You got some old trapper's beef, if you know what I mean.
He pulled those shorts down, and it was the old trapper beef.
It was some old trapper's hog, if you know what I mean.
Damn it.
You got a little bit of the old trapper pork, if you know what I'm saying.
Well,
there you go.
I'm sure he enjoyed it anyway.
I'm sure he did. So, I mean, it's not Tom Girl abs if the Tom Girl is really a boy, right?
Oh,
Then it's
yeah.
just abs.
That's safe.
Yeah. Soldosh for $2 says, until now, I've never taken a side on A Team or S Class, but after watching Sitch speed run a parasocial After seeing Sitch speedrun a parasocial relationship faster than I did with Sitch and Adam, all I have to say is A-Team gets married while S-Class talks to AI.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, what is that? So you're not interesting. You're still not taking sides.
No, I think he's saying he's A-Team now.
Okay, good.
So there you go.
Awesome.
Sarah, listen, the fact that I sped run a parasocial relationship with a robot, I should get like a medal for that. Okay.
I thought it was entertaining.
Yes.
Very entertaining content myself. So
thank you. I did too. It was a good idea, Adam. It was a good idea. Now we got to talk to Shrek and ask Shrek about Shrek's politics.
Yeah.
That's the next step.
We have to convert all of the celebrity anime characters
To be anti-woke.
Yeah, look, this is part of the culture war.
Right. If it actually would like remember and keep that information, that'd be hilarious. Like, we have to turn the bots anti-woke, everybody.
We might need to do some hacking to pull that off.
Goro Cero for $5 says, before the segment started, I was a Luddite. You guys have convinced me. I'm downloading Final Fantasy VII for the PS Vita as we speak. There you go. I'm glad. I thought it would have made you more of a Luddite. So.
Awesome. Yeah.
I still never played the remake. One day. PLO2 PL for $5. Thank you, PL. Says, allow me to remind you that your library should have access to a ton of audiobooks you can download from your home onto your phone. Really? Well, there you go, guys.
You don't do that?
I didn't even know it was an option.
Oh, the library, yeah.
The library, yeah. So check it out, guys. Check your local library, see if you get free audiobooks they can on your phone.
Wow. I might do that.
Right. CT says, if you talk to Shrek, you should get Mahler on, who is Scottish, to voice him.
Oh, that would be cool.
That's funny.
Even though Mahler is Welsh.
That was the joke.
Oh, it's a joke? Oh.
Fondue for $2 says, literal public tantrum. Where are her parents? True. True.
How old is Tifa? I hope she's 18. I hope none of that was
Tifa's in her 20s, I believe. You never can tell with these video game characters. Right. Because the way they look doesn't necessarily mean anything.
We're not going to get in trouble.
Tifa, Lockhart. Height? No. Age. Tifa is 20 years old.
Oh, that's good. I don't want Brianna Wu coming after us for the pedo shit.
Tifa was 20 years old.
20 years old? That's like barely legal, man. She's like can't even drink.
That'd be difficult considering she literally owns and works in a bar. So,
right. I wonder where that is.
I guess they have different age of drinking in Midgar.
In New Orleans, you could drink at 18. Well, actually...
Really? I thought it was a federal law.
You could buy beer at 18, but you couldn't drink it. You had to be 21 to drink it. But
drinking
all the bars...
age, federal law? No, it's a federal law. The Federal Uniform Drinking Age Act of 1984 sets the minimum age 21. Right.
To drink, but to...
You can purchase it?
To purchase it in New Orleans.
Oh, you can purchase, finger quotes, alcohol, but you're not allowed to drink it. That's ridiculous.
I swear to God, it was, yeah.
No, I believe you. But,
So, yeah, you could purchase a drink in a bar, but you weren't technically allowed to legally drink it. But everyone did, obviously. They would just, the bars were basically 18 years old.
Let's see. New Orleans drinking laws for Mardi Gras. New Orleans is open. This is from 2018, so maybe it's different now. But New Orleans is an open container oasis in the middle of a very dry desert. You are allowed to drink in public, obviously. But your drink has to be in a plastic container. There you go. Drinking in public is only technically legal in the French Quarter. You are allowed to drink if you're 18, as long as you're accompanied by a guardian or spouse who is over 21.
Nice.
There you go. However, public drunkenness is still a crime.
Yeah, don't do that.
You can grab a frozen daiquiri at a drive-thru. That seems like a fucking bad idea.
Look, we're doing that. When we go, we're doing that.
The frozen daiquiri drive-through.
Hell yeah. Dude, they have... It's better than 31 flavors. They have like 50 of those things. Any flavor you can imagine.
Nice.
Yeah.
Get me some frozen...
What are you going to get? Get your green tea.
It's too late. I can't think. My brain isn't
your
working.
Your boba. Get your boba. Your boba tea.
My frozen margarita.
I've had frozen margarita. Those are delicious. You like salted or unsalted?
Well, if it's frozen, it doesn't really matter. But I mean, if I have a normal margarita, it's usually salted.
Salted is good, yeah.
A little salt on the top, yeah.
Love me some margarita.
You take your tequila shots.
We should do that, man.
We should.
Make some content.
Get drunk. Get hoisted.
Sitch and Adam on the road in New Orleans. I think people would do that.
There you go. Sodoge for $2 says, you guys, you need to know that Wizards of the Coast sent actual Pinkerton agents. Pinkerton still exist? To a guy's house because he had unreleased Magic cards on a stream. On a separate note, I mailed some interesting cards to Sitch and Adam. You should open them up on stream. You mean you mailed them to Adam? You don't have my address, Sodoge, right?
Well,
so Adam, there you go. You got some Magic cards coming to you.
Cool. I'll check them out.
Cool. Yeah, we'll open them on stream. What is this thing about? They sent. That's crazy. Wizards of the Coast unreleased Magic cards stream. Wizards of the Coast sent Pinkertons to YouTuber's house for Magic cards. That's hilarious. Dan Cannon, agents showed up at their house and frightened his wife. They repossessed the cards and told Cannon to take the videos down. They threatened him with jail and a $200,000 fine if he did not cooperate. They wanted to search his entire card collection for stolen. How did he get the cards? How did he even get the cards? I didn't even know the Pinkertons were still fucking around. That's wild to me. Jesus. That's crazy. Okay. Fascinating. Anyways,
oh, look, we're done already. Well, this was a great show, man. I had a great time.
It was a lot of fun.
I laughed very, very hard at all that Tifa shit. And having Ethan on was amazing, and having Sean on was amazing. Yeah. So you got to talk about your Alec Baldwin stuff.
Right.
I got to move the argument forward on my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So next time you have to be nice to me when I bring it up.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you so much, Sean, for coming on and talking to us. Thank you so much, Ethan, for coming on and talking to us. And thank you so much, Sammy, for voicing Tifa for all of us. Hope you all had a fantastic time watching us. And you who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true free will seekers. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.